Okay, the Committee on Finance will come to order for our first long day. First up on today's agenda, our first agenda is House Bill 388 HD1 relating to education. Department of Education Superintendent.
Hello, Chair Yamashita, Vice Chair Kitagawa, members of the committee. Keith Hayashi, Superintendent, testifying on behalf of the Department of Education. With me today, I have a select few of my deputy superintendents and assistant superintendents ready to answer any questions that you might have. The department stands on its written testimony with comments on this measure. We do have suggested amendments within our testimony. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, next up we have the National Federation of the Blind of Hawaii.
Thank you, Chair, Vice Chair, and members. I'm James Gashel, Governmental Affairs for National Federation of the Blind of Hawaii. I'm going to stand on my written testimony, but just on the money side of this bill, I mean, it's really would be false economy not to adopt it. The books that are talked about in this bill come free to the state through American Printing House for the Blind under the Federal Individuals with Disabilities Education Act. This bill really cleans up the law and makes sure that we go by that federal program, which provides, as I said, the books free. It would be false economy not to adopt this bill, since if we leave blind students without books, they won't be productive. We'll have to support them in another way. So mahalo for considering this bill.
Okay, thank you very much. Next up is Tabitha Mitchell, individual in support.
Hello, I'm Tabitha Mitchell. I'm a parent of a blind student that is attending Kalaheo High School on the windward side. And we just wanted to come forward and support this bill because I can attest to the complication that's involved. It's kind of like having to be a full-time case manager in order to make sure that your kids have the materials that they need in order to participate with the class. My daughter has been blind since she was born. She was born with a rare disease, and so that basically could happen to any child in the state of Hawaii. And that reality has lent itself to just a very difficult management of education. And so she's here and she's going to testify and share you more insight with that. But it's just something that we want to support for all of the kids throughout Hawaii because we've lived it and we feel that it's a very powerful bill and can help a lot of people.
Okay, you can bring her up at this time. Next testifier is Emery Mitchell Butler.
Go around.
Okay, sorry. Hello, my name is Emery Mitchell Butler, and as my mom said, I've been blind since birth. So as a blind student, I use hard copy braille and tactile graphics to learn, and these often come in the form of textbooks, and these are very important for all my classes really, but especially science, technology, engineering, and math classes. So last year I took an Algebra 2 class, and I did receive my textbook with the hard copy braille, tactile graphics, everything I needed. It was amazing. Unfortunately, I don't always receive my textbooks at all or on time. So for example, I never received a Spanish textbook, chemistry textbook, or physics textbook. And this year I didn't get my trigonometry textbook on time, and I also didn't get my AP biology textbook until the beginning of second semester. I think it's really important that every blind student in Hawaii has the opportunity to take the advanced courses and STEM courses that they want to take to increase their competitive abilities on the very competitive college admission landscape. And it is my goal to become a biochemist, and I'm trying to achieve that by taking these advanced courses. And I don't want blind students to be discouraged because they're told that they might not receive their textbook on time, or they might receive an inadequate electronic version of the textbook. So thank you for this opportunity to testify, and this bill is incredibly important to me and every blind and otherwise print-disabled student in Hawaii.
Thank you very much. Okay, next up is Donald Sakamoto. He's going to be on the phone with us. Somebody can hold for 1 second.
Hello?
Hello, Donald. This is the House Finance Committee, and we're taking up House Bill 388 HD1, and you can proceed with your testimony.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the committee. Name is Donald Sakamoto, member of the National Federation of Blind of Hawaii, in full support of HB 388 HD1, especially for those individuals who are sight impairment, like children who are blind or vision impaired in our public schools. This bill really addresses the concern of having equal access for materials to be accessible for those individuals who are blind and vision impaired in our schools. It's like their counterparts. So if they have handouts or books or stuff like that, it can be easy access with ease. And I think it's a time for now for us to have this type of documentation, everything for our children, and we need to prepare now. So by failing to prepare, you are preparing to fail by Benjamin Franklin. So please, we need to prepare to have this important bill to proceed on. So I submitted testimony on my comments about it. So I appreciate you allowing me the time to speak, and thank you for everything you folks do. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, that's the, is anyone else, okay, please come forward.
Aloha, Kayaka, Chair, Vice Chair, and the FIN Committee. I'm Angela Melody Young, testifying on behalf of CARES in strong support. Visually impaired individuals are those who have a medical condition and therefore are at a disadvantage. And it is the due diligence of the legislature and the policymakers to provide equity in this regard. And according to the Americans with Disabilities Act, the ADA, it is a federal statute which constitutes the parameters to the civil rights of disabled people. And the ADA has various titles, and each title goes into every aspect, such as transportation, public access in public assemblies, and the public service accommodations to be provided and to be modified for disabled people. And so therefore, you see that from the Department of Justice, the Civil Rights Division, the ADA is implemented. Therefore, it is something that we should really try to create equity for. And those who are students who are disabled should have equal access to books and educational material. So thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Okay, thank you very much. Is there anyone else wishing to testify? Okay, seeing none, members, any questions? Representative Kila.
Thank you, Chair. I have a question for DOE. Hi, Superintendent. How many students in our public school system fall in the category of being
Visually impaired?
Visually impaired.
Let me get that for you.
I'm Michelle Arakawa, Educational Specialist with Office of Student Support Services. We have 46 students statewide visually impaired.
Okay.
There's more than that, but that's their category that we have listed, primary.
Okay. And in the case of all of this, you folks will be able to fully roll out all the materials needed through passing.
So when we do, what happens is it's a 4 to 6 month process. So we really work with our general ed teachers that we're working on to get the name of the textbooks, to get those ISBN numbers 4 to 6 months in advance. So right now we're working on next year. If we don't have that, then that's what the time starts starts going, and then we don't get them in time to the students. So.
Okay, thank you.
And I just want to mention, we don't have braille lists here in Hawaii, so everything's shipped to us from the mainland. So that's what also leads to the timing.
Good to know. Thank you. Thank you, Superintendent. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions? Okay, thank you very much. Seeing none, we're going to move on to the next bill, House Bill 80 HD1, relating to authentic assessment. First up is DOE.
Aloha, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. The department stands on its written testimony on HB 80 HD1 with comments on this measure. As shared, standards-based curriculum is a critical component to ensure both progression and a scaffolded approach to our curriculum in our classrooms. Thank you very much for the opportunity to testify.
Okay, thank you very much. Next up is HST.
Aloha Chairs, member of the committee, Laverne Moore speaking on behalf of Osa Tui Jr., President of the Hawaii State Teachers Association. The Hawaii State Teachers Association supports this bill. Authentic assessment is the way to go. It tests what teachers are teaching and what students are learning. It gives students the opportunity to learn and participate in the real world as it's going on today. So authentic assessment is way cheaper than buying standardized tests. And also standardized tests, teachers spend more time preparing for the test, where in an authentic assessment, you deal with the real world as it is. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much. That's all we have that signed up to testify. Is anyone else wishing to testify, please? Oh, I'm sorry, we have one Zoom. Go ahead.
Oh, sorry. Hi.
Oh, wait. Okay.
Hello,
No, yeah.
everybody. Am I okay to start?
Go ahead.
Okay. Aloha, chairs, vice chairs, members of the committee, and everyone here today. I would like to testify in support of this bill. I'm a mom. I'm a student in the public schools, and I'm a product of the public schools of Hawaii. I've also taught students one-on-one from public and private schools for 7 years, and I'm from Kona. I'm in the MSW program now. So basically, I think my biggest points are that it's better for the approach to education to be more bottom-up, where lower levels of the community and education system can create the curriculum and assessments for students. And I think the biggest things about that is it can be more culturally competent, and it can encourage more joy in learning. Sorry, it's kind of noisy here. And it also can encompass more than just maybe 2 or 3 of the types of intelligences that we kind of accept in the theories today. And that's all I'd like to share today. Thank you.
Okay. You are Kelsey. Okay, you are. Okay, thank you very much. Sir, please.
Lord Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee, my name is Jun Shin. I am a recent graduate of the University of Hawaii in Manoa and representing the Hawaii State Youth Commission today. We had our written testimony submitted late, so apologies for the late testimony. Just wanted to highlight a couple points from our testimony. We are in strong support of this bill because we think that public school complex areas being used for creative learning experiences that test students' skills and knowledges in realistic situations would be helpful in creating learning education goals, classroom settings, and assessing the needs of students who have different learning styles, other ways of problem solving, understanding the world, and who might be having a harder time with standardized testing, and also meeting the education goals of students who might be meeting the metrics of standardized testing, but are having a harder time with applying it to the real world and kind of in their daily lives and in their what they're learning in classrooms. And so we hope that you invest in our students, you fund this program, and as we pass and implement this program, that we can develop some critical life skills for the youth of Hawaii. So please pass this bill out of your committee. Thank you so much for the opportunity to testify.
Okay, thank you very much. Is there any other, please?
Aloha Kayaka, Chair, Vice Chair, and the FIN Committee, Angela Melody Young, testifying on behalf of CARES. About authentic assessments, I was talking to someone from DOE, and they had mentioned that the climate and the environment at schools is that they are moving towards like not the SAT and the ACT kind of assessments anymore. So when I was in school, that was what we were kind of about, ACTs and SATs. And you know, for the reasons being, and I echo the teacher and then also the student who testified before me, is that students need a customized kind of approach to the learning and also testing. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Okay, thank you. Are there any others wishing to testify? Seeing none, members, any questions? Representative Kobayashi.
For DOE, this bill seems to provide or authorizes the school complexes to develop assessments. Is that deliberate? I mean, the next bill also authorizes the school complexes.
Thank you for the question, Representative. HB 80 HD1 is not one of the DOE bills, but I can speak to the standards-based curriculum as well as authentic assessments. So standards-based curriculum basically...
No, the question is, why is it specific that it authorizes the school complexes to develop the assessments rather than the department?
I believe the authors of the bill, who introduced the bill, may have been looking at perhaps providing opportunities for the complex areas to create the assessments that are closer to the school level. I can only assume that, though, that was the intent.
But wouldn't that involve school complexes reinventing the wheel? Don't you have like 15 of them?
We do, yes. And so this standards-based curriculum provides a statewide understanding of what students at every grade level needs to know and be able to do. And based on that standards-based identified standards within each of the respective grade levels, teachers are able to currently, based on those grade level standards, are able to create authentic assessments as it currently is within schools.
But I still don't understand why school complexes specifically seem to be mentioned as authorized to develop.
Hold on a second. Heidi, do you have any insight on the intent?
I mean, if it doesn't matter, fine, but
I think the authors of the bill, and again, the DOE weren't the authors, wanted the autonomy to be able to create these assessments based on the particular curriculum that the school or project-based activities that the school or classroom is doing to meet the described standards. So my assumption is that they wanted that autonomy to be able to create an assessment based on the specific activities or curriculum that they've developed to meet those standards.
okay, thank you.
Same for DOE. Just trying to understand how the assessments are made. Are we still on the same like ABC system when you make these assessments, or is this like a individualized assessment for every student when we're making assessments?
Okay, so for the authentic assessments, that could be a project-based assessment, and it's described in the bill too. It could be problem-based learning, a scientific experimentation. So it's whatever the teacher or the grade level or the school has deemed would be the appropriate project or learning that is to take place, and they're defining how they would measure that. So as far as grading, if it's done properly, we still, in high schools, we still have the ABC grading. And then in elementaries, it's they're meeting the standards or they're exceeding the standards. So the grading system wouldn't change, but the tools that they're using to determine what that grade may be would be more closely aligned to the learning experience that the teacher or the school has provided.
Okay, and then just to follow up on Representative Kobayashi's question, is there any way that we're like ensuring consistency among the complexes as far as the grading system or the outcomes or the learning?
The consistency would be from the department's expectation is that the grading or the learning is based on the prescribed standards for that particular content area.
Okay, okay, thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you, Representative Ward.
Thank you, Chair. May I continue, Madam? I have just a follow-up to that. If you have a student in front of you who got a standard assessment and an authentic assessment, what's the difference that you're going to find out, and how would you implement it, and what would you do with that finding?
Well, it's always good to have multiple data sources, and one of the rationales for an authentic assessment is that it allows a student to use multiple modalities to demonstrate that they have mastered the learning. The standardized assessment, very important, uses a paper-pencil test modality. And so some students may perform differently based on the modality that they're given. So it's always good to have a range to determine what the child has ended up knowing and being able to do.
And then what will you do with that? Or is it just to point to a different grade, possibly higher or lower or whatever? Well, in other words, so what?
So that assessment shows the teacher, allows the teacher to know what, from the standards that the child is expected to learn in that content area, the standards that the child has mastered and the standards that the child still needs to work toward.
So it's grade-based input, basically, then?
It's standards-based.
I mean, again, the ABCs is what's going to be most impacted by this. Is that correct?
Correct. That information determines what grade the child receives.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you, members. Any further questions? Okay, I got a quick question for DOE. So, what I'm gathering so far is that you would have two assessments, because how would this affect, you need a standardized system to be able to qualify for certain federal funds, correct?
I believe so, yes. That's correct, Chair.
So how would that work?
So currently, we do assess students in Smarter Balance Assessment. Jump in from the Smarter Balance Assessment from grades 3 through 8 and grade 11 on the Smarter Balance. And I believe that meets the requirement, the federal requirement.
Okay. So you would have two systems?
That would be one system to see how our students are doing compared to other states that are also administering the Smarter Balance Assessment. With that, there are also other formative assessments that teachers use in the classroom that are, some assessments are standards-based, aligned to the standards within their classrooms. And others may be authentic, like authentic assessments that also, though, align to those respective standards in the classroom. So that there are multiple assessments that teachers use in identifying progress of a student and areas of need for a student. And through that, they would then assess a grade or a mark on their report card quarterly.
Okay. I appreciate that, because every student kind of learns differently, but at the same time, I think, do you have any idea if we have multiple ways of assessment, how much that adds to the cost of the department?
If I understand the question correctly, so
well, you're gonna, you have to have another mechanism in place, so that whenever you put something else in place, there's a cost.
Yes.
Right. So have you looked into what that may be?
For authentic assessment?
Yeah.
We do, you have any feedback on that? Heidi, I'm sure.
Because the authentic assessments would typically be made by a teacher or grade level doing these different projects, I'm thinking the cost would be the training and then assistance provided. So to create an assessment that is reliable and valid and accurately measures the standards that the lesson is trying to accomplish, there would need to be training for teachers who haven't had training in how to create assessments. And so a cost could be a state level or and complex level positions to provide that training and resources to the teachers who require that.
Okay, thank you very much. I have a question for HSTA. Okay, so if this additional training is put in place, would HSTA you add that into collective bargaining requirements that this training be paid for by the department?
All right, collective bargaining.
Would it be an item that you guys would bring?
I'm not able to answer that one since I'm not on the
All right, thank you very
negotiating
much.
team.
Okay.
Sorry.
Thank you very much. Any further questions? Representative Kahlo.
Quick question for the DOE superintendent, please, maybe. My question is for this form of testing, what other states have enacted model legislation similar? Because that gets us to, I guess, the ability of how it impacts just our standardized testing generally.
Thank you for the question. Let me see if someone has the research on the other states. We can get that information to you, Representative. Sorry, I don't have that research right now with me.
Okay, but do we know that other states are modeling versus directly in the classroom, like creating I guess the question is, of course it's important to have alternative learning types and ways to test within the classroom. I guess the question is this to help support in the classroom, local level, classroom day-to-day testing and assessment, or is this the higher level standardized testing that help get to an assessment of all students at standardized levels, and what that difference is and what the intent of this bill is really looking at? Is it emboldening the teachers to model different types of testing, or is this creating how we impact our greater testing across the board for all grade levels and system levels?
I think within the classroom, we all continuously encourage our teachers to utilize formative assessments, the day-to-day assessments that they work with students on. And those could include paper pencil tests. It could include projects that students are doing, some project-based learning type of activities. It could even be observational data that they take as students are engaged in the learning. So teachers use those multiple means of assessment within the classroom in implementing their standards-based curriculum. There's also, as was shared, a larger scope in terms of national assessments, which is the Smarter Balance Assessment. That we do have other states that are engaged in that Smarter Balance Assessment overall, which allows us to kind of see how our students are doing between states. But I don't have any specific information on if the question is on what states are doing related to large-scale authentic assessment.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Representative Alcos.
Do you have a range of dollar amount, how much this would cost per year?
1 second, let me see. Well, I'm sorry, Representative, we can get an estimate to you, but we don't have.
You don't even have a range like
on statewide
100,000 or $1 million.
Is a question about statewide authentic assessment.
Yeah.
And
I don't know how your program would be statewide. Is your program?
Currently, our program is what we do on a statewide basis is a Smarter Balance Assessment. So that is aligned to the to our standards that we utilize, and that we implement grades 3 to 8 and grade 11 for all students statewide. If the question is, what would it cost to shift to an authentic assessment? I think the amount would be a lot. I don't know, I have the exact numbers though.
Thank you.
For that. Thank you.
Representative Ward.
Chair, Mr. Hayashida, is there a target population that this would be aimed at, or would bump the grades up for, or is there grade inflation or deflation implied by this? When you say authentic, it makes the other ones look like they're unauthentic, which is kind of a bad connotation, actually.
Yeah, and actually all assessments that teachers are utilizing in the classroom that are assessing students to what they're supposed to be, what they're supposed to know and be able to do compared to those respective grade level standards. They're all part of the formative assessment that teachers use. So whether it's paper pencil, whether it's a project based, whether it's observation, those are all different types of assessments that teachers utilize to assess the progress of a child and as well as their needs. So they're all important in the current system that we're using within our standards-based
So who's going to
curriculum.
be the primary beneficiary?
Primary beneficiary.
Those who don't do, according to the bill or testimony, those who don't get it at standard traditional learning or testing, they are the ones that authentic assessment will benefit. Is that correct?
Yes.
Reading the testimony?
So the,
I think some of the confusion lies in that we can all, schools can already create authentic assessments. This isn't something new. It's not something that they haven't been able to do. I'm assuming this bill is just bringing to light that authentic assessments are another options for schools and classrooms to use to assess the learning of their students.
Okay, so we're taking this thing too seriously then.
This is already an allowed practice. We do want to continue to support it. It's very important. It gives teachers another data piece in a very authentic way, and it's a good balance to have along with our standardized assessment.
And it doesn't cost any money so far.
Training is what it would cost, but it's already embedded. I mean, it's not an additional, it's not, it wouldn't always be an additional expense for the particular assessment.
That was an authentic rhetorical question. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. Any further questions? Okay, next we'll move on to the next bill, House Bill 248 HD2 relating to education. First up is Hawaii Public Health. Oh, you know what? We'll call up the Department of Education first.
Hello, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee, Keith Hayashi, Superintendent, testifying on behalf of the Department of Education. We stand on a written testimony with comments on this measure. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. Next up is Hawaii Public Health Institute.
Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. My name is Dennis Chase, and I am the Program Manager for the Farm to School Hui under Hawaii Public Health Institute. We represent 60 different organizations and hundreds of people who are working towards growing the farm to school programs within the state of Hawaii. We support this bill because we believe that it will create more flexibility for cafeteria managers and complex areas to provide better nutrition and better local food access for students across the state. The Department of Education is responsible for over 100,000 meals a day, which is a massive lift for them, and they do a great job at that. However, within complex areas of a few thousand students, or even schools of less than 1,000 students, there may be different, very specific needs that they want to meet for their students, and working at such a large scale, the DOE can't always provide enough support to meet all of those needs. So we believe that this bill would help them and provide a better system for feeding our keiki. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Next up is Hawaii Farm Bureau.
Morning, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Brian Miyamoto here on behalf of the Hawaii Farm Bureau. Hawaii Farm Bureau will stand on its written testimony and support. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. We may have others wishing to testify. Please step forward.
My goodness, I was sitting for so long I went numb. Okay. Aloha Kayaka, Chair, Vice Chair, and the FID Committee. Angela Melody Young testifying on behalf of CARES. And so HB 248 about the food service branch. And it seems like there is a lot of pressure being put on the DOE. A lot of pressure is being put on the DOE and the superintendent and the deputy super and the assistant super for the Office of Facilities and the operations of the farm to school program. However, it says in the research that despite them being delegated this responsibility to implement the goals, they do not have direct access to kitchens and the operations of the kitchens. So they would have to, I mean, this is kind of something that they'd have to work out. So, you know, when I was at the Hawaii Children and Youth Summit, I was also the caterer as well as a volunteer planner, and I had to cook for 100 kids and in a commercial kitchen. And I was witnessing next door, they had a school kitchen, they had a school production, and it was 3 cafeteria staff, and then they were producing for 300 students. So, you know, to kind of implement these big goals of food production and to delegate the responsibility to maybe someone who is not specializing in food production or food management, perhaps there could be reconsideration for how these management issues align. It also says that notably the plan to centralize food production was done without a comprehensive plan in production or distribution, and the transportation of the food. So yeah, we're just testifying to provide comments. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Okay, thank you very much. Ma'am, excuse me. Okay, so we don't allow signs in the conference room, so if you could take them down there, we'd appreciate that. Thank you very much. Okay, next we have someone on Zoom. Okay, Hawaii Farmers Union, please proceed.
Aloha, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Hunter Hevelin here on behalf of Hawaii Farmers Union United. We'll stand on our written testimony in support of this bill and to add a couple of additional comments that we really view this as an important measure to hasten our progress towards the goals that we've set for ourselves across the state in terms of local procurement, which we at the union view as an important measure to both support keiki nutrition as well as our agricultural industry. And we view this measure as one to help address some of the stumbling blocks that the effort has faced to date and ideally provide additional funding and staffing to support its progress. And appreciate the opportunity to testify. Happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you very much. I think we may have Kili Hirayama, Hawaii Youth Food Council.
Hi, my name is Kaylee Hirayama. I am a 9th grader at HPA on the Big Island, speaking on behalf of the Hawaii Youth Food Council. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of House Bill 248. Implementing complex area authority to direct school meal programs allows the flexibility to buy from local grown agriculture. This gives financial support to local farmers while allowing superintendents to make the best decisions for their individual school food programs. As a student, eating nourishing foods at school gives me energy, helps me focus in class, and improves my health both mentally and physically. It will raise awareness about local agriculture and the importance of nutrition while building a close community for both the present and the future, which is a core component of the island-wide farm-to-school Hui that houses the council. Our islands have several small farms, and giving us students these local foods keeps us healthy while benefiting our community and sustainability. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Ulupono.
Morning, Chair Yamashita, Vice Chair Kitagawa, members of the committee. My name is Micah Munikata. I'm with the Ulupono Initiative. We'd like to stand on our submitted written testimony in support of this measure. Just one brief comment. You know, this bill really just prioritizes local food in our school meal programs, which directly support our keiki and our local producers here within the state. This bill also provides the tools to help meet our farm-to-school goals that are quickly approaching, to be honest. So it's really a good tool to enable the DOE to meet some of the measures that were previously passed by this body. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. We may have Yvonne Euro. Okay, individual in support. Is there anyone else wishing to testify on this measure? Seeing none, members, any questions? Representative Ayu, followed by Ward.
This is for DOE. Do the superintendents not already have the authority to procure farm to school?
Randy, I'll take the question. Randy, I'll have Randy
Sure.
Tanaka answer that.
Yep.
Thank you.
Hello, Chair, Vice Chair. Rep, Ayu, question again, please?
Do the superintendents, area superintendents, not already have the authority to procure farm to school or to do what's being asked here?
That is correct.
They don't have
No, they have through the principal reports to the complex area superintendent, and the principals manage the cafeteria managers, and they purchase at the local level. Correct.
Okay, so this is just reaffirming that belief that they already can do.
No, it's forcing a different pathway. And so just for clarification, we believe, and from what I've been able to assess, and that's why we're working on the centralized kitchen, that independent purchasing does not give us the consistency of purchasing across the board. Basically, it comes down to a food buyer. A food buyer needs to buy local. Now, there's a separation between farm to school and food purchasing. And right now, it's all kind of bundled on the farm to school. What we need is a food buyer to focus on buying local. The other thing we've done, or are unwinding, we had a statewide menu program. We are deconstructing that to purchase locally by island, and that will help us work closer with the farmers. And the ramp up period that was given to us until 2030 is an appropriate schedule so we can align the farmers on what they grow and what we intend to purchase and put on the menus. So that's kind of how we're restacking.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Thank
Chair.
you.
Okay, Representative Ward.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Hashida, Superintendent, your testimony was underwhelming. You said that you're fearing that you're getting decentralized. Well, why do you fear decentralization? You say in your testimony that, hey, this is going to decentralize. Why is that a problem?
I think there are certain services within the department that a centralized process would provide perhaps better service as well as quality, as Assistant Superintendent Tanaka just shared. I believe food services being one of them is very important. So for complex area superintendents to be able to undertake this would be very overwhelming for them, adding already to the responsibilities that they currently have. So centralizing that food service through A.S. Tanaka's office would actually, we believe, provide better quality as well as expedite the level of services to our schools.
So would this compete with your centralized kitchen that you're planning, or you already have the cafeteria hub where you're going to make meals for multiple? It says DOE does 100,000 meals now?
Yes.
That's huge. You're probably as big as the Army. So is the centralized kitchen already there and you're building it, or it's still in its...
It's still in its conceptual. I can have A.S. Tanaka share a little bit more
So I want to see
about
if this
the concept.
competes with that centralization of the food. Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
Morning, Rep.
Good
Ward.
morning.
The kitchen is in its design phase.
Oh.
So we don't expect this to be operational for about 2.5 years. The funding was appropriated.
So how would this one fit in with that? Would this kind of like, hey, we're decentralizing, or could we just fit it into your centralized huge kitchen?
It'll get there. It's part of it. It's the steps that we need to take. But the management, so understand that the principals manage the personnel at the cafeteria. The personnel purchases the food. So that's how it's set up currently. There are two challenges we have, two primary challenges we have is I can't tell you with a high degree of certainty what we're buying at each of these locations. The only thing we have control on is the menus, and that's a requirement by the federal government from the nutrition side. So that's one way we manage it.
But sir, your testimony, or the superintendent testimony, is that the school complexes do not have the ability to plan menus.
They don't plan menus. That's planned by the centralized operation.
Well, it says they don't have the ability. I don't know if planning menus is rocket science, but that seems a little bit distorted.
There's some complexities in terms of the federal requirement on sugar and salt and grain. So that's we have 3 nutritionists on staff that monitor this all the time, that we're providing the proper nutrition based on the federal standards. That's how we get our reimbursements. We have to meet the federal standard.
There's another intervening variable that we ran into in the Ag Committee, and that is from the Farm Bureau. There's not enough produce, that there's not enough farmers to actually feed what you guys actually need. So that's going to be another barrier to this, but we won't go there now. That's a big variable. We got a high demand, we got a very low supply.
Correct. So
that's unfortunate.
We're on parallel roads. We have to build capacity and then begin to match against our menu planning.
But then you're arguing decentralization. Just like the people in their kitchens, whatever's in the fridge is what they cook for the day. I mean, whatever the decentralized ones, may be even better to adjust possibly. But thank you for your testimony. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Any further questions? Representative Kahalo.
A.S. Tanaka, can you help clarify for our committee a couple things? So we know the intent is to procure more local, as much local as we can to our schools as possible by 2030. That's the overall arching goal. And the intent of the bill is just to get there in the best way possible. We understand that we have regional food hubs based across the state now that can help with the sourcing. We do have farmers that can source food, but we don't have one farmer that can source 200 million pounds of potatoes. We need to have multiple farmers aggregating and pulling up. And so I think the decentralized model speaks to that. But it may not be the best model. So I guess the question is whether we decentralize or centralize. The concern that was brought up today that the process you have to get the centralized kitchens ready are 2.5 years in the making. So in my head, the math is about right before 2026, we may have a model if we don't switch and pass this bill to this model. So can you explain how, I think the intent is just to meet our goals by 2030. So whether we stick to the model that you've been working on or pivot with this, how are we going to get there in either situation in the time that we need to?
So if we will stick to the 2030 model, and there's a 2050 model to be at 50%, which is probably more challenging than 2030. So like I said, we run parallel roads, and what Rep. Ward alluded to is a part of the major problem is supply. If we were to switch next year, we can't get the supply, because farming, if you have any relationship with farming, is not like tomorrow I can pull it off the vine and we're there. We have to build capacity, and we know in the state we have some limitations in the ability to do that. An example I will use, about 5 months ago we started buying local lettuce, and the farmer through the heat, all the lettuce wilted and he couldn't supply us, right? And there is no other provider that didn't already have customers that would be willing to give us all their supply. It's just not a practical way for farmers to survive. So the centralized purchasing, the way we have it now is we can resource, right? We go to another provider and we look at the list of folks that can provide to us. So that helps. If not, every individual school that was getting this lettuce is now scrambling to go find another provider. So it's a little bit of a challenge. And we went through that drill with COVID. We had kitchens shut down. Okay, what kitchen's going to back it up, and so on and so forth. So that's the supply issue is a real one, and it's very short-term, difficult to deliver because the current farmers already supply other markets that they're growing to what they can sell, right? So we compete with the open market, visitor industry, stores, so that we have to manage. A centralized purchasing and production gives us that ability to bulk purchase and manage and shift accordingly. So that's kind of the advocacy for a central operation. I've looked at 5 central operations in the West Coast, right? Tacoma, Oakland, Sacramento, Clark County, and LA. And they all have this, and I just focused on the Western region because they have product supply. California is a large producer of produce throughout California, so they have supply. That's not their issue. Their issue is serving the multitude of schools and the standardization, so that system works. And it's not a unique model to the West Coast, it's across the US. So that's my advocacy for centralization. But I'm sorry, I don't know if I've completely answered your question.
I guess just one follow-up is, you talked about different national models for the centralized kitchen model for local procurement. I believe there are also decentralized models across the country as well. So there are multiple models doing this work. So not necessarily that one is better than the other, that different states have taken different approaches to local procurement. Is that correct? That there are national models for the decentralized kitchen model, which is in this bill?
Part of the economies of scale come in the centralized system. Now everybody needs to right-size their operation to their community, things of that nature. But when you're talking the kind of volume we provide, it has value on a centralized system. The other challenge we're going to have in 2 areas is the condition of our kitchens today. They're pretty old, and I will tell you some of them, our best guess is to stand up these kitchens again, walk-ins and upgrading the equipment. We're talking almost 10 million per school. A centralized kitchen model that we have in place now is about $35 to $40 million to service a minimum of 30 schools. So the economics work against us in that fashion. And then the other thing is labor. We have a very matured working force. We love those folks that's working in those cafeterias, but my expectation in the next 5 years, we could lose 20 to 30% of that workforce. Now, nobody is going to lose their job. We've had good discussions with our union partners. The jobs will change a little bit, but we still have to warm and serve in the schools, right? So that's the multitude of challenges we're facing in the food operation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Representative Ward.
Chair, if I may follow up, sir. $10 million a kitchen is a big renovation project, and you got, what, 200 of these? Or
280.
280.
87 now.
Would it not be cheaper to contract to Zippy's or somebody who can get you the hot food with your precise recipe? In other words, going to the private sector, or you don't think we have that capacity?
Sodexo is one option, but you mentioned Zippy's as a model.
Name any other one.
Well, no, they're the one that have the central kitchen. And we tried to talk to them about them providing the chilies and stuff to us. They don't want to do it. Our volume's too big.
And you talked money and they still didn't listen?
Well, they want more than what we can produce it for.
Okay, so you have looked at some of the numbers
yes.
of this. And it comes out more than $10 million a kitchen.
So when you talk about a kitchen, you're not talking only pots and pans and stoves. And you're talking electrical upgrades. You're talking hazmat mitigation, because a lot of these kitchens were built way back when, and then the walk-ins all have to be replaced.
And hopefully there's correlation between students learning and their eating, because, you know, we're in the education business, not
That's
in the
right.
food
That's
business.
right. And that's the positive model of farm to school. We need to help people understand that food does not come from the drive-ups. There's a whole process of agriculture, and my associates on the ed side have already begun this process. And we're talking CTE, we're talking the ALC students. It's a very diverse opportunity.
Well, we look at things much more simply than you do, sir.
Well, that's what you pay me for. The superintendent pays me for
Okay.
to look at this stuff.
Thank you for your
Thank you.
testimony. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Representative Kila, followed by Board Boy.
Superintendent, I have a question. Thank you, Chair. So I'm looking at HDA's testimony, and they're supportive of the intent, but the idea behind it, and I'm concerned, is that being taken into effect that you probably would have to need more service positions? And then I want to make it clear I support the intent for anybody who's watching and might be concerned, but do you then have to renegotiate contracts because they're taking on new duties and responsibilities?
I'll ask A.S. Tanaka again to answer your question, Representative. He's been very instrumental in moving the work forward.
Rep. Kila, again, the question, please.
So I'm looking at HDA's testimony, and they're supportive of the intent, but then something they're saying that's not being addressed is the addition of positions, but also my concern is, like I had said, I don't want people who are watching virtually not to know that I'm not supportive of this measure. But if we're adding on new duties and responsibilities that's not in people's job descriptions, are we then putting ourselves in a position for renegotiation or violation of contracts?
I think we're going to have that dynamic discussion with our workforce partners, and I think it's an important part of it. You know, what we do today is not what we did 20 years ago. It's a dynamic workforce. And you know, when I was in LA, I mean, their workforce had technical skills that, in terms of mechanization, they had technical skills on food quality and distribution. I actually rode the delivery truck in Sacramento to the different schools and how that works. So it's going to be different. I hope we have a very dynamic discussion and that they can provide the services that we will need. So I think the bill has many good aspects, but I think there's stuff that we're already engaged in and have plans for in terms of moving forward in the modernization of our food service. Please realize we only feed about half the kids. The bigger goal is to get more kids to eat. And we have to improve the food quality, we have to improve the delivery services, and that's going to put some stress, and that's what's going to create more jobs for our communities.
So our cafeteria ladies are going to be asked to do more in the future?
No, not at the school level, not so much.
Sorry, cafeteria ladies and uncles.
Yeah. Well noted, so noted. Thank you.
Representative Keela, Sean Bacon, Assistant Superintendent for Office of Talent Management. So just to expand on your question a little bit, you know, if we had to move and do a different model, for example, the department has a process that we do work with our local unions. You know, duties and responsibilities are going to change. You know, we're going to have to take a look at that and go through that process and maybe possibly reclassify some of our positions and look to see so that we're making sure that we're paying our people appropriately for the duties and functions that they're doing if we need to do that through this process. So it's something we'd work with our unions, also go through the Board of Education on this process too if we did have to do any type of reorganization.
So there's a upfront appropriation and an appropriation that we're not going to necessarily see as it evolves. It's a process like this, right?
It would be, yes, it's a process. So if if we did go to like a centralized kitchen model type of example here, you know, we'd have to look at what schools are going to be affected, you know, and the people that are in those positions. What is the new duties and responsibilities going to look like at this centralized model, for example? Reclassify and maybe even develop some new positions, but possibly then go through our reduction in force process where we would reassign people accordingly based on their qualifications, and then from there maybe have to do some additional recruitment on top of that based on the qualifications of the positions.
So as it's written right now, 2024 is a little too aggressive. to obtain this, to start the program?
I would refer back to AS Tanaka on that one about the 2024.
It will be a Herculean lift.
Don't look
Let
at
me put
me.
it that way.
I can barely lift myself. Okay.
No, it's an aggressive schedule.
Okay. Because I think the intent is so very supportive, but I don't want to put anybody in a position where we will fail.
Yeah, and I don't want to be up here getting beat up next year if I never perform against it. I have to be honest with you, it's a Herculean
Don't
lift.
worry, I'll work it up to work.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Representative Portman.
Relating to the centralized kitchens, I know that Molokai was possibly being considered as a site. It's a very rural area, District 13 generally is, and I'm just curious, with us having one road in and one road out to some schools, if in that planning you're considering logistical issues where roads might be cut off for prolonged periods of time and food delivery might not be possible, if that's part of the planning process to
So
compensate for.
your question is probably the softest pitch I've had since I've been here, because we have already started on that process. Last year, the legislative group allocated $15 million for Lanai and Molokai. We have started the process of expanding that kitchen with the expectation that in tough times, and we went through this drill during COVID, where the kitchen was shut down on Lanai, or a sewer pipe was broken, we had to shut down the kitchen. We have already started plans in the expansion of those two kitchens to a level that it can meet the expectations, not only for the students, but these assets are community assets. In tougher times where we have to feed the community, we have that asset being upgraded. We're also looking at putting in generators, because if we have electrical failure, how do we support the kitchen to provide those goods? And that's why local food purchasing is a critical element of what we have to do, because if we can't import stuff within a reasonable short term, because we know we can satisfy in a longer term, that's what we're doing for those facilities, and Hana also.
So if Kilohana School, the road gets cut off for a day or two during school being in session, how will the meals get from Ho'olehua to Manae?
So part of what I saw on the mainland is they cycle in food, and that's why some of the renovations at the school level has to be made, and it's primarily the walk-in or the cooling facilities. So we will be able to stock a little more. We did the same thing with COVID and the PPEs. We overstocked those tougher communities to get to on a frequent basis, and that's what we did, and we'd follow the same strategy against that.
And so the schools are aware of this
Yes,
happening?
we've started working on it.
Okay.
We sent a crew up about 4 months ago, once we got the appropriation release from the governor's office. And the people in the rural areas are much more resilient. I would have a tougher time here in Honolulu than I would have on the rural areas. They're a lot tougher. They know what to do.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Members, any further questions? Yeah, I have one question for the Farm Bureau. Okay, this is a general question that maybe others can answer too, but to some degree, when we put this together, it'll be the farms that have scale will have the advantage, because that's what is needed to provide a consistent supply to the department. Many years ago, an effort to try and supply at a local level was done through co-ops and different things like that. Right, we all know farmers, small farmers, struggle financially. And so what happened in the past is when market conditions change and maybe they procure to the DOE or to an entity for a certain amount, and market conditions to the open market was better, they would sell their crops there because they could make more money and then not supply their commitments. Has this conversation happened with your members as to if, because right, at some point they're going to want in on this. Are they talking about or thinking about how they're going to commit to being able to supply the Department of Education? And even, you know, because I know that even the military wanted to buy local also, but we never could make that happen because consistent supply was the issue.
Thank you, Chair. Brian Miyamoto here on behalf of the Hawaii Farm Bureau. I think you hit a lot of the points, the consistency, the supply, the scale. So the previous model that you referenced to, the co-op model, we have now a food hub model. And again, we think that will help increase small farmers' access into markets. We believe with the DOE, food safety is going to be an issue. So a lot of our small farmers are unable to meet the food safety requirements where the larger farmers are. In fact, our largest farmer grows about 1 million pounds of produce a week, but has about 18 different food safety audits required.
I'm interested if the conversation happened that, you know, when this happens, that there has to be some level of commitment, and has the discussion happened with your members?
It has. We've sent out surveys on interest in participating in the Farm to School program. Again, there's a lot of hurdles. We need to know what the DOE is looking for, what types of food, because they do need a certain supply, they do need scale. So, but there is interest out there. But farming is a long-term process, and I think you brought it up where our farmers already have markets. And quite frankly, farming is a business first and foremost. So if a farmer, majority of farmers, I'm not going to say all, can sell to a restaurant, a supermarket, a hotel for more than they can sell to the DOE, more than likely they're going to sell to those other markets. So it is a process, and that's why we're looking to cut down the costs or reduce the cost of production. Tons of things that this legislature is supporting farmers with, but there are some complex issues if we're going to meet the 2030 goal. We believe that the DOE can meet that, but we also have other goals for the University of Hawaii, for the state prisons and the state hospitals. So it is a discussion with the members. It's going to be a challenge. We want to know what the DOE would like our farmers to grow so they can scale up, they can plan. We understand one of the legislations has long-term contracts. That is desirable, but again, farming is a business, and we need to understand that. And I think that we can better work towards achieving those farm to school goals.
Okay, because again, I know farming is challenging and things like that, but you know, for the state, the DOE, they would require, if we go down this road, a consistent supply. And you know, there are measures in the past to you know, under enterprise zone farmers, carve-outs in force majeure situations and things like that. And you know, if those situations happened and their supply was cut in half, but they have the commitment to DOE, but they can make more money in the open market because they don't have enough supply, that's the conversation that I'm concerned with, is that, you know, you're going to commit to us. It has to be a commitment.
Well, thank you, Chair. We did bring up that discussion when Lieutenant Governor Tsutsui started the Farm to School, the Ainapona program, was the force majeure clause that we think is necessary. Will farmers be punished because they can't meet the contractual obligation due to, I mean, we just seen the terrible weather right now. So you guys are going to see less produce, less flowers, less ag products. We have invasive species, we have pest problems, we have ag crimes, ag theft. So absolutely, it is, again, it's a little bit more complex. We're trying to work with the DOE. I will admit that from the Farm Bill standpoint, we see a lot more support for this effort, especially from the DOE, but we do have, at the end of the day, we need to scale up. We can't tell the farmer what to grow, but this body and the legislature can incentivize the farmers what to grow based on what you would like to see. So those incentives that can incentivize the farmers, because, you know, we've got an iconic coffee crop. That's not really what the DOE is looking for, even our MacNut industry. So our nursery industry, farming is about a $600 million farm gate industry. Those crops that I mentioned are kind of top five, so we do need to increase scale.
Yeah, I understand. Okay, thank you very much. So at some point, you're going to have to contractually obligate these farmers. Have you put thought into that?
Yes, and Brian just got me depressed about all the things you were saying, but that is the reality of farming. I don't know how many you farm, but it is a tough business. And we have to look, or my philosophy towards this is it's a partnership with the farmer, right? You know, I don't want to grind somebody into the ground because they can't perform, but our relationship, and that's why this food buyer is so critical. You have to have that relationship. You got to go be visiting these farms and say, whoa, are we in trouble here? What do we got to look? And that's why the food hubs are important. And like,
well, like I said,
co-ops.
I think the advantage goes to the farmers of scale.
Right.
Right. And then, so my concern has always been at some point, and you know, it'll be in the future, when this is fully operational, the small farmers are going to say, well, what about us?
Yep.
And then you're going to have to decide how contractually you're going to obligate them, even in a force majeure situation. You have to be first.
Yeah, you know, and so one of the so I'll use beef as an example. So we like ground beef. The ranchers like giving us ground beef, because that's not the prime stuff. So we have to build menus that are extraordinarily good, that the kids will and consume that product. Tomatoes, it hasn't have to be the one that goes to Foodland Farm, but the second grade stuff, can we maximize that? So back to your question, do we have to warrant production? Probably, but we need to have a good working understanding, because they'll go run to the private sector for another 5-10 cents. I don't blame them. If I was the farmer, that's what I would do. But your point is well taken. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Representative Ward.
Thank you, Chef. Farm Bureau, Brian. We've talked about incentives. We've talked about supply, demand. Does the DOE give your farmers any incentives? I.e., if they gave your farmers more money, have they done that? Have they given any economic incentives is the question. And if so, why? Or if not, why not?
Thank you, Representative. Brian Miyamoto here on behalf of the Hawaii Farm Bureau. I think the attraction with the DOE is the long-term contracts. But again, there needs to be some planning. There needs to be consideration of force majeure. Price is always going to be a concern. And that's why I think A.S. Tanaka talked about the food hubs, where we hope to engage the smaller farmers so that they can increase their markets, right? They're so small that by having a food hub, basically a co-op that will aggregate the food and help distribute, help market, help sell the food, will help these small farmers gain access to more markets, including farm-to-school programs. DOE.
What percentage of your small farmers are actually now feeding the DOE or giving them or supplying them?
Representative, I think that's a question better for the Department of Education.
So they're not engaged. So you don't. Not many of your farmers are engaged enough to say, "Hey, we got half of them already supplying DOE."
I think the percentage is.
It sounds like it's low if you don't know.
Yes, it's low. Yeah, very low. Yes.
Very low.
And so that's why we come before you for positive ag policies to grow the industry, so we can meet some of these goals that have been set, some of the agriculture goals and the food production goals.
Okay, what if we gave a 10% incentive to local farmers to produce, or to buy, or to sell to the DOE? In other words, an economic incentive, like subsidies or tax credits that we do for everybody else. Would that make any difference?
I think it would depend on certain farmers. Again, some farmers are at their capacity as far as their production. They've already got their markets. Others are looking to grow. So again, we see opportunity here, but it's continued discussions and working with the legislature, working with the Department of Education, working with the Department of Agriculture to increase ag production. Ultimately, that's what we need to do. The production level that we have now is not going to meet the needs that the state
If you only
wants.
got 10% of your farmers that are doing that, of course, they don't seem to be interested or incentivized, which when the word came up, I thought, well, price is probably the most immediate and important.
Price would be an incentive, but also just managing or navigating through the procurement code. I think some farmers don't even believe that they are eligible. So again, it is working with the small farmers. It is having small farmers scale up to become medium-sized farmers, have medium-sized farmers scale up to become large farmers. End of the day, Representative, we need to grow the industry if we're going to meet these goals that we have for agriculture.
Brian, think of incentives that you can share with us as we go through this.
Absolutely. Price is one, definitely.
Okay, good. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. We had a lot of discussion. Representative Kahaloa.
Because it's near lunch, sir.
Yeah, please.
And we're thinking of food.
Thank you, Chair. Just one quick question, probably for Area Superintendent Tanaka. This is related to how much full-time staff is working to meet these local procurement goals in farm to school? How many people currently, not the workers executing the implementation, but who's doing the strategy? How many employees are working on food buying? What does that staff team look like?
So right now, the schools individually purchase. Right? So when we get to this centralized model, I think Brian alluded to the point, longer term contracts. So we're not in there all the time talking to them. What we need to do is educate the farmer on this process. We have to help them with the application process. If not, we're never going to, and that's our intention, to have, we have centralized staff now that monitors, but we're going to ask them to help with this process, and the food buyer is the one that's really going to have to do that. Remember,
so we have a food buyer or food buyers currently on
well, individual schools
working for the DOE or the procurement?
No, DOE. They're all DOE employees.
How many?
Well, every school buys their own.
So every principal is what you call a food buyer at this point?
The cafeteria manager.
Every cafeteria manager. So the intent of this bill was that there were like basically supervisors regionally to work with the CAS to be able to be the food buyer.
Yeah.
So basically your response is no, there are 0 full-time employees of the DOE working to meet our local food procurement goals for farm to school. Don't we have a farm to school coordinator?
No. There is a position for it. Right
There's
now, I am the food.
There was a bill
school.
approved to create that position. What year was that bill passed?
It's been a while.
So why don't we have one?
Because we're redefining what that role is. So that, my goal is to have that person become the food buyer.
I think one reason we're having procurement bills come forward is because we need to see the procurement goals reached. And if one of the foundational points of that act was to create a farm to school coordinator to be the point person for this work, we currently don't have that. So some of these bills might have challenges in execution and implementation if we haven't followed previous acts to create this position.
And as it was originally intended in the design for farm to school, and I had a long discussion with former Lieutenant Governor, it's not how a food purchasing process goes. I worked for the convention center and we purchased a lot of food, and I watched the food operation, and the food buyer is the one that really buys from the farmers or the brokers. So we don't have that position in a centralized form. Second thing we've done this year is improved our software program, because honestly, unless I look at purchase orders or requisitions, I don't know what the aggregate buy is. So we're working to fix all of that. We're not ready to what is termed farm to school coordinator. We're not.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, members, we're going to move on to the next bill. House Bill 250 HD1 relating to farm to school procurement. First up is Department of Education.
Hello, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Keith Hayashi, Department of Education. Excuse me. The department stands on its written testimony with comments on this measure. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. Next up is Department of Agriculture.
Good morning, or this morning. Good, Chair Yamashita, Vice Chair, members of the committee, Sharon Hurd, Department of Agriculture. We stand on our submitted testimony with comment, but I do want to point out that in my comments, the reason we're focusing on this bill is because procurement. It focuses on procurement. The previous testifiers all talked about the buying. The crux of this whole farm to school thing is the procurement. And we're focusing on geographic preference because that does solve a lot of the issues that we're talking about here. Excuse me. The previous bill was on education. We deferred from that. We determined that this issue is a procurement issue. And the previous testifiers all said that, well, many of them said that it starts at the buying level. Geographic preference actually allows them to buy local. It's part of the nutrition program. The difference is that with geographic preference, excuse me, sourcing food for the federally funded child nutrition program lies with the schools. So if the schools determine that they want to use geographic preference, they can do that. And the indefinite quantity, indefinite time is definitely a problem. What farmer can produce 45,000 pounds of tomatoes on, the next day? None of our locals. The food hubs does solve a big problem. It does address that issue. I do want to go on to say one more thing, that the Hawaii Ulu Producers Cooperative, Donna Shapiro, she was very, very strong advocate for putting ulu into the school lunch program. And she did that. She was told to have 10,000 pounds of ulu ready to go. So she did. She created a kitchen, she bought freezers, she had a GoFundMe account, and she met her goal of buying freezers. She had 10,000 pounds of ulu ready to go to the school lunch program. But as the cafeteria managers and the director, Hayashi will tell you, it was not popular among the students. It ended up in the trash bin. So the problem here is to find food that the students will eat, and I think geographic preference is the answer. So that is my testimony, that the issues that we have decided to focus on at the department lies with procurement. So thank you. Available for questions.
Okay, thank you very much. Next up is the Farmers Union on Zoom.
Aloha, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Hunter Hevelin again here on behalf of the Hawaii Farmers Union United. We stand on our written testimony in support of this measure and view it as an important step to enable more regional purchasing, as well as addressing maybe some of the market pressures faced by producers who are trying to support the Department of Education in achieving these goals. And finally, we'd just like to highlight, we view this and some of the decentralization efforts as an opportunity to ensure that what's effectively this form of state subsidy supports not just farmers at scale, but farmers who represent the majority of the agricultural industry in the state, which is to say smallholders. 7,000 of the 7,400 farms across the state sell under $250,000 a year. And so we view these decentralization and similar efforts, particularly routed through food hubs, as important mechanisms to ensure that the benefit of this subsidy accrues to the majority of producers across the state, not just those who are currently operating at scale. I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Next up is Ulupono.
Chair, Ulupono will stand as testimony in support.
Okay, thank you very much. Next up is Hawaii Public Health Institute.
Thank you, Chair, Vice Chair, committee members. Dennis Chase again from the Hawaii Public Health Institute, Program Manager of the Farm to School Hui. As was stated by Director Hurd, I think this bill addresses a lot of the concerns that we had the previous discussion about. One very important aspect of this bill is that it not only requires the detailed terms of procurement for the farmers, but it also requires that contracts be posted online. So this would allow farmers to see what they need to do to be involved with DOE, as Rep. Ward was asking about, and exactly what that contract would involve. So we think that is very important for solving a lot of these questions long term. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Next up is Hawaii Farm Bureau.
Thank you, Chair. The Hawaii Farm Bureau will stand on its written testimony in support.
Thank you. Next up is Yvonne Euro. Not present. Is there anyone wishing to testify on this measure? Please come forward.
Aloha, Kayaka, Chair, Vice Chair, and the FIN Committee. Angela Melody Young testifying to provide comments on behalf of CARES. Is this name tag okay, by the way?
No,
oh, it's not? Okay.
Thank you.
It says Dream Team. So it's the motto, dream work makes the team work. If we work together, we can achieve our dreams together. Okay. Okay. So, about this robust discussion
about food and procurement. What I was trying to say in my last testimony is that I'm not trying to tell you that this is not possible. I think it is possible. I think the management, CARES thinks the management strategy can be redirected, and CARES' opinion after careful research is that the plan is operating from an old paradigm as we are trying to implement a new way of thinking, right? Healthy nutrition for students. You're trying to achieve a very ambitious goal, and it requires restructuring, so it also requires patience. You're going from chips and fried chicken to salad and sweet potatoes grown at a farm. We're trying to get students to eat healthy. So the idea of this plan is to get healthy farm-grown food onto the school tables, but how? Let's look at every aspect of this plan. And I want to look at two new elements that we haven't really talked about. So the existing farm-to-school model, you can look at Hawai'i Public Health Institute. They have a farm-to-school hui where they work with Kamehameha schools, DOE, community organizations, Iolani, and of course the program at Iolani has like cards that teach, it's like a card game to teach students about how to grow food, but then of course Iolani is funded by, I think, a lot of money from, because they're a private school. So also, if we look at the mainland schools, Texas and California, Texas has access to grant from the federal government, and it is the Consolidated Appropriations Act from 2022, and that was accessed from the Texas Department of Agriculture for their public schools. So they got $3.9 million from the Federal Act, and then also from the American Rescue Plan Act, $6.4 million to implement at their schools to upgrade their equipment in their cafeterias, so that they can provide healthy, nutritious food for their students. And then if we look at the California Farm to School program, they also accessed, let me backtrack a little bit. Oh, about the California Food Farm to School program, they work with individual farms, and they connect the classroom and educational activities in the classroom to their cafeteria meals. So they have culinary classes, the students get involved with learning and actually growing the food and then putting it on the table. And CARES would like to highlight that these mainland models may not be replicated exactly in Hawaii, because Hawaii is very unique and it doesn't have a lot of space to grow that much food. So one other thing CARES would like to mention is that we think that there is a missing element. A missing key to this is chef consultants. So if you've ever like heard from a chef has to take into account agriculture, sustainability, climate change, budget, and all these management strategies to create not just a menu, but to source from various sources to provide for mass productions of food. So it should also be considered to work with like a private chef consultant. So thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Okay, thank you. Is there anyone else wishing to testify? Okay, members, any questions? Okay, Department of Education, I have a question. So, many times the challenge of procurement is because we receive Title I money, and so it's a federal procurement that is the issue. What are the challenges that we are facing to be able to implement more local food, and what is the federal procurement issues that we have to be concerned with?
Thank you, Chair, for the question. Randy.
The primary challenge is the amount of sugar, salt, and use of grains. So that's not as much of the problem, Chair. It's farmers not frustrated through the procurement process. So it's incumbent upon us to help the farmers go through this process and understand it, because they just want to farm. So it's incumbent upon us to help them through that process. And we have a place to start that with the farmers. A lot of the small farmers are going to struggle with the procurement process, the forms they have to complete. And then they have to meet the food safe certification. And as Brian Miyamoto had stated, a lot of our farms are not food safe certified. So we're working with those guys to help them get them certified so we can purchase from them. So it doesn't so much impact the federal dollars at this point for what we're doing now. It may going forward. We're taking hard looks at writing for grants and being more aggressive in that area. So that may lock us a little bit, but we're not there yet.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Members, any questions? Okay, we're going to move on to the next bill, House Bill 260 HD1 relating to education. Okay, first up is Department of Education.
Hello, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Keith Hayashi, Department of Education. Department stands on its written testimony in support of this measure. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Okay, thank you very much. There's no one else that signed up to testify. Is there anybody wishing to testify? Members, any questions? Seeing none, we'll move on to the next bill, House Bill 1223 HD1 relating to teachers' loans. First up is the Attorney General. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm looking at the wrong one. So yeah, Attorney General, sorry.
Good morning, Chair Yamashita, Vice Chair Kitagawa, members of the committee, and Horiuchi, Department of the Attorney General. As we stated in our testimony, the department recommends including a requirement that the DOE and the Public Charter School Commission adopt rules to help implement their respective teacher loan programs. And we've included suggested language in our testimony. I'm available for questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Department of Education.
Aloha, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Keith Hayashi, Department of Education. We stand on our written testimony with comments on this measure. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Okay, thank you. HST.
Aloha, Chair, members of the committee. Laverne Moore speaking on behalf of Osa Tui Jr., President of the Hawaii State Teachers Association. The Hawaii State Teachers Association stands on their written testimony in support. Mahalo.
Thank you. Okay, next is Hawaii State Public Charter Schools Commission.
Aloha, Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the committee. PJ4, and speaking on behalf of Yvonne Lau. And we stand on our written support, our submitted support for HB 1223 HD1. Here for questions.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to testify on this measure? Seeing none, members, any questions? Seeing none, we're going to move on to the next bill, House Bill 843 HD1 relating to education. First up is the Attorney General.
Good morning, Chair, Vice Chair, members, and Horiuchi. As set forth in our testimony, the department wanted to suggest some clarifying language to help with some of the definitions or phrases that are in the bill, and that's set forth in our testimony. I'm available for questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Department of Education.
Aloha, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Keith Hayashi, Department of Education. Department stands on its written testimony in support of this measure. Thank you.
Thank you. HSTA.
Aloha, Chair, members of the committee. Laverne Moore on behalf of Osa Tui Jr., President of the Hawaii State Teachers Association. The HSTA strongly supports this bill. It's an equity issue. Our students in remote schools need the help, and we as the state entity should support it and make it equitable for our students in small schools to receive the same amount of education that they do in the larger schools. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Next up on Zoom is Kathleen McDarrow. Not present. Okay, is there anyone else wishing to testify on this measure? Okay, seeing none, members, any questions? Okay, seeing none, we'll move on to the next bill, House Bill 1330 HD1, relating to school buses. First up is Department of Education.
Aloha Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee, Keith Hayashi, Department of Education. Department stands on its written testimony in support of this measure. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Is there anyone else wishing to testify on this measure? Seeing none, members, any questions? Represented by you.
Some quick questions on the busing situation. Even if we appropriate more money for this, is there enough drivers and buses to support getting our students to school on time and back home after the school day's over? Because I did a few school visits with IAEA Intermediate, IAEA Elementary, and one, there's just not enough buses, and two, they get out of school at 2 o'clock and the buses aren't coming till 3:30. So what's the plan for this?
It's still a driver shortage, and this is a national issue. It's not so much buses, but there's just no drivers to drive them. We have taken 4 or 5 different steps with mileage reimbursement for the parents, incentives for the bus companies. Please know that we contract this service out, so so we don't have base yards, we don't have all of those things, the maintenance of the buses, things of that nature. But to answer your question, and costs are rising, right? We're in the process of procuring the next round of services, and we've had some costs and escalations that we didn't anticipate to be this high.
Okay.
So it's still a bus driver challenge.
Okay, thank you, Chair.
Okay, Representative Markel.
You should just stay there. Are parents still having to pay for bus service?
Yes, there is a fee for those. We provide for SPED students, that's a federal mandate, so they don't pay.
Do you think that maybe even if there were enough buses, the barrier would be the cost to get onto the bus? Because I used to pay for it.
Yeah.
And I know I could afford it, but I wonder how many other parents out there can afford when they have, one child is expensive, 2 or 3.
So there is a number of programs, Title I students, I believe, don't pay.
Right.
Yeah. So that economic threshold determines whether you should be paying or not.
Right, but I'm just wondering, like long ago, we used to have free bus service.
Yeah.
Long ago. If we had that again, wouldn't more students jump on the bus?
Yeah, but it's back to the same challenge of not enough bus drivers.
That's true. I mean, we have to fix that.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Also, I think it would help with traffic.
Yeah. Absolutely, absolutely.
Parking at the schools and just the convenience of having the kids there on time, and we can work on the bus, the supply.
I think in the infinite wisdom of this body that you all realize that if we had free transportation, our chances to get absenteeism down, and it all works in that direction. Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Members, any further questions? We're done with testifying. We're at questions right now. Department, I have one more question. Yeah, please. Okay, so the issue has always been the drivers, and the issue has been that the bus drivers need to have a PUC license that is usually, well, my understanding is equivalent to like driving a truck full of gas. So it's the highest level that is required. So the number of bus drivers is limited by having that requirement and be willing to work 2 hours in the morning and 2 hours in the afternoon, right? So have you looked into other options where we get smaller buses and maybe drivers that need a lower requirement that the pool would be bigger?
Yes, and actually the requirement is a 15 passenger and below. All those vehicles still have to meet the federal standard. They have to be painted yellow. It's the federal.
So there is no other option?
It's the only thing we would work around is the licensing requirement. They would not need the CDL.
Yeah. Right.
But we could have a bus is 50 some odd passengers. We'd have like 5 buses or vans to make up, and then we still have to have drivers for that. So what we are aggressively looking at, and seems to be the trend or part of the addressing, is changing what is called a bell schedule, having different start times. But that is pretty complicated because some of the kids take care of their siblings and need to be at home same time. We got athletics and all of that, but we're working through a couple models that we have looked at.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Members, any further questions? Okay, next we'll move on to the next bill. Where we're at. Okay, next bill is House Bill 828 HD1 related to transportation. First up is Department of Education.
Hello, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee, Keith Hayashi, Department of Education. The department stands on its written testimony with comments on this measure. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. Is there anyone else wishing to testify? Please come forward.
Aloha, Chair, Vice Chair, and the FIN Committee. Angela Melody Young testifying on behalf of CARES. And the purpose of this act is to require DOE to create a student bus fare rate system for the DOE's school bus program to include free bus passes. So it is important to provide for the DOE and the students in this regard. And funding can probably be accessed from the American Rescue Plan Act, which gives out money specifically for transportation and education. So thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Okay, thank you. Okay, is there anyone wishing to testify on this measure? Seeing none, members, any questions? Okay, seeing none, we'll move on to the next bill relating to magnet schools, House Bill 464 HD1. First up is the Department of Education.
Aloha, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee, Keith Hayashi, Department of Education. Department stands on its written testimony with comments on this measure. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Okay, thank you very much. Next up is HSTA.
Aloha, Chair, members of the committee, Laverne Moore, on behalf of Osa Tui Jr., President of the Hawaii State Teachers Association. The HSDA supports this bill, and we stand on our written testimony and want to make a key point that this magnet school bill will bring the community together. The community is strong in support of this, and it would meet their culture-based learning in their community. So we support this. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, we're moving on to Kathleen McDarrow. Not present. Okay. Is there anyone else wishing to testify on this measure? Seeing none, members, any questions? Okay, seeing none, we're going to move on to the next bill. House Bill 244 HD1 relating to career and technical education. First up is Department of Education.
Aloha, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee, Keith Hayashi, Department of Education. Department stands on its written testimony with comments on this measure. Thank you for the opportunity.
Okay, thank you very much. Next up is Corey Rosenby on Zoom. Not present. Okay. Okay. Is there anyone else wishing to testify on this measure? Seeing none, members, any questions? Okay. Seeing none, we're going to move on to the next bill. House Bill 936 HD1 relating to education. First up, Department of Education.
Hello, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee, Keith Hayashi, Department of Education. Department stands on its written testimony with comments on this measure. Thank you very much for the opportunity to testify.
Okay, thank you very much. Next up is the Board of Education on Zoom.
Sorry, this is Bill Arakaki. Thank you, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. I'm here with my grandson babysitting, so he'll be joining us on my testimony here. Again, my name is Bill Arakaki. I am the part of the Board of Education of Hawaii, member and chair for the Ad Hoc Committee for Legislation. We submit testimony and stand by our comments. I just wanted to emphasize that there is the Article 10, Section 3, Constitution of the State of Hawaii that authorizes the board regarding educational policy, and also with board policy 102-15 regarding graduation requirements. We do understand the importance of financial literacy. We would like to suggest that there would be language regarding requiring the board and the Department of Education to analyze the need, impact, and feasibility of this financial literacy requirement and others that may come up. And then with that, we can better change policy and have this implemented for our students so that they are career, college, and workforce ready. I stand by for any questions, and thank you for this opportunity to testify.
Okay, thank you very much. Next up is the Hawaii Credit Union League. Stephanie Sakamoto. Not present. Okay. Next up is Danson Honda.
Good morning or afternoon, I'm not sure. Good morning, Chair Yamashita, Vice Chair Kitagawa, and members of the House Finance Committee. My name is Danson Honda, and I'm testifying in strong support of House Bill 946 HD1. In 2008, the state legislature passed Senate Concurrent Resolution 92 and Senate Resolution 52, which created a financial education and asset building task force. The task force noted the issue that schools are not required to offer financial literacy courses and that students are not required to take financial literacy courses. This remains true today. One of their recommendations included making financial literacy a graduation requirement in high school. In 2015, the state legislature passed Senate Concurrent Resolution 97, SD1, establishing the Financial Literacy Task Force. This task force submitted a report to the BOE and the legislature recommending the implementation of a financial literacy program in schools. In 2021, Senate Concurrent Resolution 152 passed, urging the Department of Education to coordinate with DCCA to implement a graduation requirement of at least a half credit in financial literacy, which 17 states have already done. As a former student member of the Hawaii State Board of Education, I understand the board's desire to have complete oversight of setting graduation requirements. However, history has shown a blatant disregard for this essential subject. We had an incredible opportunity to lead the nation in financially educating our youth. Yet we are now consistently ranked among the states with the lowest level of high school financial literacy in the nation. I read the BOE's, actually we just heard the BOE's testimony saying that the legislature should instead require them to analyze the need to make financial literacy a graduation requirement. The truth is, we've already been there and done that so many times. That would only mean more endless cycles of not getting it done. And as a former member of the Board of Education, I am in part to blame, and I want to sincerely apologize for the lack of action this group has taken. A state mandate is needed. Unfortunately, financial literacy wasn't on my radar till well past I graduated. Like most people, I learned about financial literacy through my mistakes. I grew up in a single income family of 4. For the first 20 years of my life, I did not know what it was like to sleep on an actual bed. I slept on a fold-up mattress on the living room floor because a small one-bedroom apartment was all that my family could afford. As a child, I believed that going to school, getting good grades, and going to college was the key to success. I was a straight-A student throughout most of my school years, and I thought that if I worked hard enough, I could achieve anything. But about halfway through high school, I got involved in student government, and I interacted with students from all walks of life. I realized that there was something very important missing from our education system, but I couldn't figure out what it was. I often asked myself, if working hard, getting good grades, and going to college was the key to success, then why do so many people who do these things end up struggling in life? I became disillusioned with our education system. I began focusing more on what was going on outside the classroom than inside the classroom. My grades slipped, and by my senior year of high school, things weren't looking great. I didn't walk at high school graduation. I had to take a remedial class over the summer to officially graduate. According to our education system, I was a failure. Fortunately, I was able to get into college, but by the time I was halfway through, I was in a financial mess. Isn't it interesting how 18-year-olds with zero financial knowledge are able to open credit cards and take out student loans? But I was determined to make a change. I started to learn about how to manage my finances. I didn't learn that from my parents, and I didn't learn that in school. Not even going to business school in college helped me with that. I had to learn how to manage my finances on YouTube. I learned about budgeting, saving, investing, and all the other tools necessary for financial success. I realized that my education up until that point had been missing this critical piece, and that our education system had left me ill-equipped to face the financial challenges of the real world. After graduate, I realized that working smart to somewhere rather than working hard to nowhere was what would actually make a difference in my life. After graduating college, I started looking for a job early 2020. We all know what happened in 2020, COVID. I applied for job after job. I worked so hard after all those years to get my college degree, only to find out that employers didn't want to hire me anyways. But financial literacy taught me one very important thing. Times change, and relying on one source of income and one career path is very risky. I was prepared to adapt and overcome. So while most of the world was panicking, unsure of what to do, I identified many opportunities that were available during the pandemic. 2 years later, despite being jobless and broke with 5 figures of debt at the beginning of the pandemic, I became a first-time homeowner, and I bought a single-family house in Pro City at 24 years old. I was able to do it by working as a food delivery driver and applying the financial skills I learned to compound my earnings. After the pandemic is over, the world will continue to change in unpredictable ways, but the need to know how to manage finances will remain constant. The income that people make is important, but what people do with what they make is just as important. Looking back, I'm grateful for the financial knowledge I gained and the positive impact it had on my life. And now I'm passionate about sharing that knowledge with others so that they too can experience the life-changing benefits of financial literacy. Give a person a fish and you feed them for a day. Teach a person how to fish and you will feed them for life. Please vote in support of this bill and help provide the Department of Education with the necessary funds for successful implementation. By investing in the financial education of our youth, we can create a brighter future for our community and our economy. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Very good. Is there anyone else wishing to testify on this measure? Please come forward.
Aloha, Kayaka, Chair, Vice Chair, and the FIN Committee. My name is Angela Melody Young, testifying on behalf of CARES. I just want to applaud the gentleman before me and his passion. Yeah.
No, we don't allow applause. So.
Oh. What do we allow? Okay. I was just hoping to testify to echo his testimony. Financial literacy is the effective use of the financial skills and assets, including personal financial management and budgeting and investing. So it's a very necessary life skill to learn at school, and therefore it should be for consideration that there should be funds appropriated for the initiative. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, is there anyone else wishing to testify? Seeing none, members, any questions? Representative Takanouchi.
Hi, for DOE, the program that you referenced in the testimony about that you're working on, is there any more details about the timeline for getting that into the schools, and what does it include?
Thank you for the question. Deputy Armstrong.
Hi, thank you. Right now, it's not a requirement for graduation. Requirements for graduation are set by the Board of Education. We do offer a half credit for a financial literacy course, so that's one offering. other schools are do offer financial literacy curriculum, and that can be recorded for record-keeping purposes in a variety of ways. One example that has been shared is that some schools may be able to record that financial literacy training in the student's personal transition plan that begins at grade 9 and follows them to high school, but that might not be how all schools are doing it. So we've recently, we have financial literacy standards. The next step would be to adopt those financial literacy standards, and that would be done through the Board of Education, so that we know what we're talking about when we say students have financial literacy. So currently that is where the department is now. It is offered in many of our schools, but it is not required, and currently it is not a requirement for graduation, and we defer to the Board of Education for that. Thank you.
Sorry, quick follow-up. How many students are participating in the program, I guess?
Right now, because we don't have a mechanism we can report how many students are taking it as a half credit, because that's a half credit course, but other than that, we don't have a mechanism to gather that data.
How many students, I guess, have taken that half credit course then?
I can get that to you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Members, any further? Representative Kobayashi, followed by Chun.
Would this require that students have this financial literacy by 2025?
That's what it says.
So this would include some people who are already in high school?
Yes.
Is that practical? To impose a requirement midterm in your high school career?
No.
Has the legislature ever legislated a specific requirement for high school graduation?
The Board of Education is the entity that sets requirements for the Board of Education.
No.
I mean for graduation.
So in other words, the legislature has never required a specific item as a requirement for education.
I don't know that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you. I actually have a question for the Board of Education. Board Member Arakaki, are you still there?
Yes, I am.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. I just wanted to ask, as a member of the Board of Education, so this, according to testimony from Mr. Honda, this is not a new issue. And I just wanted to know, has the Board of Education looked at this in the past or have plans to look at it in the future?
Being a new board member, I would have to research as far as this has been brought up to the board regarding a graduation requirement. And just to let you know, I've been in the DOE for 40 years as a teacher, coach, vice principal, principal, and complex area superintendent. And thank you, Department of Education, for the update on the work that's being done regarding financial literacy. And even during my time as a principal at Waimea High School, financial literacy was something that we did. This was back in 1999, 2007, that with working with financial institutions on Kauai to provide resources and information regarding checking accounts, interest rates, and many other things that testimony that came forth from that student. And believe me, I have 5 children. One just graduated 2 years ago, and this is something that is so important in life and success. So definitely for the board, we understand there is a gap and a need to really enforce a procedure and process to ensure that we can make changes to policies so this can happen for the system. So we just completed our new strategic plan, and this aligns with as far as the high quality learning, workforce, quality workforce, and also the systems within our education. So this really aligns to something that we can really work on and make it happen now because of the many testimonies here. And truthfully, with all of our hearts, this is something that we can look into and work together with the department, with the data we collect, and to ensure what needs to be done. And, you know, being in the system and education is, okay, if we're going to need to do this for all schools, you know, how is this going to impact the process as far as bell schedules, funding, and many areas? Again, schools have worked on this as part of their career workforce continuums, college and continuums, what skills they need. So it's there, and I think once we get this information, we can move forward as needed for the sake of our students and our family and the state of Hawaii.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. Any further questions, Representative Ayu?
This is for DOE or BOE. It seems like you guys are saying this is important, but we've taken a really long time to implement this. Like, and you're talking about changing bell schedules and all of this stuff. Isn't it as simple as making the course required and having students take the course? Isn't it?
Well, thank you for the question, Representative Keith Hayashi, Department of Education. As we and I think it is complex, being that if we were to add a course to what's required to graduate, that then takes an elective away from a student, that they have options. So the department.
It's pretty simple then. They lose an elective and they have this important financial literacy course to take.
Right, and the electives that students take, though, are also connected to workforce readiness in the high school and those areas. So while they're all very important, the department has been looking at how we can incorporate perhaps within existing areas within the department. So that's some of the things that we've been identifying and working with, and as Deputy Armstrong has shared, looking at what schools have currently done and working in collaboration with the board.
Okay, what schools currently offer the 1 credit course or the half credit course? How many schools?
We'll get that to you, Representative.
Okay,
Sorry, we don't
I
have
think
that
this
right now.
question was asked at the judiciary hearing or the education hearing a few weeks ago. So we still don't have an answer on this question?
Well, we'll get that to you.
Okay.
Definitely.
Okay, and then a question for Mr. Honda. He has his hands up too, so I think he has an answer to my question.
Okay, the information that you're going to get for Representative Ayu, could you get that to the committee and then we'll disseminate? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
When I was doing research regarding this subject, I analyzed course catalogs from every single public high school in the state. Currently, only 8 schools offer that half-credit financial literacy course, and one of them, like, not offering it yet, but will be next school year. That's Pro City High School. They're going to start next year. And then I want to speak towards, we talked about possibly taking away from elective credits. Unfortunately, this is a nationwide movement. There are many states that have already implemented these things, right? And then they've all done it in different ways. So one way, for example, Florida, they did take away a half credit in elective course to add in a standalone financial literacy class. Another way to do it, and possibly the way that makes most sense with our DOE system, is currently for the social studies requirement for graduation, there is a 1 credit of an elective requirement, right? So a financial literacy course can help fulfill half a credit of that 1 credit requirement.
Okay, and then my last question for you kind of follows up on Representative Kobayashi's question. If this was if you were a senior next year and this was assigned to you, would you have any objection taking this course, knowing what you know now?
Knowing what I know, absolutely, I would have no question that this is a necessity to take. And we've seen over time, since 2008, these discussions have been starting, and we've seen what happened to, in our world, our economy since 2008. Prices have gone up exponentially, while students, still continue to not have the financial tools needed to succeed and stay here and live in Hawaii.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. Members, any further questions? Okay. I made a comment in the middle and I just want to clarify. So, I kind of jokingly said there's no applause, but it's my belief that it works both ways. We don't allow booing also. Okay. Okay, next we're going to move on to House Bill 1128 HD2 relating to support of traditional native speaking Hawaiians. First up is, let's see where are we? Okay, first up is Yvonne Lau, Charter Schools.
Aloha, Chair, Vice Chair, committee members, PJ4 on behalf of Yvonne Lau. We stand on our submitted testimony providing comments on this, reiterating again that we do support efforts to strengthen the use of Hawaiian language as an official language of the state. And we deeply appreciate the bill's intent to further that support, the Hawaiian language.
Okay, thank you very much. Late testimony from Department of Education on this one.
Hello, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee, Keith Hayashi, Department of Education. We stand on our written testimony with comments on this measure. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. The Department of Accounting and General Services.
Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee, on behalf of Comptroller Keith Regan, I am Dr. Adam Jansen. I have the privilege of serving as State Archivist and Administrator of the Public Archives. DAG stands on its late testimony in support of this bill, and as the self-identified records nerd in the room, I also want to stress how important it is to support traditional Hawaiian language because of the immense amount of early and mid-19th century Hawaiian records that we preserve, that we need to maintain access to that documentary heritage so we don't lose it. And I welcome the opportunity to address any questions or concerns you may have. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Next up is Kaleo Unakupu. Hanzu.
Aloha mai kākou. Okay, sorry, but can't hear. Aloha Chair Yamashita, Vice Chair Kitagawa, and members. I am Kahea Faria on behalf of Kaleo Unakupa, a Council of Native Speakers of Hawaiian Language. We stand by our written testimony in strong support of HB 1128 and humbly request that the committee reconsider the wording on page 4, line 4, that states island with a population of 500 or less. I come from Niihau, but I currently reside on the island of Oahu, which has way more than 500 people. So if we could reconsider that language in this bill. Mahalo nui for the opportunity to provide testimony. Aloha kākou.
Okay, thank you very much. Is there anyone else wishing to testify? Please.
Ano ai ke aloha, aloha no kākou. Chair, Vice Chair, Committee, mahalo nui loa for having, for hearing this bill is the first point I'd like to make. My name is Keauni Smith. I come from Kekaha, Kauai. I'm a second language speaker of Hawaiian, meaning my own parents do not speak Hawaiian, and yet I am an intergenerational Hawaiian speaker of the language. My grandmother is my only source where I picked up my fluency. Outside of her, it was her generation's brothers, sisters, acquaintances, people of Kauai who, when I was a child, were kupuna at that time and are no longer with us, not from Niihau. The biggest influence in my life are the people of Niihau. I am from Kekaha, born and raised. All of my neighbors are from Niihau. The fluency that I have today is because of them. They were my playmates as from elementary, before elementary, till today. Never lost the language. So this is my background that I come from. I am also a member of Kaleo Unakupa, along with Mrs. Faria, who just spoke. And that's a brief, in order to explain the experience of being from Kekaha as a second language speaker of Hawaiian myself, it has been my personal experience from when I was in elementary school, intermediate school, high school, and even till today, to have my Niihau neighbors come to me at my house with a paper, and that paper happens to be an employment application, a tax form, even a notice from the post office how to change your address because they don't understand the language on it. That has been my role in my community, and that continues even today. The purpose of this bill is to address what has been ignored for decades now, is that having come out of the 1900s where there was no support for Hawaiian language, in fact, it was denigrated by the government establishment of the time, where everyone was encouraged to switch to English and English only, not even bilingual, just English. We are now coming out of that era with the Hawaiian immersion schools. And mahalo kia kua, we thank the society we live in today for allowing for Hawaiian immersion schools and for a new type of Hawaiian, because it is still Hawaiian. Therefore, my message to you is that there is no longer one Hawaiian. There is the Hawaiian of those native speakers, just like those from Ni'ihau, those kupuna who remain today, very few who are left, Hawaii, Maui, Molokai, Oahu, who are still there. They're not dead and gone. They're not dinosaurs. They are still here. We exist today in the same time and space. And yet, their Hawaiian is not the same Hawaiian that we see coming out of the immersion schools. And for good reason. The reason is that the immersion schools are there to teach people who did not speak Hawaiian how to speak Hawaiian. Everyone, administrators, teachers, and their students, till today. In order to do that, in this modern era, it was important to create new language among themselves. But guess what? Unintelligible to our native speakers, because they were created by a separate group of people, a separate demographic. And what is good for the immersion schools needs to be encouraged and continue. But what we are talking about is this demographic that has been ignored for these past generations. Whereas the basic human right of being afforded public notices in language that one understands, that has been afforded to all of our immigrants. Korean speakers, Vietnamese, Ilocano, Japanese speakers, but not our native Hawaiian speakers. New Hawaiian speakers, yes. How do I know this? I'm a professional translator. I receive jobs from the various offices across the county and state government. Department of Health, how serious is that to be given a notice from the Department of Health in a language that you don't understand? So this is the situation. What I have seen in my capacity as a private translator is the opportunity to not only translate, but to review the translations of others. And invariably, coming out of these state agencies, the deference, the unspoken policy, because none exists, is to always defer to the new language coming out of the immersion schools, which is unintelligible to our native speakers. What this bill seeks to do is to support all varieties of Hawaiian, not one over another. And the stipulation of 500, as we all know, everyone in this room and everyone watching on YouTube, there is no such island as a population of 500. It doesn't exist. Who would put that in there? That was not part of the original language of this bill. So who would do that? Someone who wishes to deny the native speakers access to public documentation in their own language? Or to kill this bill? That needs to be stricken. Because it's a very serious hindrance to the effectiveness of the bill itself. So my testimony to you is to please support the bill. As I understand by looking at the testimonies that have been submitted, many that are saying yes, support this bill, are also stipulating please remove the 500. Others are saying yes, not even knowing that there is a stipulation of 500. Those who are saying no because there is a stipulation of 500. I recommend, therefore, that you look at all testimonies received as support for the intent of the bill and remove the 500 stipulation. That's what they all mean, whether they said yes or no, for or against. It was always because of that. So it was an obfuscation that needs to be cleared up. Mahalo nui loa for this, and imua kaku. Mahalo.
Okay, thank you very much. Is there anyone else wishing to testify? Please come forward.
Aloha, avakea, aloha, aoinala. It's good afternoon in Hawaiian. Chair, Vice Chair, and the FIN Committee. I'm Angela Melody Young, testifying in strong support. And Hawaii is a melting pot of mixed cultures. We have multilinguists who can speak Korean, Chinese, Japanese, because of the culture we live in. And it is important to support Olelo Hawaii because it is Hawaii's native language. The Hawaiian language, Olelo Hawaii, is a very essential aspect of our culture here. Hawaiian is a Malayo-Polynesian language of the Austronesian language family. Of the Polynesian languages, Hawaiian and Rapa Nui from Easter Island and New Zealand Maori have almost become extinct. King Kamehameha III wrote the first Hawaiian language constitution around 1840, and King Kamehameha III also started the public education system in Hawaii. It is the oldest education system west of the Mississippi and the only system started by a sovereign monarch. Shortly after this period, the overthrow of Hawaii in 1893 happened, and teaching and learning through the Hawaiian language was outlawed. And the Republic of Hawaii declared that English would only be spoken in schools. The Hawaiian language would not be heard in schools for the next 4 generations. About 100 years later, in the face of the political climate and economics, a revival started to happen. A revival of Hawaiian language through the immersion schools, which started to emerge. And also around this time, there was a revival of Hawaiian culture and the practice of many aspects of the culture, such as music and hula. According to the United Nations Education, Scientific, and Cultural Organization, an agency of the UN aimed at encouraging world peace and security through international cooperation in education, arts, sciences, and cultures, the UNESCO has declared the Hawaiian language as an endangered language. A Hawaiian language instructor at HCC said, "The Hawaiian language, linked to the care of our lands, waters, and cultural resources, is vital to peace building and the reconciliation process." In 1978, the Office of Hawaiian Affairs was created in the Constitutional Convention. The state constitution was amended to include Article X, Section 4, which mandated the state to encourage the study of Hawaiian culture, history, and language. These political amendments led to the changes in the educational system. Since the amendments, DOE has incorporated many aspects of the Hawaiian culture into the education system. In 2003, kupunas were named Cultural Personnel Resources, and in 2015, the Office of the Superintendent started the Office of Hawaiian Education. The purpose of this act is to appropriate funds and to support the Hawaiian language in schools, and it is constitutionally sound, and therefore CARE supports it. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Okay, thank you very much. Is there anyone else wishing to testify on this measure? Seeing none, members, any question, Representative Morikawa?
Thank you, Chair. Kiao, if you can come up. You know, when I think about this bill, I think about Hawaii. Long ago, we were separated, different islands. We must have had different languages, obviously, until we were able to travel and then share. Okay, so I understand that. So the purpose of your bill in the beginning was to add some definitions, correct?
Yes.
And then just to get funds for the Hawaiian, the commission, the Charter School Commission, to do a study.
Yeah, details need to be worked out, and we're looking forward to more engagement with the charter school system, Board of Education, whoever we need to in order to accomplish that. And the funds are slated to train those from within the community to be able to be translators and to produce curricula.
Okay, so because they're recommending that it go to the university.
Yeah, that's more of a convenience, more of the best way possible in order to get the funding. I think Kahea can speak more clearly to this point. Hopefully she's still on.
Kahea, are you still there?
Aloha mai. Ai. To our understanding, funds needed to go to a state agency. And I think the state agencies noted in the bill are the charter schools and the College of Education.
Okay, so that's probably something that may need to be worked out because the Charter Commission is obviously saying that it should go to UH. But, and I am very disappointed that it did go only to the population of Niihau when our intent was to make sure that we could bring out the knowledge about the traditional language and how it is that we can preserve it and bring it back, right?
Yes, we have the Kekealani family over on Hawai'i Island. These are also native speakers, and obviously there's more than 500 people there, but that wasn't part of, that was thrown in at some point and as a big mystery to us all. But the intent here is to address the linguistic needs of all native speakers, no matter where they are. And they still exist. They're not dead and gone.
Yes, they just haven't been open to the communication because of what we have come to today.
Right.
Okay, no, thank you, Chair. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. Members, any further questions? Okay, seeing none, we're going to move on to House Bill 54 HD1 relating to education. First up is first up is Department of Education.
Hello, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Keith Hayashi, Department of Education. Department stands on its written testimony with comments on this measure. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Okay, thank you very much. Next up is HSTA.
Aloha, Chair, members of the committee. Laverne Moore on behalf of Osa Tui Jr., President of the Hawaii State Teachers Association. The HST supports the bill, and we support our school psychologists being nationally certified. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Next up, we have Republic of Hawaii. Got here. Next up is Hawaii Association of School Psychologists.
Aloha, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Leslie Bonnick with the Hawaii Association of School Psychologists. I wrote this bill, I think, in 2015 or 16, so that's about how long I've been doing this and trying to get it passed. Currently, school psychologists, we saw the note about collective bargaining, are in HGEA Unit 13. That means that our contracts are not negotiated with the Department of Education. So it's a little bit difficult to do that, noted. School psychologists, nationally recommended ratio is 1 school psychologist to 500 student. Currently, we are about 1 to over 2,900 in the state of Hawaii, which means that 1 school psychologist is serving 6 times the amount of students that they should be. This also means a lot of Hawaii's keiki are going without services. While we know that this is not going to remediate overall shortages for school psychologists within the state of Hawaii, we do know that with the shortages that this will at least help and be a step in the right direction. We are not asking for anything more than other educators. This is something that's already afforded to teachers and counselors. So we were just trying to get a parity in place. I know that there's been a lot of ESSER COVID funds that have been specific to mental health supports in schools. We know that mental health needs have been on the rise from 2016 to 2020. Prior to COVID, youth ages 10 to 19, the #1 cause of death was suicide. This is an ongoing problem since we introduced the bill in 2016. After COVID, those mental health needs are more now than ever. And we don't have any more school psychologists in the state in those positions than when I started 12 years ago when I moved to the state. Hawaii's keiki deserve better. Hawaii's keiki deserve school psychological services, and this would be a step in the right direction. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Next up is Alec Morente. I guess not present. On Zoom, we have Hawaii Troll Factory. Not present. Okay, is there anyone else wishing to testify? Sir.
Aloha, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee again. My name is Jun Shin, testifying on behalf of the Hawaii State Youth Commission, and we're standing on our late testimony. I apologize for the late testimony, and I just wanted to highlight a couple things from our testimony. As we wrote in our testimony, mental health disorders affect how youth learn, behave, and handle their emotions. And so ensuring that youth have access to care will help ensure their lifelong well-being. And we think this bill is important because students and young people, they spend most of our weeks, like most of our lives at school. And so having a trained, qualified, nationally certified, like professional in the schools where students are most of the time would be very helpful in terms of making sure that students can have access to the help that they deserve. And so yeah, we believe that Hawaii students deserve to have their mental health care needs prioritized, and we hope that this committee passes this bill. Thank you so much for the opportunity to testify.
All right, thank you very much. Anyone else wishing to testify, please come forward.
Aloha, Akayaka, Chair, Vice Chair, and the FIN Committee. Angela Melody Young, testifying on behalf of CARES. So I just want to echo the professional psychologist that testified before me and the need for mental health resources at schools. So oftentimes teachers, parents, and staff or after-school program coordinators put an overemphasis on academics instead of addressing students' need for nurture, care, social development, support, and mental health awareness. Social stressors at school are inevitable. Bullying, ostracizing, teasing, domestic abuse, sexual harassment. These are the sources of trauma for students. And it is important to recognize students are not capable of processing and healing on their own. It is an educator's duty to help students and to communicate to teachers, principals, and policymakers if there is a gap to be addressed. And in many instances, students are unsuccessful because they do not have adequate access to social, mental, and emotional support beyond the classroom. So, you know, the broader subject matter here is trauma. And in the education sector, it's also called the social. What is implemented to address trauma is social emotional learning, SEL. So SEL and supporting psychologists and school counselors and providing mental health resources is something that is imperative to be provided for schools and for students. And an integration of trauma-informed care is also very necessary. To create a safe environment and to also practice healing in the classrooms. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Okay, thank you very much. Anyone else wishing to testify? Okay, seeing none. Members, any questions? Okay, seeing none, we're going to move on to the next item on our agenda. House Bill 1329 HD1 relating to education. First up is Hawaii State Charter Schools.
Aloha, Chair and Vice Chair, committee members. The Charter School, or PJ4 on behalf of Yvonne Lau. We stand on our submitted testimony in support with the comments specifically around including language that includes public charter schools, as well as the language that already states under the jurisdiction of the department. Thank you.
Okay, Department of Education.
Aloha, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee, Keith Hayashi, Department of Education. Department stands on its written testimony in support of this measure.
Okay, thank you very much. On Zoom, Michael Rice.
Aloha, Michael Rice. I'm standing in support of this bill. I do have a few concerns, mainly the exemption for students to take part in any training that DOE will come up with. The unfortunate thing is that we don't know what the training is yet, and there could be many layers of training. I can understand previously expressed concerns about how the training might be traumatizing. As I mentioned in my testimony, which I apologize for being late with that, there will be many different layers of testimony training that will have to be done. This can be everything from, you know, teaching the students, okay, when this alarm goes off over the PA system, you will have to stack your desk against the door and the windows, or you stand behind this line to have, and it can range to having HPD on campus with crisis actors, training for an actual event. Although in that situation, yes, students should be exempt from it because that would be extremely disruptive to the classroom environment as well as being traumatizing. But that can be done over the weekends or during breaks. where students will not be on campus. I'm just expressing my concern over the exemption for students being involved in training. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. Is there anyone else wishing to testify? Please come forward.
Aloha, Kayaka, Chair, Vice Chair, and the FIN Committee, Angela Melody Young, testifying on behalf of CARES. I think CARES sees that there is a need to address emergency situations, especially with the firearms policies that are going through the city and the state. So SB 830 is a bill moving through the Senate, and it says that many schools conduct a variety of drills to assess coordination and the school's crisis management functions, and tabletop exercises should be improved so that the emergency response team can be activated in good faith to respond in during times of emergency. So, and then there's also this bill, HB 1329, so about active shooter alerts. And when we were at the informational briefing before the start of this season, they did go through the list of people or organizations that were involved. And it does say so here in this measure. The DOE shall work with HSTA, Hawaii Government Employees Association, Hawaii United Public Workers to develop a training program for these sorts of emergencies. And CARES would like to advise that working with the city and county, because they have emergency management departments, such as HPD and the ambulance and other safety departments that could also help in this matter. We want to advise to work with this, to also work with the city. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Okay, thank you very much. Please come forward.
Aloha, Leslie Bonnick again with the Hawaii Association of School Psychologists. I don't even know where to begin with this. We are in strong opposition. I actually was hired as an expert witness back when I worked for the Hawaii Department of Education against another district that was not one I worked for, because they traumatized kids with armed assailant drills. This is my area of expertise. I am one of 2 school crisis prevention trainers in the state of Hawaii. I've been flown out and trained in the Northern Marianas. I've trained at Punahou. The National Association of School Psychologists Prepare curriculum is the only school crisis prevention curriculum designed by school employees for use by school staff. There is a lot of research out there, and I urge the department to go back and look at my expert witness report that they lost the case on, because it's very clear in there and outlined. Kids, it's not just the students that can be traumatized that need exempted, but staff as well. There is nothing that says that active shooter drills are any more effective than good crisis prevention curriculum that we do within the Prepare curriculum or those tabletop exercises. So prior to using something that's not evidence-based that we know traumatizes students, I urge the department to look at other options, to look at school crisis prevention curriculum and go to the experts in it. Again, I do not work for the Hawaii Department of Education any longer. However, I still am advocating for the keiki of Hawaii. And we are, again, in strong opposition to this measure, and I have no idea how many students and staff would be traumatized should this pass and move forward. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Anyone else wishing to testify on this measure? Okay, seeing none, members, any questions? Okay, seeing none, we're going to move on to the next measure. Let's see, House Bill 850 HD1 relating to education. First up is Department of Human Services. Oh, not here, sorry. Department of Education.
Aloha, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Keith Hayashi, Department of Education. Department stands on its written testimony with comments on this measure. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you very much. Office of Wellness and Resiliency. Not here. Okay, Gail Silva.
Aloha chairs, committee. I am Gail Silva. I'm the clinical psychologist that works with Compassionate Ko'olaupoko and also the district educational specialist. And I'm here mainly to answer any questions for you. I submitted some testimony, some written testimony that has some slides and for our training and what we've been doing so far, and we're hoping that we can continue this work in our district.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else wishing to testify, please come forward.
Aloha mai kako, Chair and Vice Chair and committee members. My name is Bella Finau Famuina. I have been a public school teacher, particularly in special education, the last 6 years. Coming into the classroom as my third career, I was actually so disheartened by our students that don't come prepared for school, and there's many reasons that they're not makoko. But what I realize is that there are 4 elements of the demographic of these students that are very similar. So first, they're usually keikikane, they're boys. Number 2, they usually have special needs or have a IEP. Number 3, they're usually kanaka oiwi Hawaiian. And number 4, what I found out later is that they experience a lot of trauma in their lives. And so I was very grateful in my position as a special education teacher to co-teach with amazing teachers and a wonderful community that hui together and created a pilot program at our school, which was later on called Innovation Academy. And this classroom had 2 elements that made this demographic of students actually excel. And I don't definitely not bragging about that, but saying that these 2 things I think were critical. Number 1, that we visited Aina on a weekly basis. These students visit a local subsistence farmer who does not sell his produce but just gives it and feeds the community with his 9 children. And that was our outdoor classroom. So they're connected to their culture, their history, and their language on a continuous basis. And number 2, we practice an indigenous practice of sitting in po'ai or circle. And we believe that these 2 things address the trauma at the root cause, which is due to the impacts of colonization. And so Gail and I, Dr. Gail Silva and I, are taking this classroom and many other components of trauma informing, going out into the classroom now, being trauma responsive. We think this is a sustainable model through the opportunity that we have to be shoulder to shoulder with teachers in the classroom. And we just want an opportunity to continue our work that we're doing. Mahalo.
Thank you. Tia Hartstock?
Outstanding on my testimony for Executive Director for Office of Wellness and Resilience.
Okay.
Chair, Vice Chair.
Thank you very much.
Here for questions if you need.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to testify on this measure? Okay, please come forward.
Yeah.
2 more.
Aloha again. Leslie Bonnick with the Hawaii Association of School Psychologists. We support the intent of this bill. However, I do notice that the language is specific to resource teachers, and I want to clarify that any trauma-informed educator should be eligible for this position. While some teachers might get trauma-informed care in their training program or have gone on to get additional training, people like school psychologists, school counselors, and school social workers would also be a good fit for the position. So I would love it if the language could potentially expand to include other trauma-informed educators who would get this training in their graduate programs and also be a good fit. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Please come forward.
Aloha, Kayaka, Chair, Vice Chair, and the FIN Committee, Angela Melody Young, testifying on behalf of CARES. So the HB 850 is about trauma-informed care and providing such education to support the mental health of our students, staff, parents, and the community members. And so as a planner of the Hawaii Children and Youth Summit, that actually Leslie was also a part of, we were the planners for a summit that the Keiki Caucus students attended. And what they mentioned for their priorities were that 1, vapes, 2, sexual harassment, and 3, the environment and recycling. So because the students from the Hawaii Children and Youth Summit and Keiki Caucus had established that, you know, sexual harassment and all the other derivatives of mental health was important to them. This should be something that the legislature considers to move forward. Trauma-informed care is something that can really support our students. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Okay. Thank you very much. Anyone else wishing to testify on this measure? Seeing none, members, any questions? Okay, seeing none, we're going to move on to the next measure, House Bill. House Bill 335 HD2 relating to the Department of Education procurement. First up is Department of Education.
Aloha Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee, Keith Hayashi, Department of Education. Department stands on its written testimony in support of this measure. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Okay, thank you very much. Is there anyone else wishing to testify on this measure? Seeing none, members, please come forward.
Aloha, Kayaka, Chair, Vice Chair, and the FIN Committee. So testifying on behalf of CARES in strong support, and this is for the REACH program, and some of the funds will go to after-school programs. So CARES is an advocacy and research grassroots, but we also are developing an after-school program. And so we work with various organizations in the community.
You're on the wrong bill.
Oh, HB 69?
No.
No.
We're on HB 335.
Oh, okay.
Thank you. Okay. Remember, is there anyone else wishing to testify on this measure? Okay. Hey, members, any questions? Okay, now we're going to move on to HB 69 HD1 relating to after-school programs. Okay, first up is Department of Education.
Aloha Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee, Keith Hayashi, Department of Education. Department stands on its written testimony in support of this measure. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Okay, thank you very much. Next up is After School Alliance, Paula Adams. Not present. Okay, then anyone else wishing to testify on this measure? Okay, please come forward.
Aloha, Kayaka, Chair, Vice Chair, and the FIN Committee. Angela Melody Young testifying in strong support of HB 69. So this is relating to the after-school programs, and it is to appropriate funds. So the funds for the REACH program will go to educational resources for enrichment, athletics, culture, and health programs, and it will go to after-school programs. So CARES, we are like I said before, we are an advocacy and grassroots, an advocacy and research grassroots, but we also have an art class that we host after school, and we recently competed at the Honolulu Hale for the Christmas wreath competition, where our Christmas wreaths were on display for international tourists, and also we've worked with various schools, public schools, home schools, to get after-school program resources to students, especially because in the community that I'm from, which is Kalihi, it's an impoverished community. We're near KPT, so we experience a lot of socioeconomic factors that influence the students' ability to do well in school. So it is very important to address funds and appropriating funds for REACH. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Okay, thank you very much. Is there anyone else wishing to testify? Please come forward.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Jun Shin on behalf of the Hawaii State Youth Commission again. We are in strong support of this bill, and standing on our written testimony, just wanted to highlight that within our testimony we wrote that while learning in a classroom and navigating a computer is important in a student's academics, ensuring that students are able to exert their physical energy, participate in activities outside in the sun, build community, engage in different cultures, and have a diverse experience is equally important. And so we are in strong support of putting funding toward this bill. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Okay, thank you very much. Is there anyone else wishing to testify on this measure? Seeing none, members, any questions? Seeing none, we'll move to the final bill on our agenda, House Bill 500 HD1, relating to education. First up is the Department of Education.
Aloha Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee, Keith Hayashi, Department of Education. Let's see, we stand on our written testimonies with comments on this measure. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you. Okay, Outrigger Duka Hanamoku Foundation. Not here. Okay, Waianae High School Surf Club on Zoom. Not present. Yes, we took too long. Okay, is there anyone else wishing to testify on this measure? Okay, members, any questions? Okay, we're going to recess for decision making and move on to our final next agenda. We have two more. They will take about a half an hour recess. Okay, the Committee on Finance will reconvene for our first agenda. We're still on the first agenda for decision making. Okay, first up, members, we're going to be voting on House Bill 388 HD1 relating to education. Recommendation is we pass this as is. Any discussions? Vice Chair.
The recommendation of the chair is to pass HB 388 HD1 as is. Chair and Vice Chair vote aye. Representative Ayu.
Aye.
Representative Chun.
Aye.
Representative Cochran.
Aye.
Representative Garrett.
Aye.
Representative Kahaloa.
Aye.
Representative Kila.
Aye.
Representative Kobayashi.
Aye.
Representative Lamosao.
Aye.
Representative Morikawa.
Aye.
Representative Nishimoto.
Aye.
Representative Poi Poi.
Aye.
Representative Takenouchi.
Aye.
Representative Alcos.
Aye.
Representative Ward is excused. Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, next up is House Bill 80 HD1. Recommendation is that we have some language that the Education Chair forwarded us, is like clarifying language that we'll be adding to the bill, and tech. Any discussion? Yes.
I'm WR because this bill, as written without the amendments, removes the standard-based curriculum to be implemented in all appropriate classrooms.
Okay, thank you very much. Any further comments? Okay, Vice Chair.
The recommendation of the chair is to pass HB 80 HD1 with amendments, noting the excused absence of Representative Ward, who will be noted excused for the remainder of this agenda. Noting the with reservations by Representative Kobayashi, are there any other reservations? Are there any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, thank you very much. House Bill 248 HD2. Recommendation to pass as is. Any discussion? Vice Chair.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass HB 248 HD2 as is. Are there any reservations? Are there any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, House Bill 250 HD1 as is. Any discussion? Vice Chair.
The recommendation of the chair is to pass HB 250 HD1 as is. Are there any reservations? Any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, House Bill 260 HD1. Recommendation to pass as is. Any discussion? Vice Chair.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass HB 260 HD1 as is. Are there any reservations? Any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, House Bill 1223 HD1. Recommendation as is. Any discussion? Vice Chair.
The recommendation of the chair is to pass HB 1223 HD1 as is. Are there any reservations? Any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, thank you very much. Next is House Bill 843 HD1. Recommendation is to pass as is. Any discussion? Vice Chair.
The recommendation of the chair is to pass HB 843 HD1 as is. Are there any reservations? Any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, House Bill 1330 HD1. Recommendation is as is. Any discussion? Vice Chair.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass HB 1330 HD1 as is. Are there any reservations? Any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, House Bill 828 HD1. Recommendation as is. Any discussion? Vice Chair.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass HB 828 HD1 as is. Are there any reservations? Any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, House Bill 464 HD1. Recommendation as is. Any discussion? Vice Chair.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass HB 464 HD1 as is. Are there any reservations? Are there any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, next up is House Bill 244 HD1. We're going to be blanking out the appropriation and tech. Any discussion? HD2, Vice Chair.
The recommendation of the chair is to pass HB 244 HD1 with amendments. Are there any reservations? Any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, next up is House Bill 936 HD1. Recommendation as is. Any discussion? Vice Chair.
The recommendation of the chair is to pass HB 936 HD1 as is. Are there any reservations? Any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Thank you. House Bill 1128 HD2. Recommendation is as is. Any discussion?
Ms. Chair. Thank you. I know that we're only dealing with the financial implications of this bill, and I'm thankful for the original committee passing that out, but the language in here is definitely changing the intent of the bill with the population. So I hope it can be fixed somewhere along the way. So I'll be with reservations for
Okay,
this time.
thank you very much. Any further discussion?
Chair.
Representative Kobayashi?
Reservations.
Okay, Representative Cochran.
Reservations also.
Okay, thank you. Representative Kahalo.
With reservations also.
Okay, Representative Keeler.
With reservations.
Okay. Any further discussion, Representative Poy?
Reservations.
Okay. Any further discussion? Okay, Vice Chair.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass HB 1128 HD2 as is, noting the reservations of Representative Cochran, Kahaloa, Kila, Kobayashi, Morikawa, and Poi Poi. Are there any additional reservations? Are there any no's? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, House Bill 54 HD1, recommendation is to pass as is. Any discussion? Okay, Vice Chair.
The recommendation of the chair is to pass HB 54 HD1 as is. Are there any reservations? Any no's? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, House Bill 1329 HD1. Recommendation is to pass as is. Any discussion? Okay, Vice Chair.
The recommendation of the chair is to pass HB 1329 HD1 as is, noting the presence of Representative Ward, who will now be marked as present for the rest of this agenda. Are there any reservations? Any no's? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, moving on to House Bill 850 HD1. We're going to be passing this out as an HD2, blanking out the appropriation, making it a pilot and tech. Any discussion? Vice Chair.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass HB 850 HD1 with amendments. Are there any reservations? Any no's? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, moving on to House Bill 335 HD2. Recommendation is to pass as is. Any discussion? Vice Chair.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass HB 335 HD2 as is. Are there any reservations? Any no's? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, House Bill 69 HD1, recommendation as is. Any discussion? Vice Chair.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass HB 69 HD1 as is. Are there any reservations? Any no's? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, House Bill 500 HD1 as is. Any discussion? Vice Chair.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass HB 500 HD1 as is. Are there any reservations? Any no's? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Thank you very much, members. Okay, we're going to be moving straight into the next agenda. Okay. Thank you. Okay, you know what?
Thank you.
Okay, we're gaveling out. Okay, we're going to gavel in on the second agenda. Oh. Okay, sorry, recess. Bill 305 HD1 relating to agriculture. First up is Office of Planning and Sustainable Development. Not here. Okay. Next up is Department of Agriculture.
Good afternoon, Chair Yamashita, Vice Chair, members of the committee, Sharon Hurd, Department of Agriculture. The department stands in support of this measure.
Thank you. Okay, next up is Hawaii Farm Bureau.
Thank you, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Brian Miyamoto here on behalf of the Hawaii Farm Bureau. We'll stand on a written testimony in support, just highlighting that the last time the plan was updated was 1991. If I'm not mistaken, that's probably before most of you were born. So since then, agriculture has undergone a real diversification to include a lot of revitalization of crops, ulu, kalo, mamaki. So it's time to focus more on diversified agriculture. Although we are eliminating sugar and pineapple, we still have sugar and pineapple, but again, I think it's a focus on the diversity of crops that we have here in Hawaii. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Okay, thank you very much. That's all we have scheduled. Anybody here wishing to testify on this measure? Seeing none, questions? Representative Ward.
Thank you, Chair. Farm Bureau, please. Brian, are you saying that sugar will never rise again, pineapple will never rise again, other than what we have is small manini ones that are there? Because everything looks like it's never going to be. In other words, is it better to leave it there latent or eliminate it for the sake of maybe it'll happen? Because I know there's enough tourism pineapple being raised. Will it ever get any bigger is the question.
Brian Miyamoto on behalf of the Hawaii Farm Bureau. Thank you, Representative. I don't think it'll be discounted. It could be included in diversified agriculture. I don't believe sugar and pineapple will be at the level that it previously was.
I haven't read this, but what does it say in the planning documents that we got to take it out? What does it say? It's the preeminent one, or
it is the first priority, and I believe it says.
Okay, so it needs downgrading, but I don't think
yes.
elimination.
Sorry, it does say the achievement of the following objectives. 1, viability of Hawaii sugar and pineapple industries.
Yeah, it's too front and center.
It is number 1. Number 2 is growth and development of diversified agriculture throughout the state.
So you could just downgrade it to diversified ag.
It would be covered under diversified agriculture. Sugar and pineapple are still grown, but I don't think the focus anymore is on sugar and pineapple as a number 1 priority.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. Any further questions? Seeing none, we'll move on to the next bill, House Bill 971 HD1, relating to agricultural loans. First up is Department of Agriculture.
Chairperson, Vice Chair, members of the committee, Sharon Hurd, Department of Agriculture. This is one of the department's admin bills, and we strongly support the bill. It gives us the flexibility to react quickly in the event of climate change, emergencies, invasive species damage, and we stand on our written testimony in strong support.
Okay, thank you very much. Next up is Ulupono.
Just checking. Good afternoon, Chair Yamashita, Vice Chair Kitagawa, and members of the committee. Micah Munikata here on behalf of the Ulupono Initiative. Just want to stand our testimony in strong support of this measure, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, Farm Bureau.
Thank you, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Brian Miyamoto here on behalf of the Hawaii Farm Bureau. You do have a written testimony in support, and we agree with the Director, Department of Agriculture. Just want to point out that many other states deal with natural disasters, but not too many of them deal with the volcanic activity that affects our farmers and ranchers. So this is a great program, and we do stand in strong support. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. Is there anyone else wishing to testify on this measure? Seeing none, questions? Representative Kobayashi.
For Department of Agriculture, you said that this would provide greater flexibility. It could also provide less flexibility, because now you have a specific special fund, specifically a revolving fund, without too much revenue revolving into it other than general funds. And so there might be a limitation as to how much money is in the fund.
Good point, Representative Kobayashi.
So if you had kept the agricultural loan revolving fund, you would have a, shall we say, a bigger pot possibly.
Good point. The revolving fund was diminished in previous administrations, and what we're asking for is to be refilled. We used to have the barrel tax that we could call on for emergencies. That was taken away. So with this, and with the latest Access to Emergency Declaration, a lot of our farmers relied on loans from this fund to put up fencing and help.
No, the point here is that a revolving fund usually has revolving funds. That is a source of income other than the general fund.
Correct. It's the repayment of the loans that are out there that
Which
fall
are
into.
probably fairly low.
Correct.
Relative to the needs.
Correct.
So you could be limiting yourself by having two funds, an emergency loan fund and then a regular loan fund.
I see. I see.
You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Anyway,
Okay, thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Representative Ward.
Thank you. Madam Director, Director of Agriculture, please. On page 1 at the bottom, it says the average farmer, small-scale farmer in Hawaii makes less than $40,000 per year. Is that accurate? Or is that lowballing it or highballing it?
Well-
Is that accurate? $40,000 is per year a farmer, and we want more people to go into ag, and this is the data?
We do. The USDA definition of a farm is $1,000 of revenue per year. So I would say that's probably correct. Out of our 7,300 farms, I would say 93% are considered small. So I would say that's close. Does, we don't have a, Matthew, do you have anything, economist? No?
Could you come to the mic and speak? Thank you.
Thank you for the question, Rep. Ward. Just on top of my head.
For the record, just state your name and then proceed.
Sorry. Matthew Logue, Department of Agriculture. Off the top of my head, about 13% of our farms make 50,000 or more. We have a lot of small farmers that make very little money. And it's true that when you say 50,000 is very little, yes, because it's a net, it's a revenue. So you minus the cost, the income is actually lower.
Did you say this is the revenue or their wages? Now it's even worse then. This is their gross wage. Therefore, they're for food stamps and everything else. In terms of this is worse than the Alice families.
Usually, when you talk about wages, it's going to be for farm labor. I'm not sure that specific bill addresses farm labor or the farm.
Okay, I just wanted to check its accuracy. Otherwise, the people on this side of the table have a lot of work to do. If this is what we're trying to encourage people to be farmers, and this is the average income that they're making. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Any further questions? Okay, thank you. We're going to move on to the next bill, House Bill 275 HD1 relating to taro. First up, 275. Okay, really, Department of Agriculture.
Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee, Sharon, Department of Agriculture. The department stands on our written testimony and supports this measure.
Okay, thank you very much. Next up, Farm Bureau.
Thank you, Chair. The Hawaii Farm Bureau will stand on its written testimony and support.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else wishing to testify on this measure? Seeing none, members, any questions? Seeing none, we're going to move on to the next bill, House Bill 306 HD1 relating to ornamental ginger. First up, the University of Hawaii. On Zoom.
Aloha, Chair, Vice Chair, rest of the committee. My name is Ania Wieczorek. I'm the Interim Dean for College of Tropical Agriculture and Human Resources, and I would like to stand on my written testimony in support of this bill. I'm happy to answer any questions you might have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Farm Bureau.
Thank you, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Hawaii Farm Bureau will stand on its written testimony and support.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else wishing to testify on this measure? Seeing none, members, any questions? Okay, seeing none, we're going to move on to House Bill 1149 HD1 related to the Coconut Rhinoceros Beetle Program. First up is the University of Hawaii.
Aloha Chair, Vice Chair, rest of the committee, Anya Wieczorek, University of Hawaii. I would like to stand on my written testimony in strong support of this bill, and I'm here to answer any questions you might have. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Department of Agriculture.
Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee, Sharon Hurd, Department of Agriculture. We stand on our written testimony in strong support of this measure.
Okay, thank you very much. Farm Bureau.
Thank you, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Brian Miyamoto here on behalf of the Hawaii Farm Bill. You have a written testimony in support. Not a lot, I think, is known about this. This is a bad bug. You know, it does attack palms. It says coconut rhinoceros beetle, but they can move on. They can move on to some bananas and other crops. So we need to stop this before it spreads. It could really devastate the landscape of what Hawaii looks like. We don't want to see coqui frog or little fire ants, this thing get out of control. So we do ask for your support for the coconut rhinoceros beetle and let's try to eradicate it, not just control. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Okay, thank you very much. Next up is UHPCSU Coordinating Group on Alien Pest Species. Christy Martin, on Zoom. Not present? Okay, next up is Christian Fern, UPA. Okay. Next up is Waimanalo Agriculture Association. Okay. Anyone else wishing to testify on this measure? Wait 1 second.
Aloha Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. My name is Chelsea Arnott. I'm with the Department of Land and Natural Resources and also program support for the Hawaii Invasive Species Council. Apologies that you didn't get our written testimony. I'll check on that and send that in to you folks. Okay, so you do have it. Okay, excellent. So we're standing on a written testimony in support and just echoing what the Hawaii Farm Bureau brought up, that this is a bad bug. And it not only impacts the agricultural products, but also our natural resources. And again, changing the landscape that we'll see here for visitors and residents alike. So we stand in strong support of this measure. Thank you so much.
Okay, we did have your testimony, so okay. Yeah, so we apologize. Vice Chair is like busy, so she can keep me on my toes. Okay, anyone else wishing to testify, please come forward.
Aloha, Kayaka, Chair, Vice Chair, and the FIN Committee. Angela Melody Young, and this time I'm testifying on behalf of ROAR, Rescue of Animal Rights is my animal grassroots. We rescue and adopt kittens and other species of animals, chickens, dogs, and we also work to provide medical resources for the animals. Okay, about the measure, HB 1149, about the coconut rhinoceros beetles, ROAR is just testifying to provide comments. We neither support nor oppose the measure. So we want to address the existing kind of perspective about species of animals and wildlife, is that people tend to see one species as more valuable than the other, and there will be labeling of species as invasive, and then there will be more protection for indigenous species. So we kind of just want to level out the playing field and provide comments that it should be for consideration that all species deserve protection, and it shouldn't be discriminated upon if one species is not indigenous. So the coconut rhinoceros beetle it's native to Southeast Asia, and although it is seen as an invasive species, there are also benefits that comes from the coconut rhinoceros beetle. it helps to process, so the adults of the species helps to break down organic matter. So it helps to process organic matter. And there are also other ways that coconut rhinoceros beetles uniquely influence biodiversity and the planet. And so, yeah, these are the comments that we're going to provide. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Okay, thank you. Is there anyone else wishing to testify on this measure? Seeing none, members, any questions? Representative Ward, followed by Alcos, followed by Kobayashi.
Thank you, Chair. Director of Agriculture, Sharon Hurd, are you still here? You're still here. According to the first page of the bill, this rhinoceros beetle was discovered 10 years ago. What is I know it's not your watch 10 years ago, but what has the department been doing for 10 years that now it looks like it's getting into an emergency situation?
On
and
Oahu.
why did we assume that it was benign, or why didn't we do anything about it earlier than now?
Representative Ward, I have someone here that can address that.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee, Representative Ward. My name is Darcy Oishi, Hawaii Department of Agriculture's Acting Plant Industry Administrator and the Incident Commander for the Coconut Rhinoceros Beetle Response. Coconut Rhinoceros Beetle was detected in December 23rd, 2013, where 3 individuals were trapped at Joint Base Pearl Harbor, Hiccup. Immediately, the department began launching a response. We contacted USDA, APHIS, Plant Protection and Quarantine, and we launched what we call a National Incident Management System and created an incident command system at that point in time, which included departmental personnel and 9 different other agencies working together on a voluntary basis to control coconut rhinoceros beetle and delimit and identify where the infestations were, the extent of the infestations, and what actions can be done. We have received steady funding from USDA, APHIS, PPQ, and Department of Navy to control coconut rhinoceros beetle on Oahu, and we've been very successful at controlling the beetle in areas where we have rigorous green waste management plans, which at this point largely reside on Joint Base Pearl Harbor lands. Outside of a rigorous green waste management program, the populations have been growing, in part because we were not able to develop faster than the beetles could reproduce and spread the kinds of tools we needed to manage coconut rhinoceros beetle. And as such, we've been, at the ag hearing, you were asking me how intelligent we were.
Yeah, they outsmarted you, I think I said.
You
said I think you agreed to that.
Well, that was ants. I said ants have multiple PhDs. Yes,
Okay.
but
more intelligent.
But the beetles, we had a significant learning curve to catch up on, in terms of what the beetles like, how they like it, what they do, what they don't do, how they move, how quickly they move, and we've closed the gap with our university partners in terms of the knowledge. We have tools, and now we need help implementing those tools so we can begin knocking down the populations, because we want to get it before it moves off Oahu. And
You didn't say eliminate, you said knocking down. So you're still in control mode then?
we're still in control mode, yes. And
cool.
if we have a surge, we can continue to push toward eradication, sir.
Okay, I think we just need earlier alerts than when, hey, we're into already an emergency, and like Koki frogs, they caught us really totally by surprise. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Any further questions? Oh, I'm sorry, Representative Alcos, followed by
Thank you, Chair. Same person. So, again, on the beetle, how many years ago it was here when we discovered it?
10 years.
10 years ago. And we're losing the battle right now. How much did it grow by 200%, 500%? How much the growth has grown so far today on Oahu?
Incident Commander.
Darcy, Chair, Vice Chair, Darcy Oishi. I can't tell you what percentage the population has grown since 2013. It is significant. We're in what we call, there's something called an invasive species curve, and at this point, the broader population on Oahu is in what we call logarithmic growth phase, where it's doubling in a routine period of time.
And then I see those traps going around the island, the black trap. Is there any other traps that you guys use or any other way that you catch these bugs?
The trap is our primary mode of broad-scale detection. We also have three canine units that are funded by USDA to look for breeding sites. And they have been highly effective at finding breeding sites. We also have our human staff also goes out and manually goes through and looks for breeding sites too. And we got a formula down to make them more effective, but the dogs still are better.
Thank you.
And they're cuter.
Okay, Representative Kobayashi, you have a question?
I guess for UH, it looks like you're asking for 11 new positions.
That's correct.
All for coconut beetles.
Yes.
Of course, coconut beetles are not the only invasive species. It would seem that some of this staffing could be used for other species. I mean, you have one permanent GIS person. I would suspect that that person may or may not use 100% of his time just on GIS. Then you have 3 permanent data technicians. Again, I would suspect that possibly they would not spend all of their time on coconut beetles and could be used for other invasive species. But the big point here is that you only have 5 people who are actually doing any so-called eradicating or control work. So you've got fewer people doing the eradication and control than you have researching. It sounds like this is more a research project than an eradication control project.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your question, Anya Wieczorek, CTAR. This is a really good question that you ask. So the number of positions that we're asking is what we actually, in collaboration with Department of Ag, have. Until now, this project has been supported by the federal funds and is running out. So if we do not find the additional resources to support the program that is going right now, there will be a very limited amount of work that is being done. And if I'm correct, all the positions that are listed in this bill are actually working on the projects right now. And when it comes to irrigation, you also have to do research. So you not only have to get rid of the insect or trying to figure out how to get rid of it, but you also got to continue learning so they don't outsmart you and they are not smarter than you. So the research part is important. GIS data mapping is important so we know where they are in which location. So I believe that the people that are listed in this bill, the positions are what we have in collaboration with Department of Agriculture right now. Correct. So that's a bare minimum.
I mean, realistically, could these be used for other invasive species?
So I think like the GIS data analysis person probably could help with other mapping of locations of invasive species. But
I would think that the GIS person would be helpful if they were at least a handful of new data points per day. But if there aren't at least a handful of new data points to enter, I would think that that person is not working much.
Yeah, so in that case, I'm sure that this person will help with other projects that we have. The data points that are arriving, they're not only arriving from the traps and so on, but also from the canine detection. So if they find the breeding ground, they are also identified, that has to be imported. But I agree that, you know, if somebody is not 100% busy inputting the data on coconut beetle, they can also input the data for the other invasive species and work in collaboration with all our faculty.
I mean, I think the point is that sometimes when we have federal money, we take it less seriously than when we have state general fund money. And it's always good to have outside money doing work for us, but I think, as I said, we get a little more serious when it's actual state dollars.
Yeah, thank you for your question.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Representative Ward.
May I continue with that question after Representative Kobayashi? After 10 years, you think there would be a learning curve, but it sounds like we're still reinventing the wheel. And the question is, isn't another country a little bit ahead of us after 10 years of research? Or are we starting from scratch doing the research that was just queried?
So I know that we are not standing, sorry, Ania Wieczorek, CTAR, I know we're not standing still. I know that we are continue learning. As you mentioned during another hearing, that sometimes ants and insects are smarter than we are, and that's true, they're involving. So we cannot stop doing research.
But which country already has a leg up on this, if any? There's got to be other countries that are going through this.
Darcy?
Darcy Oishi, Hawaii Department of Agriculture. We are, the university and the Hawaii Department of Ag works in collaboration with a number of international partners. And one of our primary partnerships right now is with Australia. And we are looking into some novel control techniques to control
but
coconut
are they the
rhinoceros
leaders?
beetle.
Are Australian the leaders that are winning the battle that we're fighting now?
There is no research leader. We're all working collaboratively, Senator, Representative Ward.
So we are still inventing the wheel then?
To an extent, yes, and this is because where coconut rhinoceros beetle has invaded in prior years, it has largely been developing countries where assets have not been deployed to really support the activities on the ground. There's also been high success with a virus, which was used that was very effective at controlling the populations, but we seem to have along with Guam and a few other places, a strain that, or a beetle that seems to be resistant to those viruses.
But the problem is, in the frustration, we've known about it 10 years ago, and we're still now at the crisis stage rather than the, hopefully, eradication. If you had all the money you needed, how soon could you eradicate this? Not just this beetle, but just the big picture of this rhinoceros beetle.
If I could pump the kind of money, research money into the Australian work that we're collaborating with, and it turned out to results were produced that we're anticipating, then probably we would have very good control toward, and with a move toward eradication within 3 to 5 years.
3 to 5 years. So this is a research project as initially discussed.
Yeah,
okay.
And the goal would just
3 to 5
be,
years.
Yes.
You're on record now.
Yes, I understand.
How much money do you need?
Wow.
This is the finance committee.
It's right now our struggle point is a long-term commitment for funding, as opposed to, because right now we're basically operating from a check a year.
Okay.
So it makes it difficult to plan.
The point is, if we're going to get rid of it, we got to know much sooner than 5 or 10 years down.
Yes.
As we're doing now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Representative Alcos.
Thank you, Chair. For that black house that we catch the beetles with, why can't every community or every person that owns a house or people to have one of those black houses and help you guys catch them, like a bug spray? We just go Walmart and pick them up and help you guys catch those bugs. We cannot do them that way. There's no training for the community in that.
Those are things that the traps are used primarily as a detection tool for us to trigger how we're utilizing our field crew. And one of the things that we're innovating on right now is remote checking traps. So the trap will self-report. And we're getting those more broadly out. There are things that the traps are highly prone to be tampered with and used occasionally in some of our sites, have also been used for target practice with guns. Or used as trash bins and occasionally preyed at. So we do provide a service arguably, but what we really need is to begin implementing some green waste management plans, because while we can detect the beetle, what we really need to be doing is working at controlling the core population.
Thank you.
So if I can just add one more thing is, so the big problem with this beetle is that it actually lives inside the palm, at the bottom of the palm, and grows. So when people cut the palm down and throw it into the green waste, it starts breeding there and producing large number of offspring. So one of the most important things is to make sure that we can manage that waste, green waste, and actually identify that, because not every single plant that ends up in the green waste is going to end up having infestation, right? So that's why we have a canine units who walk around and sniff out to see if they can find the beetles, and then we can act on it. Does that answer any of your questions?
Somewhat. Thank you.
Chair, can I follow that up, please?
Sure.
Are these palm fronds that fall down, or they're cut down? You say that they're breeding, that they're in the bottom of.
So that's not my area of expertise, but my understanding is that they can live in the palm itself.
Okay, but when the guys climb up the tree, they can't spray them or something. If they know right in front of their eyes, that's where the guys are going to be breeding. If they cut the thing down and throw it in the compost, why don't you catch them at that level?
Representative Ward, the beetles. Most of the life stages of the beetle live in breaking down green waste or compost. In some cases, especially in areas where the trees aren't well manicured and you have fronds hanging down, that does become a site where the beetles can actually carry out they'll lay eggs, and they'll have keiki up there burrowing into the crown. Most of the interaction between a palm and a beetle is actually the adult feeding into the crown of the beetle. So we have been showing highly effective treatments using drones to go up and spraying chemical into the crowns, and we've been killing a lot of beetles in that way. We're still operating on an emergency use permit, so we actually need to get that properly licensed for broader use.
So you do have drones going and spraying in the crotch of the...
Yes, sir.
And it's been effective?
It is effective. And we also use injections where we inject systemic insecticides into the trunks of the palms, and that has actually been very effective in combination with a green waste management plan at keeping populations exceedingly low in areas where we have these stringent green waste management plans.
How many drones have you got?
At this point, we only have one.
Okay, that explains.
We are in conversations about purchasing additional drones, but because of our funding is from the federal government, we have to get the all-American drones, which cost us 3 times as much as a non-American drone.
I would suggest you see the chair regarding an amendment for drones or something like that. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative, I might add, it would be amiss if I didn't mention that with the way that the coconut rhinoceros beetle, as far as we understand, moved into Waimanalo and Ewa was with the sharing of green waste from families. We're so nice in Hawaii, green waste, come get. And so it moved into the different varieties. So that's why we had was it a quarantine person? That you would just, if you're going to have green waste, keep it to yourself. Do not share it, don't sell it, don't make claims. And
Chair Hurd is referring to an interim rule that the department passed and we're undergoing a permanent rule change process right now.
I still think they've outsmarted us, but that's not important. Thank you, Chair. Thank you.
Councilor
guys.
Cochran.
Thank you.
Thanks, Chair. And maybe for Darcy, I was just curious because I just Googled Guam was given funding from the DOI back in 2021 in order to combat the CRB there. So I'm wondering if you've had an opportunity to speak with them, see what they've come up with, look at their reports thus far?
Thank you, Rep. Cochran. I've been speaking with Guam since their initial detection in 2007, and we remain in close conversation. We actually we actually have monthly calls together, coordinated by USDA, in addition to a lot of very personal communications between the researchers and myself.
Okay, and sorry, a quick follow-up. And so are they getting a handle on it? Can we learn and?
No, they're learning from us.
Okay.
No insult to my Guam colleagues, but because of the additional resources that we're able to deploy here, using Representative Ward's analogy, at this point we have the higher level degree.
Not outsmarted totally yet.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, members, usually I don't like to make statements, but I'll just, to help the committee clarify a few things. So, you know, earlier it was stated that some of the money was taken away because of the legislature took away the barrel tax. That is true, because and we did that during the pandemic when the barrel tax was created. You know, ironically about 10 years ago. The purpose of it was biosecurity, and the department was not using it for that purpose. And so the legislature wanted to get a better handle on where they were spending the money. So what we told the department was that things like this, tell us what you need and we'll fund it. So, and during the previous administration, we did not get that information. We put the barrel tax into the general fund, and then we told them, tell us what you need and we'll fund it. And only now we're talking about what we're going to fund and how to prioritize. So please understand that it was created for a purpose. The department was not using it for that purpose. It was using it for other things. And so the legislature took control. And that's why the barrel tax was taken away. Okay. We'll move on to the next measure.
Good piece of history, Chair. Thank you for that.
Okay, we're going to move on to the next measure, House Bill 972 HD1, relating to Animal Industry Special Fund. First up is the Department of Agriculture.
Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee, the department stands on its written testimony and support, and the comment is that we're now wanting to deposit funds from our veterinary services into the special fund. That's a significant change on this. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Is there anyone else wishing to testify? Please come forward.
Aloha, Akayaka, Chair, Vice Chair, and the FIN Committee. Angela Melody Young testifying to provide comments. So HB 972 allocates monies generated from the State Veterinary Laboratory and the Animal Disease Control Branch to be appropriated for laboratory improvements. And the Animal Disease Control Branch controls and prevents the entry and spread of livestock diseases. The mission of the branch is to prevent, detect, diagnose, control, and eradicate livestock diseases in order to promote the health and economic well-being of the livestock industries in Hawaii. Surveillance for regulatory diseases is conducted routinely to identify diseases which constitutes a threat to the state's livestock industries and public health. And the Animal Disease Control Branch, formerly known as the Livestock Disease Control Branch, consists of veterinary medical officers, livestock inspectors, animal caretakers, management, and support staff responsible for regulating and enforcing the policies. We just want to provide comments. This seems like it's a good measure to support. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Okay, thank you very much. Is there anyone else wishing to testify on this measure? Seeing none, members, any questions? Seeing none, we'll move on to the next bill, House Bill 605 HD1, relating to infrastructure. First up is Hawaii Emergency Management Agency.
Aloha, Chair, members of the committee. My name is Adam Weintraub. I'm the Communication Director for the Hawaii Emergency Management Agency. We stand on our written testimony offering support. Offering comments. We are in broad general support, provided that it doesn't conflict with the administration's priorities. We would note that there is substantial information going to the goal of this working group that already is existing in state and county hazard mitigation plans, and we would encourage that that effort be coordinated. I'm available for any questions you may have.
Okay, thank you very much. Next up, Dylan.
Aloha, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Edwin Matsuda with the Department of Land Natural Resources Engineering Division. The department stands on its written testimony in opposition of this measure. We feel that it is not necessary at this time, that there has been adequate discussion already on this measure and on this topic, and that the department does also consider these dams and reservoirs as important resources to the state. One of the obstacles that we do see facing many of the private owners are funding, and so we would support Senate Bill 1064, which creates a grant program for these owners to help make necessary improvements to sustain these resources. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Department of Agriculture.
Chair Yamashita, Vice Chair, members of the committee, Sharon Hurd, Department of Agriculture. The department stands on our written testimony in support of the measure with the following comment that we want to expand the working group to, instead of 2 representatives from the county, 4 representatives from each county in the state, and increase the farmer representation by adding the Hawaii Farmers Union United, which would add to the Hawaii Farm Bureau and the Hawaii Cattlemen's Council. I think these 2 changes would expand the representation from the counties and from the farmer groups. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. Ulupono.
Chair, Ulupono will stand on its testimony in support. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Farm Bureau.
Thank you, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Brian Miyamoto here on behalf of the Hawaii Farm Bureau. You have our written testimony in front of you. We stand on our testimony in support. We just wanted to highlight that we talked earlier today about farm to school. Water is essential for agriculture. So health and safety first and foremost. We all familiar with what happened in Koloko. But because of that, these new rules were in place, and now many of our dam owners are unable to comply with those regulations. They're unable to meet compliance, which means they are decommissioning, or that's an option, to decommission their dams and reservoirs. These serve not just agriculture, but also wildlife habitat, flood control, erosion, wildfires. A lot of times they're used to help battle some wildfires, and drought mitigation. So we do understand that there is a Senate Bill 1064, which is in Ways and Means right now. House Bill 750 was also introduced that does provide for grants and loans, but now the Senate bill is only applying for grants, and that is the major impediment, is the cost of compliance. So we do support this bill. We do believe it's still necessary to identify those that are critical, but also we do ask, if the bill does come over, that the House does support SB 1064, which would provide some funding for dams and reservoirs and all the appurtenances attached to dams. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Okay, thank you very much. Next up is Hawaii Cattlemen's Council.
Thank you, Chair Yamashita, Vice Chair Kitagawa, and members of the committee. I'm Nicole Galassi on behalf of the Hawaii Cattlemen's Council. We stand on our written testimony in support, and thank you for the opportunity to contribute to this working group. Mahalo.
Okay, thank you very much. And is there anyone else wishing to testify on this measure? Seeing none, members, any questions? Representative Ward.
The Farm Bureau, Brian, please. Koloko, what did we learn from Koloko that is now in the regulations that you say people don't like, or they can't enforce them? I'm confused.
Department of Land and Natural Resources, who oversees the compliance, is probably better to answer that. But again, it was a tragedy. We don't want to see that. Some work was done that probably shouldn't have been done. And that has just led to the possibility of decommissioning of these water resources, and that's where we're coming in from. Our farmers and ranchers need this water, and it serves many other purposes. We don't want to see any tragedy like that happen again. So because of that, and because of what's required for compliance, some of these dam owners are choosing to decommission their dams and reservoirs.
Could you answer what we learned from Coloco and what's the problem now that this bill is needed?
Aloha. Yes, so we've learned many lessons from Coloco. I think these are lessons that are not purely just defined here in Hawaii. This is a situation that is well known throughout the United States. And so this dam safety program started nationally back in the 70s with many dams failing, and then it has progressed to Hawaii. And our program first started in 1987. It wasn't funded to sufficiently to address all the needs. One of the primary things that we need to do is inspect all these reservoirs. And so with the passage of the 2007 Dam Safety Act, that the legislature did fund the program adequately to do a better job at inspecting these reservoirs, which we have. Part of the things that come out from the inspection is that we find deficiencies that owners need to improve on. Coloco did not have an adequate spillway. That is one of the things that we are working with many dam owners to address is inadequate spillways. And compounding that problem is climate change. Our weather patterns here are changing. We're getting more intense, less frequent storm events, which needs to have adequate spillways. And so that's a major capital improvement program for some of these owners. And so they've chosen to, for some owners, they've chosen to decommission some of the reservoirs that are not necessarily and put their money into other reservoirs that are more necessary, more required for their operation. Ag is changing. You know, we've seen a lot of these reservoirs were constructed in support of the sugar and pineapple industry, which we don't have as much of a water need now with the current types of agricultural crops that we have. And so, you know, some of these reservoirs, to the degree that we have them, just aren't, the owners aren't able to maintain them.
So rather than invest the money, they're shutting them down, basically.
Not all of them. There are owners that are improving these reservoirs.
How will this bill help them keep and repair and to invest and to do it? What, other than factual information, I gather it's going to give them?
I'm not sure exactly what we would actually, and I oversee the dam safety program for the department. I'm not really sure what exactly we would come out with from this working group. When the legislature passed the 2007 Dam Safety Act, we also went through the administrative rule process shortly thereafter, and we met extensively with the dam owners throughout the state. We went to each county, we got their comments, and formulated rules. And the rules that we established were based primarily from a Godby report, which the legislature commissioned a special deputy attorney to create, and it was created under research of various programs throughout the nation and various associations that regulate safety. And so it was kind of like a model program. So we're kind of like current state of practice. And so I feel like that's pretty much where everybody's still at. And so I don't know that this working group would change anything. And the department's not against.
I was hoping you'd say that because of this bill, there'll be no more colocos, but I guess you can't say that. But to me, that's probably the public interest right now.
70% of these dams are privately owned that we regulate. And so their improvements are beyond the department's control other than through enforcement and education, which we do provide education training to these owners. And we do inspect. And so where we see that there are deficiencies there, we restrict water level. We work with the owners to mitigate the problem as much as they can, as well as assist them in developing remediation plans.
So there should be no more colocos.
We're trying to avoid that, yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. Any further questions? Okay, seeing none, we're going to be moving on to the next measure on our agenda, House Bill 1182 HD1, relating to the Department of Agriculture. First up is Department of Agriculture.
Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee, Sharon Hurd, Department of Agriculture. The department stands on our written testimony and opposes this measure. We do understand that there are considerations that we're only being asked to do the environmental assessment. There are options to an environmental assessment instead of having to do that, but we do have our subject matter expert here should there be questions.
Okay, thank you very much. Next up, Farm Bureau.
Thank you, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Brian Miyamoto here on behalf of the Hawaii Farm Bureau. You have a written testimony in support, and we just wanted to clarify that the funding that is being requested in this measure is for the EIS, not for the actual drilling of the well. The farmers themselves would undertake those expenses, but the EIS can be timely and costly for our small farmers, and this is specific for the Panaeva Ag Park on Hawaii Island. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Okay, thank you very much. Is there anyone else wishing to testify on this measure? Seeing none, members' questions? Okay, we'll be moving on to the next measure. House Bill 308 HD1 relating to sustainable food systems. First up is the Office of Hawaiian Affairs. Not here. Okay, next, the University of Hawaii. Thank you.
Aloha, Chair, Vice Chairs, and the rest of the committee. Ania Wieczorek, College of Tropical Agriculture and Human Resources, University of Hawaii stands on our written testimony in support of this bill, and I'm here to answer any questions that you might have. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Department of Ag.
Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee, Sharon Hurd, Department of Ag. We also stand on our submitted written testimony with comments that the group is a little large, but we do have our testimony on that point. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Ulupono.
Chair, Ulupono will stand on his testimony supporting his session. Thank you.
Thank you. Farm Bureau.
Thank you, Chair. Brian Miyamoto here on behalf of the Hawaii Farm Bureau. You have a written testimony in support. The Hawaii Farm Bureau just respectfully requests a few amendments to the makeup of the committee. First, we do ask that the representatives from the University of Hawaii, instead of being selected by the chair of the Board of Agriculture, we believe the dean of the College of Agriculture might be a better office to select it. And then secondly, number 9 on page 3, I believe, the representative from the Hawaii Farm Bureau, we are requesting that it's the president of the organization, not myself as the executive director. President is the lead of the organization. And finally, we do ask that a representative from the Hawaii Cattlemen's Council be included, and again, selected by the president, the head of the organization. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Okay, thank you very much. Next is the Hawaii Food Industry Association. Lauren Zerbo, or designee.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. I'm Alexis Chapman on behalf of HFIA. We stand on our testimony in support, and we appreciate the opportunity to participate in the group, and I'm available for any questions.
Okay,
thank you.
Okay, next up is the Hawaii Cattlemen's Council.
Thank you, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Nicole Galassi on behalf of the Hawaii Cattlemen's Council. We stand on our written testimony in support and also asking that the Hawaii Cattlemen's Council be added as we have been in the companion bill SB 420. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Is there anyone else wishing to testify on this measure? Seeing none, members, questions? Representative Kobayashi.
This is more a comment than a question. To the organizers or potential organizers of this working group, at one time, long ago in the legislature, working groups were sometimes done informally by agreement with the department chairs. This would eliminate sunshine reviews, posting of notices, or supposedly taking of minutes, posting of minutes, quorum requirements, et cetera, et cetera. It makes the group oftentimes smaller or bigger depending on which issue is to be discussed, and just works in a much more efficient manner. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Any other questions? Okay, seeing none, we're going to move on to the next measure, House Bill 946 HD1, relating to the food supply. First up is the Department of Agriculture.
Got lost there. Chairperson, Vice Chair, members of the committee, Sharon, Department of Agriculture, we support this measure and support our written testimony as well.
Okay, thank you. Agribusiness Development Corporation.
Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee, thank you for allowing me to testify. We stand in support, strong support of this bill. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next up is Farm Bureau.
Thank you, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Brian Miyamoto here on behalf of the Hawaii Farm Bureau. You have a written testimony in support. We just wanted to point out that this is for small animals. We do have slaughter for cattle. This is for small animals, hogs, goats, sheep. And also want to point out that although it does say that ADC would plan, design, construct, and operate, they wouldn't actually be the operators. They would find someone to operate it, similar to what's going on in our slaughterhouses currently that we have now. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Okay, thank you very much. David Souza.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. My name is David Souza. I'm a hog farmer with Island Farms in Waianae, and I'd like to stand on my written testimony in strong support of this bill. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Okay, next up is the Hawaii Cattlemen's Council.
Thank you, Chair. Nicole Galassi on behalf of the Hawaii Cattlemen's Council. We stand on our written testimony in support. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. David Wong.
Mr. Chair, Vice Chair, members of the House Finance Committee, my name is David Wong. I'm a hog farmer from Waianae, and I stand on my written testimony, and I'm here to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, is there anyone else wishing to testify? Please come forward.
Aloha. Angela Melody Young testifying on behalf of ROAR. I just want to echo one of the voices from the Senate, which said that the state should not be funding slaughterhouses. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Okay, thank you very much. Is there anyone else wishing to testify? Seeing none. Members, any questions? Representative Ward.
Thank you. Brian, Farm Bureau, please. Brian, you said this is for small animals. Where does it in the bill does it say small animals? I can't find it.
Maybe it's small.
It says slaughterhouse shall determine the types and size of animals, but it doesn't say small. How do you read it? Where do you see small? Because it should be small, but it doesn't say it.
Brian Miyamoto here on behalf of the Hawaii Farm Bureau.
You said
yes,
small.
It should be small.
But it doesn't say
intent.
small.
This is not our measure, but that we understand that's the intent of this measure. We already have a slaughterhouse for cattle that also does hogs in Kailailoa, but the intent of this measure is for small. So if the chair is agreeable, then maybe an amendment could be put in, or at least in the committee report. But the intent is for small animals.
Okay, good. Thank you. Just to clarify that.
Thank you. Members, any further questions? Okay, seeing none, we're going to be moving on to the next measure, House Bill 606 HD1, relating to meat processing. First up is the Department of Human Services, State of Hawaii. Not here. Okay. Next up is Department of Agriculture.
Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee, we stand on our submitted written testimony in support of this measure.
Thank you. Farm Bureau.
Thank you, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Brian Miyamoto here on behalf of the Hawaii Farm Bureau. We stand in support of this measure. This measure and the next few are dealing with several issues, obviously building our capacity to process protein, but also addressing our invasive species in Maui County, axis deer, and we believe statewide, feral pigs and other wild game. So we believe these measures will help to reduce those populations and the impact it's having on not just agriculture but environment, but also providing those proteins for community feeding programs for the food banks. So we think it's a win-win, and we ask for support for this and the next few measures. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Okay, thank you very much, Hawaii Cattlemen's Council.
Thank you. Nicole Galassi on behalf of the Hawaii Cattlemen's Council. We stand on our written testimony in support, as expanding access to meat processing will help us meet both environmental and social demands and needs. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Is there anyone else wishing to testify on this measure? Please come forward.
Aloha Kayaka, Chair Vice Chair in the Fin Committee. Angela Melody Young testifying on behalf of ROAR, strong opposition. According to the UN, the number of industrial livestock sent to slaughterhouses each year is equivalent to 8 times the human population on planet Earth. And at no other time in history have so many animals died or suffered through so much. And factory farming is the main cause of animal suffering and abuse. And so the current meat industry is not sustainable, and it is cruel and inhumane to animals. And there is this paradigm that we are shifting from, where we're moving from excess, right, consumption, overconsumption of meat, to also thinking about how to live sustainably and integrating vegetables and growing vegetables in gardens to then not cause suffering to animals. So therefore, we strongly oppose the measure. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Okay, thank you very much. Is there anyone else wishing to testify? Seeing none. Members, any questions? Okay, Representative Cochran.
Possibly for Brian, or so in reference to the access deer, as I recall the many years of this issue going on, the hindrance was in the capturing and the USDA inspection of the meat, you know, for it to be fit for human consumption and to be utilized. Then once that was figured, then, you know, it's the processing. So it seems like, have we addressed all those issues? Because fencing is one thing to keep it out. So now deer don't know boundary lines in private or state lands, or so where are we with that? Because it's great, I mean, processing, yeah, once we capture it, but I know the hindrance was even capturing and having it, inspected to the USDA levels.
Thank you, Representative. Brian Miyamoto here on behalf of the Hawaii Farm Bureau, and I think that's why we talked about the several bills that we have. One of the bills is to almost reinstate the Hawaii Meat Act to provide more inspectors, because for access deer, they still need to be inspected, but it's a voluntary inspection, meaning the farmers, they have to pay for it themselves versus regular slaughter, which is part of the USDA FSIS program. So we believe these bills would address, and some of these are task force, so they're looking into how we build the capacity. Everything that you're talking about, from capturing to how do we slaughter it, how we slaughter it affordably, and then how do we turn those proteins through processing into viable meats that can be used either commercially or for food banks or feeding programs. So it is these 3 bills and many other bills are addressing that. Again, it's to reduce those populations, and I've heard it many times from folks from Maui County, from Maui Island and Molokai, that if you haven't been there, you really don't know what the impact is. And you brought up fencing. So what's happening is we're protecting our forests and our watersheds, rightfully so, but we're taking away some of their forage, so they're coming further and further down, and they're feeding on our farmlands, and now they're coming to the urban core. So not only are they affecting our environment and our farming, but now it's a safety issue. Feral pigs are everywhere. They just dig up everything. We just went up to Hawaii Island and visited some ranches, and the damage that they're doing up there. So again, but we don't want to waste those proteins, but we need a process. We need a comprehensive plan on how we eradicate, or how we reduce those populations, not to eradicate, reduce it, but also how we process it, so we're not just shooting it, we're not just wasting the protein, and I think these bills speak to that.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions? Seeing none, we'll move on to the next measure, House Bill 1382 HD2, relating to meat donations. First up is Department of Agriculture.
Vice Chair, members of the committee, Sharon Reed, Department of Agriculture, we stand on our submitted written testimony in support of the measure.
Okay, thank you. Next, ADC.
Thank you, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Agribusiness stand on written testimony and support. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Hawaii Farm Bureau.
Thank you, Chair. The Hawaii Farm Bureau will stand on its written testimony in support.
Okay, Hawaii Cattlemen's Council.
Thank you, Nicole Galassi on behalf of the Hawaii Cattlemen's Council. We stand on our written testimony in support.
Okay, thank you. Is there anyone else wishing to testify? Please come forward.
Aloha, Angela Melody Young testifying. Where are we at again? Is it HB 1382?
We're on 1382.
Okay. Angela Melody Young testifying on behalf of ROAR, and we are in strong opposition of anything that destroys wildlife or nature. And so, like I said before, the current food system is not sustainable, and that's why, you know, in our previous session before, we were talking about farm to table, transformative approaches to adjusting the way we used to do things, so that we can create better, healthier communities and a healthier planet. But also, according to the USDA, the Federal Department of Agriculture, their Food Safety and Inspection Services is responsible for verifying that there will be federally inspected livestock policies so that they comply with Humane Methods of Slaughter Acts. So before the legislature thinks to implement these meat processing and slaughterhouses, you have to make sure that it's in alignment with the federal regulations. And I don't see anything about federal regulations in these measures. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Okay, thank you. Is there anyone else wishing to testify? Seeing none, members, any questions? Okay, seeing none, we're going to move on to the next measure, House Bill 609 HD1, relating to agriculture. First up is the Department of Agriculture.
Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee, Sharon Hurd, Department of Agriculture. We stand on our written testimony in support of the measure, but comment that to stand up a state inspection service there'll be a cost, and this is the Finance Committee, so we do have a number for you. Startup cost would be $1 million.
Okay. Thank you for that. Okay. Next up is the Hawaii Farm Bureau.
Thank you, Chair. The Hawaii Farm Bureau will stand on its written testimony in support.
Okay, next up is the the Hawaii Cattlemen's Council.
Thank you, Chair. Nicole Galassi on behalf of the Hawaii Cattlemen's Council. We stand on our written testimony in support. This would allow us to continue to provide a high-quality protein for our local community. Managed ungulates like cattle can actually increase carbon sequestration in pasture, but producers do need access to both processing and the inspection. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, is there anyone else wishing to testify on this measure? Seeing none, members, any questions? Okay, seeing none, we're going to move on to House Bill 1426 HD1, relating to value-added products. First up is the University of Hawaii. Yeah, please.
Aloha, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee, Carlos Peñalosa, Chancellor Leeward Community College. On behalf of the community colleges, we stand on our written testimony in support of this measure and here to answer any questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Department of Ag.
Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee, the department stands on its written testimony in support.
Okay, thank you, ADC.
Thank you, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Agribusiness stands in strong support of this legislation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Ulupono.
Chair Ulupono will stand on his testimony in support. Thank you.
Thank you. Farm Bureau.
Thank you, Chair. The Hawaii Farm Bureau will stand on its written testimony in support.
Thank you, Hawaii Food Industry Association.
Thank you, Chair. Alexis Chapman for HFIA. We stand on our testimony in support.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else wishing to testify? Seeing none, members, any questions? Seeing none, we're going to move on to the next measure, which is, let's see, House Bill 1426. Am I right? Oh, I just did that. Okay, we're moving on to 1248 HD1. That is is relating to supplemental nutrition assistance program incentives. Okay, first up is Executive Office on Learning.
Aloha Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the committee. I'm Jordana Ferrer with the Executive Office on Early Learning. We stand in support of our written testimony and happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Department of Ag.
Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee, Sharon Hurd, Department of Agriculture, we stand in strong support of this measure.
Okay.
Our witness.
Thank you. Excuse me, American Heart Association. On Zoom.
Aloha, Chair, and members of the committee. Thank you for this opportunity. American Heart Association stands strongly in support of this bill, and we request that the $3 million request in the preamble of the bill be inserted into the blank amounts currently in the bill. Mahalo.
Thank you. Next, Hawaii Public Health Institute.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Peggy Muirswa with the Hawaii Public Health Institute. We stand in strong support of this measure. It's been extremely impactful for those who are SNAP recipients. It doubles their purchasing power of local produce, which helps to support families, farmers, and our economy. And in the end, we've seen an increase in consumption of healthy foods, fruits and vegetables, and of course, eating healthy helps to lower obesity, high blood pressure, diabetes, and heart disease. So we stand in strong support of the measure, and we too request that you folks consider adding the $3 million back into the bill to help support this program. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Hawaii Farm Bureau Union, Farmers Union United. On Zoom? No? Nope, nobody. Okay, Ulupono.
Afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Micah Munikata here on behalf of Ulupono Initiative. Just wanted to stand on our written testimony in strong support of this measure. You have our written testimony. It also includes 4 pages of data that might be helpful when considering this measure. It is a triple win bill, as it's been referred to over the course of time. You know, supporting our SNAP eligible recipients, which our SNAP recipients continues to rise, roughly 9% in the last year. Supporting our local farmers with products at the marketplace. You know, in 2020 to 2021, the Bucks program supported 470 farm producers and 8 distributors through the program. And then it also keeps the money here in Hawaii, so directly supporting our local economy. So we would appreciate if you can consider putting in $3 million per year for this program. Again, it's a very good program. We think, based on some of our analysis and data, which again is attached to our testimony, that $3 million can turn into $19 million here within our state. Thank you, sir.
Okay, Hawaii Farm Bureau.
Thank you, Chair. The Hawaii Farm Bureau will stand on its written testimony in support.
Okay, the food basket.
Aloha Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the committee. My name is Chelsea Takahashi. I'm from Hilo. I'm the Director of Healthy Food Access Initiatives at the Food Basket. I've been one of the lead administrators of the DeBucks program since we piloted DeBucks in 2017. The Food Basket has taken the lead in applying for federal GusNIP grants to fund this program. To date, we've secured 4 GusNIP awards, totaling over $9 million in federal dollars. Additionally, 3 of those 4 grants had 100% non-federal matching requirements, so we also secured $4 million in match that came largely from philanthropy. We know it's very unlikely that this GusNIP matching requirement will go away. We've been actively involved in a coalition of GusNIP grantees across the country, advocating for a new $3.5 billion tier of GusNIP funding in the 2023 Farm Bill. This $3.5 billion would allow successful state programs like DeBucks to dramatically scale and could potentially bring in $20 million a year in federal GusNIP dollars. All U.S. congressional offices we've spoken to strongly voice that keeping this non-federal match requirement will be critical to gaining bipartisan support. A state investment will enable DeBucks to be prepared once this new tier of GusNIP funding becomes available. We humbly request the state to invest in the long-term sustainability of DeBucks and its ability to provide affordable food access. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for coming in also. Okay, is there anyone else wishing to testify? Please come forward.
Hi, Chair,
Oh.
Vice Chair, members. We usually have our testimony also in support of this from
Okay,
HFI.
sorry, I missed it. Okay, thank you. Please.
Aloha, Akayaka, Chair, Vice Chair, and the FIN Committee. Angela Melody Young testifying on behalf of ROAR. So we are in strong support of the measure. The research from the HB 1248 states that the consumption of fresh fruits and vegetables is an integral part of a healthy diet and central to the prevention of obesity and chronic diseases. The legislature, about the DeBucks program, it benefits a lot of impoverished communities, especially because the General Assistance and the SNAP Assistance Program is implemented from DHS to help communities who have a hard time getting to healthy food, food stamps, and cash benefits. So it is imperative to help support this measure, and perhaps there's nothing about working with DHS in this policy, perhaps because the general assistance and the food stamps is implemented from DHS. There could be consideration to work with the DHS. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else wishing to testify? Seeing none. Members, any questions? Okay, we'll move on to the next measure, House Bill 1250 HD1 relating to Mamaki tea. First up is Department of Agriculture.
Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee, Sharon Hurd, Department of Agriculture. We do stand on our written submitted testimony in support with comments that Mamaki tea is growing in popularity. The department has funded several production projects through the Special Crop Block Grant Program, wildly successful, and that Mamaki tea being endemic to Hawaii has a lot of export potential. So this labeling bill is very important to the continued success of the export of the product. I do want to add one thing to the testimony, Chair, and that is the dollar amount would be $100,000 a year to fund the an additional inspector and some of his tools and resources, to him or her, to do the job. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Let's see. Farm Bureau.
Thank you, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Brian Miyamoto here on behalf of the Hawaii Farm Bureau. You have a written testimony in support. What we don't have in our testimony is we're asking the legislature to possibly consider increasing Department of Ag's enforcement capacity back to where it was. I believe it was reduced during the RIF in, I think, 2008, 2009. So again, with a lot of these labeling issues coming up, we want to provide the resources to the department so they can protect our very important and culturally important crops. So again, we stand in strong support and ask to consider possibly increasing their enforcement capacity. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. Is there anyone else wishing to testify? Please come forward.
Testifying, Angela Melody Young, testifying on behalf of ROAR, and this is in regards to the HB 1250 Mamaki tea. And thank you for your patience, Chair, Vice Chair, and the committee. So just a brief background about the Mamaki tea. Deep in the Hawaii's lush volcanic jungles, Mamaki grows both wild and cultivated. Better known as Mamaki tea in native Hawaiian, they have utilized the plants for its medicinal properties for centuries in their la'alapa'o, or traditional Hawaiian medical practice. Mamaki comes from the nettle family, so while it's technically not a tea, the leaves of the plant can be used to brew an all-natural herbal beverage with several health benefits, such as lowering blood pressure to aiding with depression. Fans of the nettle family of plants know it's common to find nettles with a wide range of benefits. Mamaki also plays a huge role in rainforest restoration efforts, making it a real super plant. So the mamaki is endemic to Hawaii, meaning that it was grown on the islands far before humans arrived, and as such, it has been a plant. It has been a part of Native Hawaiian culture for many generations, and the berries from the plant have long since been used to treat open wounds because of their reported antifungal and antibacterial properties. So because for these reasons that the plant is very beneficial, we are in support of the measure.
Okay, thank you. Is there anyone else wishing to testify? Seeing none, Representative Lamasao.
Thank you, Chair.
Questions?
This question is for DOA.
Representative Lamasao.
Thank you, Director. I just wanted to know what would be the amount that you folks would need to do the enforcement on this, as what Farm Bureau alluded to.
The bill refers to not only enforcement of the mamaki tea labeling, or at least the testimony, but also for coffee and macadamia nuts and for different products. So let me call on our subject matter expert, Leo Ubaldo. Dr. Ubaldo.
Sure.
He's asking for the money we need for enforcement.
Yeah, for everything. It's fine.
Leo Ubaldo, Hawaii Department of Agriculture. Yeah, thank you for that question. For now, we would like to have at least one, but to bring back the capacity that we used to have.
One position, sorry.
Yeah, one position for
and
now.
How much would that cost?
About 100,000.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, Representative Carlo.
Just a follow-up to that. So the previous capacity was one, and you're requesting for one. What I think you was that the number?
So the previous capacity, we have at least 2, 3 during those times. So we would like to start with 1, maybe 2. Because we haven't had this opportunity. I mean, we would like to rebuild the enforcement capability for the measurement standards brands. So if we can get 2, 3, I think, that's, I know there's competing budgets here and there, but we're happy with 1.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Representative Ward. Ward.
Oh. Just to follow up on that follow-up, Madam Chair. You mentioned that you were doing a couple of promotionals.
Yes.
How did those? How's the sales so far? Even though it's in its infant stage, how much sales have taken place? I'm looking for market demand kind of
right.
stuff.
Sales is a slippery slope. Retailers don't like to give out sales numbers because of competitive reasons, but I can tell you that the production has increased. University of Hawaii has a varietal project funded by the specialty crop where they're distributing the highest yielding plants, so the biggest leaves, because that's what's dried. And I don't have the exact sales number, but we can probably get you farm gate sales when they start measuring mamaki tea.
But it's enough to justify the 100,000 and the other amount that state's going to invest just to be inspecting.
Correct. Because without the labeling requirement, the tourists don't know what they're buying. And the mamaki tea has a lot of export potential. The Japanese market is very, very much interested in the medicinal qualities of it. So without the labeling requirement, similar to macadamia nuts and the other hemp even, it's going to be a weak product for the growers. So we're trying to protect the farmers and make sure that they get full credit for the products that they're growing.
Last question. Where can I buy it and how much is it?
Woohoo! University of Hawaii right now has a really high product with a lot of antioxidants. Where can you buy it? We have several. I don't want to just say one because there's so many, but the seal of quality member is Kihene. K-I-H-E-N-E, a seal of quality member that sells the dried, ready to go.
Where is that located?
I think it's in Waimanalo. I'm not sure. I'll have to get back to you.
Okay.
Do you know, Representative?
I believe so. But across the entire state, there is mamaki tea being grown. I think in most neighbor islands,
Okay.
at least Hawaii Island and Oahu has.
We're not supposed to be having a conversation.
Okay,
this is
can we
weird
take this
questions.
offline, Representative?
Yeah, thank you.
You didn't say the cost yet.
Pardon?
You didn't say the cost, price.
Oh, the sales, I don't have it. This,
Okay.
the NAS will start collecting
Because
Mamaki
we're
tea.
making an investment in them, and it sounds like
That's
it's a
true.
good deal, but we should
That's
have
true.
some metrics
Yeah.
to measure that, that's all.
Packaging varies the pricing points sometimes.
Thank you. Any further questions? Okay, seeing none, members, we're going to be moving on to the next measure, House Bill 313 HD1 relating to agriculture. First up is Department of Agriculture.
Yeah. Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee, Sharon Hurd, Department of Agriculture, we stand in support of our submitted testimony, and we support this measure, highlighting the fact for Representative Ward that we've added India to our testimony.
With the
Okay, no conversation.
Mahindra, the
What?
Mahindra tractors.
Per your recommendation from a previous
Thank you.
testimony, okay?
I'm a happy camper now.
Thank you. Okay, sorry. Any further question? Oh, we're still in testimony, sorry. Please proceed. You can come forward. Oh, I'm sorry, we're going to move on to the University of Hawaii. Yeah, thank you. Carlos Peñalosa.
Carlos Peñalosa for the community colleges. We stand on our written testimony in support of the intent of this measure.
Okay, thank you. Ulupono.
Chair Ulupono will stand on his testimony in support.
Thank you. Farm Bureau.
Thank you, Chair. Vice Chair, members of the committee, Brian Miyamoto here on behalf of the Hawaii Farm Bureau. You have a written testimony in support. We've come before this body for several years asking for this pilot program. We don't have in our testimony, but we do note that in previous discussions that other countries were brought up. It is foreign. It doesn't say specific countries within the actual bill. The preamble does reference Japan, but we do understand if this project would go forward, the University of Hawaii would also look at Italy, Netherlands, New Zealand, and Europe. Those are countries that they have identified that has equipment that may be suitable for Hawaii, and also the KCC Farmers Market sells Mamaki tea.
Good footnote.
Irrelevant. All right. Thank you. Is there anyone else wishing to testify? Please come forward.
Aloha, Akayaka Chair, Vice Chair, and the FIN Committee, Angela Melody Young, testifying on behalf of ROAR. So the purpose of this act is to appropriate funds to the University of Hawaii to identify foreign agricultural technology for a pilot program. And it has to be in compliance with the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency's emission standards for small engines. So the research in the bill says that the technology and equipment cannot be imported because it does not comply with the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency's emission standards. So therefore, that should be something for consideration when the pilot program develops. And the EPA sets national ambient air quality standards for air pollutants. State and local governments that do not meet the EPA standards must develop implementation plans outlining how they will address air pollutant emissions. Although the federal act does not constitute the specificity of the parameters about what you can specifically do or do not do, it sets a goal about emission standards and it measures the pollutants. So therefore, we wanted to provide comments about this matter. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Okay, thank you very much. Is there anybody else wishing to testify? Seeing none, members, any questions? Representative Ward.
Farm Bureau Police, Brian, you read off a litany of countries, but you missed what the Chair of Agriculture said initially, that they were going to include India this is my East-West Center hat now. Of all the small-scale industrial farm equipment, India is the best, because it's the cheapest. It's probably the best for the price. And Japan, which is front and center in this bill, is actually exporting Indian equipment in some of its products that it's delivering to Africa, just to show that what the ag is added onto with India is very, very well taken. Bang for the buck, it's the best.
Thank you, Representative Brian Miyamoto here on behalf of the Hawaii Farm Bureau. I think it would be prudent for us to look at all foreign countries to include India and those that we're listing, including Japan. We just want to get the best stuff here, the most efficient things at the lowest price, quite frankly, for farmers, because, again, farming is a business, and some small farmers are unable to afford the high cost of some of this equipment. So
You just seem to be a little bit Eurocentric, that's all. Which is expensive, generally speaking, very expensive. Anyways, thank you very much.
Thank you, Representative.
Thank you,
Okay.
Chair.
Thank you. Any Representative Officer?
Brian Miyamoto. Brian, can you tell me how much it would cost to ship an equipment from maybe Japan to Hawaii? Any of the small.
Thank you, Representative Lamasal. Brian Miyamoto here on behalf of the Hawaii Farm Bureau. It depends on the equipment. I mean, honestly, it could be upwards of $100,000. What's encouraging is DBED, Department of Business, Economic Development and Tourism, actually has a proposal to develop in Hilo, the foreign trade zone. They have an agricultural hub project that, as a foreign trade zone, may be able to get around the EPA emissions issue that we're having. That's kind of the basis for this, where we want to identify the equipment, but because we can't bring some of the things in, do we break it down? Do we rebuild it here? What's going to happen with the warranty? But we believe that possibly on the foreign trade zone that you can test those pieces of equipment because it's not on U.S. soil, so to speak. So, but we believe about $100,000 is kind of roughly what each equipment may cost, or certain pieces of equipment.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions? Okay, seeing none, we'll move on to our final measure, House Bill 1359 HD2, relating to hemp. Okay, first up is Department of Agriculture.
Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee, the department stands on executive testimony and support.
Okay. Okay, next up is the Attorney General's Office.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. The Department of the Attorney General submits comments on these bills. We had some concerns where the bill is taking out things about requirements for compliance testing and inspections. We also had concerns where it's adding in a prohibition on penalties. So that would prevent, say, the Department of Agriculture from, or possibly prevent a penalty for like improper use of pesticides, for example. And then finally, we asked that you consider some of our amendments or fixes for definitions that were proposed in the bill. I'm available for questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Next up is on Zoom, Hawaii Sustainable Farms.
Aloha, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Robert Bentz, disabled farmer, diversified farmer, for generations here in Kula. I feel that this buffer zones of the hemp is taking of my personal property in many ways, as it's stopping us from farming. It's stopping the vast majority of Hawaii farmers from farming. The vast majority of Hawaii farms are less than 10 acres, and I don't have that many neighbors, and almost pretty much none of that farm with 10 acres is able to be planted with that 500-foot buffer zone. I am a USDA licensed hemp farmer, and I was told by my contact at the USDA AMS, who oversees this program, that all aspects of growing, including the buffer, would be under their control. So I feel like this buffer zone provision was just down the street from my house and my parents' property, and it was people that weren't from Hawaii. They could have just taken care of it, but they ruined all hemp for all of Hawaii. And I've been trying to follow hemp since 10 years already. I had brain surgery, had birth defects, so I had to learn how to talk again. And the double regulation also seems to go against the Hawaii Right to Farm Act, because this encroachment of gentlemen farmers onto agricultural land, it's already supposed to be protected by Hawaii state law, so I don't know how this buffer zone ever became 500 feet. 100 feet is still a lot, but as far as something that could not cost anything and really support the profitability of local farmers, this bill is great. It shouldn't be any buffer zone, but 100 foot is definitely better than 500 feet. Mahalo.
Okay. Thank you very much. Okay, is there anyone else wishing to testify on this measure? Okay, seeing none. Members, any?
This is Gail Byrne-Baber with Hawaii Farmers Association.
Yeah, please proceed.
Yeah, thank you. Our testimony should be there, and hopefully we were on to testify. So, pardon me for jumping in there so aggressively. Thanks for your time today. And again, this is Gail Byrne-Baber with the Hawaii Hemp Farmers Association. And first of all, I want to thank you all, Chair and Committee, for your questions at the beginning of the session. When you're asking questions about the financial outcomes and salaries and what farmers make, it is tough to farm in Hawaii, and we need to have those conversations a little bit more deeply. And just so you know, and you may already know this, that the national suicide rate for farmers is 200% higher than any other business. And here in Hawaii, coming out of COVID, farmers had the worst mental health outcomes than any other sector, even above the medical profession with doctors and nurses. And I think that's saying a lot. So with that in mind, well, the Hawaii Hemp Farmers Association stands on its comments, but I would also like to offer or ask that 2 amendments that we asked for, our organization asked for, be included. If we were aware of this bill when it originated, I'm very confident those amendments would be in there. I'm going to read one amendment. It is in our testimony, but it's really critical, and I'll tell you why. Because hemp processing has basically come to a standstill for many farmers, and what we're asking for is to be allowed to process on our farms like we did previously to September 2021, when some new rules, I believe inadvertently and accidentally, essentially eliminated farmers from being able to process hemp on their farms in agricultural buildings is exempt under HRS 4688, which are like single-story masonry buildings, enclosed buildings, steel retrofitted containers secured to the ground. So we've been processing for 4 years with that inadvertent exclusion. So we're asking for our amendment to please be included in the bill going forward. It's critical. This is one of the reasons the farmers don't make money because you end up with little accidental policy missteps like this or rules. And if you're following the rules, it can really shut down a farming operation. That amendment we asked for also asked for allowances for farmers to process in food hubs and agricultural parks. And I'd also like to speak to the penalty that the Department of Health just referenced. We have some of the highest penalties for just paperwork management. If for some reason some of our paperwork's out, it's $10,000 per incident. For sure, we don't want anyone to be, what would I say, not have fines applied to them for misuse of herbicides or pesticides. But can we at least amend the existing rules so that for the way the existing rules are, that if any farmer missteps on any aspects of their hemp farming, they can be fined $10,000. That was set in motion by a previous policy person who thought that it would be a good way to make sure that hemp farmers don't grow pot. Well, nationally, across the board in Hawaii, that has not been the case. It is way harder to farm hemp and to get a license than to get a medical marijuana permit. That's just a fact. We have to get fingerprinted. We're in USDA databases. You can track us really well. And even some of the national incidents you may have heard reported in Oregon with regard to illicit grows. People who grow illicitly. They're not trying to disguise pot grows as hemp grows. That's just a fact. So we're really hopeful that you'll please allow us to process again on our farms, lower the penalties. There is also a labeling bill making its way through the Senate. The origin labeling is really important to hemp farmers. There's an exploding CBD market here in Hawaii, estimated to be between $32 million and $56 million. It's 95 to 99% of that money is exporting the state because we've been, for a whole bunch of reasons, but part of it is owners rules and handcuffing farmers. So this bill is really important, but it does need to be amended. And I'll also say this farming group, the Hawaii Hemp Farmers Association, which is also an industry group, we represent manufacturers and processors, is the only group in the country that came out against Delta 8 products, which, if you know a little bit about that, those are hemp products that basically are synthetic cannabinoids. We're the only group that came out against synthetic cannabinoids in the country. So we really want to do things right. We hope that you'll pay attention to our suggestions. And we are very concerned that the 0.3% THC allowance that's allowed federally for hemp products and also in this state may be changed for existing products. I believe the Department of Health has recommended some language if food is allowed, which it would be really nice if it was, CBD food products. Certainly we want to make sure that those recommendations Department of Health has put forth. I think it's about 5 milligrams limitation THC per serving and go forward. But that should not at all apply to existing hemp products. We've had no problems with our salves and our tinctures in this state. So, and that would be an example of going backwards and making it more difficult for farmers, changing the allowance on the compound concentrations when we're already 5 years into an industry when many hemp farmers have gone broke. If you want to ask me about how many hemp farmers have gone broke and how many are not farming primarily due to policy and rules, when we were leading the nation with respect to policy and rules, even just 8 years ago, I'm happy to share that data. I know I took a lot of your time, so thank you very much, and please put in there the processing amendment that farmers need in this bill. Aloha.
Aloha. Thank you very much. Okay, is there anyone else wishing to testify on this measure? Okay, seeing none, members, any questions? Representative Moikal.
For the Attorney General, when we first came out with allowing hemp to be grown, right? Yes. There was this talk about the medicinal value, hemp creek, hemp rope, hemp, whatever hemp food, hemp clothing. Hemp was supposedly a really good soil remediator. It was a great product, right? So we've been trying to get this okay for the farmers to produce, to grow and to produce. Yes. But it seems like every step of the way, we have a legal matter that comes up and amendments need to be made here, and then here the next time, and now here again this time. I'm like, where are we gonna go with this? At what point can we really help these farmers grow and produce their hemp? Is it you guys not saying that there's something legally wrong with it, or is it the Department of Health that says that they may put the real marijuana thing onto their product? I don't know what to do at this point, because I have heard from our hemp farmers in Kauai, my district, and they're dying. They had everything set up, they invested in this crop, and they're stuck. They can't move any further. So how can we help them?
Jody with the Department of Attorney General. I wish I'd had a really good answer for this. I have, I guess my general assignment is to the Department of Agriculture. I have also conferred with the Attorney Generals who are assigned to the Department of Health. They have been wrestling with this a lot longer than I have, and they understand, we all understand your frustration. I don't think that we figured out a good solution or a good, you know, it's not an easy fix, like, okay,
It's
do this,
not.
this, and
I
pow.
agree, but I'm just afraid that marijuana is going to become legal before we can get the hemp growers to get their products to market. So just a thought. I mean, I'm not sure we can do. We're only going to deal with the financial part of this bill, but I understand that this is something we need to solve now, like this session. Every year we see this coming up over and over again. But thank you. Thank you for
I
coming.
agree.
All right, thank you. Members, any further questions? Okay, seeing none, we're going to recess for decision-making, and then we're going to move into our next agenda. We're going to take about 15, maybe 20, and we'll be back. We're in recess. Okay, the Committee on Finance will reconvene for decision-making on our second agenda, the 11:31, and so we're a little behind. Okay. So House Bill 305 HC1, recommendation is to pass as is. Any discussion? Vice Chair.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass HB 305 HD1 as is. Chair and Vice Chair vote aye. Representative Ayu.
Aye.
Representative Chun.
Aye.
Representative Cochran.
Aye.
Representative Garrett.
Aye.
Representative Kahaloa.
Aye.
Representative Kila.
Aye.
Representative Kobayashi.
Aye.
Representative Lamosao.
Aye.
Representative Morikawa.
Aye.
Representative Nishimoto.
Aye.
Representative Poi Poi.
Aye.
Representative Takenouchi.
Aye.
Representative Alcos.
Aye.
Representative Ward.
Aye.
Chair, your recommendation is
Okay,
adopted.
thank you very much. Moving on to House Bill 971 HD1. Recommendation is to move it out. We're going to be blanking out the appropriation and tech. Any discussion? HD2, Vice Chair.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass HB 971 HD1 with amendments, noting the presence of all members who will be noting present for the rest of the agenda unless otherwise noted. Are there any reservations? Any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, House Bill 275 HD1 as is. Any discussion? Vice Chair.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass HB 275 HD1 as is. Are there any reservations? Any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, House Bill 306, House Draft 1. We're going to be moving this out as a House Draft 2. We're going to be blanking out the appropriation and tech. Any discussion? Vice Chair.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass HB 306 HD1 with amendments. Are there any reservations? Any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, House Bill 1149 HD1. We were going to be also blanking out the appropriation and putting tech inside. HD2, Vice Chair. Discussion, sorry.
Yeah,
Please go
sorry,
ahead.
just a brief comment, Chair, because you gave a great history about how the barrel tax got eliminated. Biodiversity never got emphasized in the Department of Agriculture. I would just suggest maybe that history could fit in the committee report somewhere in marking urgency or urgent about what this rhinoceros beetle
We'll be
is
working
up
with the
to.
department on this. This is part of our work when we get to the budget.
Okay, and you can use exclamation points too.
You're going to be in the room.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, HD2, Vice Chair.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass HB 1149 HD1 with amendments. Are there any reservations? Any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Thank you very much. House Bill 972 HD1 as is. Any discussion? Vice Chair.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass HB 972 HD1 as is. Are there any reservations? Any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, House Bill 605 HD1 as is. Any discussion? Vice Chair.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass HB 605 HD1 as is. Are there any reservations? Any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, House Bill 1182 HD1. We're going to be passing it out as an HD2, blanking out the appropriation and tech. Any discussion? Vice Chair.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass HB 1182 HD1 with amendments. Are there any reservations? Any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, House Bill 308 HD1. We're going to be passing out as is. Any discussion? Representative Ward.
Chair, would you take into consideration the Cattlemen's Association has suggested that they be included in the members of this particular force?
We will be considering that, but we're going to let subject matter deal with that, so we didn't get prior concurrence
Okay.
on that. So we're going to be just moving the measure forward so that we can deal with it in conference.
Okay, thank you.
Any further discussion? Okay, Vice Chair, as is.
Okay, recommendation of the chair is to pass HB 308 HD1 as is. Are there any reservations? Any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, House Bill 946 HD1. I'm going to recommend that we defer this measure. This is a CIP measure that you will be need to deal with the CIP sub-chair on this measure, so we're going to defer. Next up is House Bill 606 HD1. Recommendation is to pass as is. Any discussion? Vice Chair.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass HB 606 HD1 as is. Are there any reservations? Any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, House Bill 1382 HD2 as is. Any discussion? Vice Chair.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass HB 1382 HD2 as is. Are there any reservations? Any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, House Bill 609 HD1, we're going to be moving this out as an HD2, blanking out the appropriation and tech. Any discussion? Vice Chair.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass HB 609 HD1 with amendments. Are there any reservations? Any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, House Bill 1426 HD1 as is. Any discussion? Vice Chair.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass HB 1426 HD1 as is. Are there any reservations? Any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, House Bill 1248 HD1 as is. Any discussion? Vice Chair.
The recommendation of the chair is to pass HB 1248 HD1 as is. Are there any reservations? Any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, House Bill 1250 HD1 as is. Any discussion? Vice Chair.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass HB 1250 HD1 as is. Are there any reservations? Any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, House Bill 313 HD1 as is. Any discussion? Vice Chair.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass HB 313 HD1 as is. Are there any reservations? Any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Thank you. House Bill 1359 HD2. We're going to be moving as is. Any discussion? Vice Chair.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass HB 1359 HD2 as is. Are there any reservations? Any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, we're going to adjourn and move into our next agenda. We're adjourned. Okay, the Committee on Finance will come to order. We're on our third agenda. First up is House Bill 982 HD1 relating to funding for the Department of the Attorney General Tobacco Enforcement Unit, tobacco stamp. First up is the Attorney General.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. My name is Rich Stacy. I'm the Unit Supervisor for the Tobacco Enforcement Unit with the Attorney Generals. Thank you for hearing the bill. We're in strong support. The special fund that we work off of is primarily funded through cigarette tax stamp revenue. And due to lower sales, that's been plummeting. Last year, it decreased 12.7%. We anticipate the drastic downward trend will continue, which is in a way good because less people smoking. However, the other part of what we do is our main purpose is to enforce the MSA, Master Settlement Agreement, which is separate from the people smoking. We do other things, but that's our main responsibility, and it remains the same. So the risk of losing our annual payment, which was over $38 million last year, remains real. It's always a potential arbitration. So just recently, Missouri, Washington, and New Mexico lost their arbitration, and they faced a loss of tens of millions of dollars of MSA funds. So for our unit, we need to stay funded to do our diligent enforcement to prevent that from happening. So with the cigarette tax stamp revenue going down, we're trying to stabilize the funding for our unit, so that's why we're asking for this right now. I will reiterate, if you haven't noticed this, we have a carryover provision. So if we spend the money, we have a pretty stable level of people right now doing their work, going to all the islands, visiting all the retailers. But there's always a carryover that goes back to the general fund. So even if we have money at the end of the year, a certain amount carries back to the general fund. And we hope the investment would be good to keep the MSA money flowing. And I'm available for questions.
Thank you very much. Next up, Department of Health.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Jill Tamashiro on behalf of Dr. Kenneth Fink of the Department of Health, and we stand on our written testimony and support. Thank you.
Thank you. Department of Taxation.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the committee. Gary Sagunuma, Director of Taxation. The department supports this measure, and we submitted comments in our written testimony. I would just like to add that what's not in our testimony is the revenue impact from this measure. And so in terms of the general fund, there is forecasted to be no material impact. And in terms of the tobacco enforcement special fund, this measure is predicted to increase the special fund by $400,000 in fiscal year 24 and 25, and then $300,000 for fiscal years 26, 27, 28, and 29. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Next is Tax Foundation. Nope, not present. Okay, is there anyone else wishing to testify on this measure? Seeing none, members, any questions? Representative Ward.
Thank you, Chair. Attorney General's office, please. From the beginning, what's the total amount that tobacco cessation funds have been received and implemented or practiced?
So we have received MSA money of $1.06 billion since we started. Cigarette tax revenues that flow into Department of Taxation is at $2.2 billion since it started.
Okay.
My unit does not do the health. Department of Health handles the money when it comes in. So our function is more a strict MSA enforcement. So if you're questioning about what was spent.
Well, no, I haven't got to the question that I really want to ask, and that is, what was the amount of smokers when you first got the tobacco settlement, and what is it now? How much have you tamped down smoking?
Again, that's not really, so it sounds like we do that in my unit, but what we really do is we are designated to enforce the MSA, which is more a fight between the big tobacco companies and the other ones that try to sneak in and lower sales. So the Department of Health does.
Oh, so the Department of Health would know that one.
They would be more likely to.
I don't see them volunteering that statistic. So my second question is there going to be a vaping settlement fund? I heard rumblings about that possibility. Or is that a vision or a wishful thinking?
I think my office did announce joining the multi-state settlement for Juul. I don't think it's finalized yet. Some of the states have finalized it, we have not. But I think that's on the horizon. We are still in a lawsuit against Altria, so that's one of the main companies that does tobacco, Philip Morris. So that is ongoing, and I know that because I have to do discovery for it.
Will the vaping settlement be as big, smaller, or?
No, it would be. I would anticipate much smaller. It's tobacco. Just to give you an idea what the MSA requires, every year the tobacco companies have to deposit somewhere between $6 and $9 billion to go to the states, and that goes on forever, basically until cigarette smoking stops. Vaping is a newer thing. The lawsuits against Juul are very specific, so I would expect it to be much smaller based on the settlement. So some states have settled.
Okay.
We are on the verge of it, but we're also still suing Altria, so that's early.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Any further questions? Seeing none, we'll move on to the next measure on the agenda, House Bill 1255 HD1 relating to special purpose revenue bonds. There's nobody that signed up to testify. So we have written testimony from several people. Anybody here wishing to testify on this measure? Okay, because we don't have anybody to question, we're going to be moving on to the next measure, House Bill 406 HD2 relating to health. First up is Department of Health.
Good afternoon, Chair, members of the committee. My name is Marianne Suji on behalf of Dr. Fink at the Department of Health. The department has been and continues to work with Oahu Region's efforts to develop their strategic plan for the utilization of their facilities. We've been in discussion about utilizing some of their usable space, and we'll continue working with them collaboratively. Thank you.
Okay, next up is Office of Veteran Services, Mr. Driscoll.
Chair, Vice Chair, members. I'm Tommy Driscoll. I'm the Healthcare Coordinator for the Hawaii Office of Veteran Services and former President CEO of HHSC. Had the honor to work with many of you for 13 years in that tenure. Never forget. I'm accompanied today by Captain Shao Lee. Captain Lee is the Chief Engineer for our Hawaii Department of Defense, and she oversees all the fiscal matters for our Daniel Keakaka State Veterans Home. Again, thank you for the opportunity to testify. I will just highlight 2 points in my testimony. First, in terms of assimilation extension timeframe. We've been working very closely with HHSC leadership for the last 9 months. In fact, we meet every week with that group. About 3 months ago, we addressed this issue collectively. Should there be an extension? We went to our AG support team led by Deputy Attorney General Mike Vinson and his team. They did a deep dive, and they came up with an opine for us that no extension was necessary. Rather, Mike, in his opine, gave us the direction to go with a MOA, a Memorandum of Agreement, and that we could address in that MOA all of the concerns and operative actions necessary in order to effect this transition. Second point from this bill, 406 HD2, joint presentation, joint study for the legislature, updating on the contract management and on the operation and construction is the way to go. We're working very closely with HHSC now, and it shouldn't be HHSC, Oahu Region alone. It should be jointly done, so we recommend that. I'm available for further questions. Captain Lee is also available.
Okay,
Please.
thank you very much. We'll do questions at the end.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. Next up is State Department of Defense, Office of Veteran Services, Ron Hunt, on Zoom.
Chair Yamashita, Vice Chair Kitagawa, members of the FIN Committee, Ron Hahn, State Office of Veteran Services. We offer comments on this measure, as was pointed out by our healthcare coordinator, Tommy Driscoll. We have some provisions that are in there that we definitely want to try to assist in the measure, namely dealing with the requirement for a memorandum of agreement to extend the requirement for HHSC Oahu region to affect the transfer from DOD. Again, Tommy's already pointed out about our work with the State Attorney General's office along with the Corp Counsel for HHSC. And then finally, you know, with regard to the details for the legislative report, we're very, very happy to provide that construction update and any of the operator administrative roles that need to be carried out for that to the legislature as required. That's all I have for my testimony. I appreciate the opportunity. Standing by for questions.
Okay, thank you very much. Next, Sean Sanada.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, committee members. Sean Sanada on behalf of the HHSC Oahu region. Lest I be redundant, I believe that all the bases have been covered by those who testified previously, so we'll stand on our written testimony and be available for any questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Is there anyone else wishing to testify on this measure? Seeing none. Questions? Seeing none, we're going to move on to the next measure, House Bill 948 HD1 relating to child and adolescent mental health. First up is Department of Health on Zoom.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. My name is Kaylee Aquaro. I'm the Acting Administrator for the Child and Adolescent Mental Health Division, Department of Health. I appreciate the opportunity to testify in support of this bill. We have seen an increase in the utilization of crisis services for youth since the pandemic, and there is a large research base indicating that expanded crisis supports would improve outcomes for children and adolescents. I'm stand on our written testimony, and I'm available if there are any questions.
Okay, thank you very much. There's nobody else that signed up to testify. Please proceed.
Aloha, Chair, Vice Chair, and the FIN Committee. Angela Melody Young testifying on behalf of CARES. And we are in strong support of the measure. There is a need for mental health crisis intervention for at-risk youth and children. So you'll hear CARES advocating a lot about mental health and trauma-informed care because providing the resources and then also providing training and trauma-informed care can address harm and provide support for youth and their families. So the purpose of this act is to create a pilot program and appropriate funds for the adolescent child mobile outreach team on Oahu. And we can see a lot of support for this, like I've mentioned before. I just want to emphasize again for this sort of transformative approach to addressing mental health and behavioral health. So a very successful pilot program from Denver, Colorado, STAR Support Team Assistive Response, was implemented, and it helped address a lot of the behavioral health concerns of the city. And CORE, which is implemented by the city from the Department of Emergency Management, was modeled after STAR, a mobile crisis outreach team, intervenes with behavioral health crises, and these solutions will bring forth real lasting changes to the community. So hence our support. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Okay, thank you. Is there anyone wishing to testify? Seeing none, members, any questions? Representative Ward.
Thank you, Chair. Department of Health, please. So who's responsible for implementing this?
We've been in discussion with our contracted providers, the funding would be used towards positions such as social workers, clinical supervisors, medical consultant, and community liaisons.
My question is actually the geographical focus. Mobility is very important, but what we've been hearing from the neighbor islands is they always are at the short end of the stick in terms of mental health access, etc. Why is it on Oahu, I guess is the question, rather than starting with the neighbor islands?
We have been talking about that, and there is a possibility of us starting the pilot project on the neighbor islands, so that's still an option.
But the bill says Oahu.
Yes, I understand.
Oh, okay, but if you don't say and other locations, you may get locked out, but that's your and the chair's decision. Okay. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Members, any further questions? Okay, seeing none, we're going to move on to the next bill, House Bill, let's see, 1263 HD1 relating to Able Savings Program. Okay, first up is Executive Office on Aging.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. I'm Caroline Cairo, Director of the Executive Office on Aging, and we stand in strong support of this measure, which would establish a position to be able to expand the Hawaii Able Savings Program. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Okay, thank you very much. Next is State Council on Developmental Disabilities.
Thank you, Chair, Vice Chair, committee members. We stand in strong support. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Is there anyone else wishing to testify on this measure? Seeing none, members, any questions? Seeing none, we're going to move on to the next measure, House Bill 1296 HD1 relating to early learning intervention services. First up, the Department of Health.
Department stands on its testimony in support and offers comments. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, Yuyuko, Executive Office on Early Learning. Arikawa Cross.
Aloha Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. I'm Yuko Arikawa Cross, Director of the Executive Office on Early Learning. We stand on our written testimony in support with comments and would quickly like to highlight a recommended amendment. EOEL respectfully requests that a parent of a child who is deaf and hard of hearing and a representative of EOEL be listed as additional members of the working group. I'm happy to answer any questions and thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Okay, thank you very much. Next up is Nikki Kepo on Zoom. Okay, not present. Is there anyone else wishing to testify on this measure? Please come forward.
Aloha, Akayaka, Chair, Vice Chair, and the Fin Committee. Angela Melody Young testifying in strong support. So the HB 1296 is creating equity to support disabled kids, and it will include best practices in early intervention services and education. Previously in the last session, the Fin Committee has already heard, but I'm going to say it again for the audience. The Americans with Disabilities Act is a federal statute, and it constitutes the parameters for how equity should be created for those who are medically disadvantaged because of a disability. And so the federal act, within its various titles, creates equity within transportation, housing, businesses, and also for state and county governments to abide by. And so because the ADA is the statute to constitute these parameters to provide equity, then we should therefore consider that more resources should be provided, especially for disabled children. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Okay, thank you. Is there anyone else wishing to testify? Seeing none, members, any questions? Seeing none, we'll move on to the next measure, House Bill 1442, HD2, relating to rehabilitation. Let's see, first up is the Attorney General.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. My name is Deputy Attorney General Albert Cook, and thank you for the opportunity to provide comments on this rather extensive bill. Generally, the department agrees with the goals to get mental health treatment for those in the criminal justice system and to protect the public by decreasing recidivism by defendants who are mentally unfit. However, the department opposes expanding the Act 26 diversion program, which is codified in HRS 704-421, as the program has not stopped recidivism, and it's unclear if those who are diverted from prosecution with the current program are actually receiving meaningful mental health treatment. The department also opposes releasing defendants on conditions while awaiting placement. We have concerns about some of the proposed changes to the commitment process and oppose reducing the prosecutor's role in determining placement of defendants into the diversion program, as well as requiring the defendant's agreement to be placed into the program, as by definition they're unfit. So it's hard to rely upon their consent to be put into the program. So our written testimony provides more detailed analysis, and I'll be available for questions, if any. Thank you.
Thank you. Office of the Public Defender.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. My name is James Ty. I'm State Public Defender. Our office supports the expansion of Act 26 diversion program to include nonviolent misdemeanors and Class C possession of drugs offenses, or as we know it as promoting dangerous drugs. This program, though, because it's limited to misdemeanors, it's not as robust as it is because it's a very small pool of participants here. But we have seen positive effects here. The waiting time period to get an exam to determine your fitness to proceed has been reduced from 60 days to 7 days. So that means basically the participants are getting examined and treated more quickly and not spending all that time at OCCC waiting for the examination. And this will happen with the Class C felonies, or the Class C drug offenses, and the misdemeanor cases here if it's done. One thing that we exclude in our testimony, and which we do have a problem with, is in Section 4 of the bill. I think it was highlighted in the AG's testimony, where the provision that limits the commitment to 120 days for misdemeanors was deleted. That should remain in. If 120 days of commitment should be long enough for a misdemeanor offense. If the person still needs to be committed, they can always be civilly committed at that point and take them out of the criminal system, because the chances of them getting their fitness regained is probably not going to happen at this point. Otherwise, we stand on our testimony, and I'm available for questions. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. Department of Health, Behavioral Health Administration.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chairs, members of the committee. Lauren Kim, Planning and Policy Officer for the Department of Health, here to stand in our testimony in general support. I would like to take this opportunity to say that the subject matter experts for this bill, the clinical and forensic psychiatrists and mental health clinicians, are at a conference on the East Coast with the judiciary discussing this very issue. So if there are subject matter questions, especially clinical questions, I'm sorry, but I'll have to take them back and come back to you at a later date. Otherwise, we defer to the AG and Public Defender for legal matters. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Department of Prosecuting Attorney, City County of Honolulu, Tricia Komatsu.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Deputy Prosecutor Tricia Nakamatsu, appearing on behalf of the Honolulu Prosecuting Attorney's Department. We are in opposition to essentially pages 6 through 8 of the bill, which would seek to expand the Act 26 program, also known as the Criminal Justice Diversionary Program. Because while the department is a strong proponent for mental health treatment, we are a strong proponent for programs that effectively provide mental health treatment to those in our criminal justice system. We don't believe that Act 26 at this time is effectively providing such mental health treatment. And that is based on our assessment of the participants, 119 participants in Act 26 that participated between September 15th and 2020 and November 7th, 2022. Approximately, since that time, since their cases were dismissed and discharged during their involvement with the program, approximately 85% have been arrested. for other matters. Some have been convicted for other matters, and even more than 85%, all but a handful, have actually had subsequent incidents in the community that involved law enforcement and or mental health specialists that had to arrive on site to address the matter. In our view, essentially at this point, what appears to be happening is that the revolving door that is sometimes brought to our attention by members of the community is something that is spoken of once in a while here and there. The revolving door is only revolving faster as a result of this program, essentially. I would like to highlight just one participant who is, I would note, not an outlier, but pretty middle of the road for what we see of these participants. Her case was discharged, or she was discharged, and her case was dismissed as per Act 26 in July of 2022, so it was approximately 7 months ago. In that time since then, she has had 12 more arrests. She's had 6 additional trespass warnings from various establishments, and these are all separate establishments. She's had 13 MH1s, which means that law enforcement, in lieu of citing or arresting, called mental health specialists on site to deal with her. And as well as 3 what's known as mispubs, just miscellaneous incidents that didn't require citation or arrest. So this is what we are seeing as a result of the Act 26 program as it stands. And I would reiterate that we are not opposed to the program in and of itself. We think that it is worthy effort to strengthen the program, as we've seen on page 9 through the top of 14 of the bill. We just don't think that, we think it would be very premature to expand the program at this time from nonviolent petty misdemeanors to include nonviolent misdemeanors and even a Class C felony. We would respectfully ask that the program be strengthened, that additional time be taken to evaluate the effects that those measures have taken, and then if it appears that the renewed, reinvigorated program has the effect that we're all hoping for in terms of providing treatment, in terms of having a positive impact in our communities, at that time we would suggest reconsidering expansion of the program. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Next is Honolulu Police Department. Enyo Hernandez in support on Zoom.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the committee. Captain Manuel Hernandez of the Honolulu Police Department Training Division. The HPD continues to support House Bill 1442. We recognize the importance of proper diagnosis, treatment, and rehabilitation of those undergoing mental health or disease issues, and the importance of reducing the recidivism rates of those individuals on release. We stand by our written testimony, which goes into further depth on this matter, and I'll be available for questions. Thank you very much for the opportunity to testify.
Okay, thank you very much. Is there anyone else wishing to testify? Please come forward.
Aloha Kayaka, Chair, Vice Chair, and the FIN Committee. Angela Melody Young testifying on behalf of CARES. We're just going to provide comments. I'm kind of just going to simplify this measure. We neither oppose nor support it. We're just providing comments. So what is diversion? It's an alternative procedure to prosecution. And I'm going to read from a document. It's from the Minnesota House Research Department, and it's prepared by a legislative analyst from January 2019. It's about deterrence theory and diversion. So we see kind of this climate and paradigm of moving from putting people in jail to creating mental health resources for them instead of putting them in jail, right? And the theories from this document explains the theory of incapacitation suggests that holding certain individuals in jail or prison will prevent those individuals from committing new crimes. And so that's the old paradigm that we were operating from. And
the rehabilitation theory suggests that directing offenders to certain treatment or training programs will change that individual and keep him or her from committing new offenses. So this is a paradigm or the theory that we're moving towards, right, as research develops. And because they're finding out that by providing mental health resources for offenders, it is more effective than just putting someone in jail. So these were the comments we wanted to provide for the criminal justice diversion. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Okay, thank you very much. Is there anyone else wanting to testify? Okay, seeing none. Members, any questions? Representative Ward.
Attorney General, please. In your testimony, you mentioned that regardless of treatment, non-treatment, that the groups had the same recidivism rates. Is that the case? And as an earlier testifier said, that the revolving door just gets faster. You're putting WD-40 on the door with this.
I believe that was the prosecutor's testimony, but I don't think our testimony specifically says that. But I think it is, from our testimony and from our looking at the statistics provided by the prosecutors, it's unclear whether people who go through the diversionary program are actually getting treatment. My understanding is that they go into the diversionary program, they're evaluated within 7 days, which is great. I mean, that part of the program is working really well. And then if they're found unfit, then generally they're cut loose from Hawaii State Hospital. And at that point, it's unclear whether they actually get any treatment. And that's why it seems like they're just coming in again and again. They're getting rearrested, they're having more contacts with the community and being brought back into the system. So I think why we are opposing expanding the program at this point is it's really not clear to us that these people that go through the diversionary program are actually getting treatment.
But that's the whole point of the bill, to get them treatment so they'll, quote, rehabilitate or
well,
not recidivate.
That part isn't really addressed in the bill. The part about mandating treatment, because if they're not civilly committed and they're just found unfit and then they're cut loose, there's no mechanism to make them go to treatment.
But the point someone made is whether you get it, you're in the program or not in the program, the recidivism rate is the same. Therefore, the null hypothesis, it doesn't make any difference what you're doing. That's the point of what I'm understanding, whether it was you or the prosecutor.
Yeah.
In other words, treatment doesn't make any difference. Whether you're in the program or out of the program, recidivism rate is really a measure of how effective public safety is. Whether they've got enough to stay out of jail or not reoffend, or otherwise. If the result, scientifically speaking, if the results are the same, the experiment is not success, or the hypothesis is not affirmed.
Yeah, and I'm not sure that we have data that the results are the same, because if they're not in the diversionary program, then, and there's a conviction on the case, they're not found unfit, they go through the criminal proceeding. Generally, if they're placed on probation, they will be, and there's mental health issues, they'll be ordered to do treatment as part of their sentence. So once they're in the diversionary program, the criminal case disappears, it's gone. And then once they're found unfit and released from the Hawaii State Hospital, it's unclear whether they get treatment at that point, because there's nothing that makes them get treatment. They're just, maybe they're referred, you know, they're given a phone number to peer counseling or to something. So again, I think it would be really helpful going forward if there was some mechanism to have statistics on whether these people that are diverted through the program actually attend.
Okay, let me back up. Who mentioned recidivism rates were the same? Did anyone mention that, or did I make it up? Did anyone hear it? Okay, we got to go back to the YouTube. The point was, if the recidivism is the same, the efficacy of whatever's being applied doesn't work. And you're saying the same thing without saying that. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. Any further questions? Okay, seeing none, we're going to move on to the next bill related, House Bill 485 HD2 relating to marriage. Okay, first up is Department of Health.
The Department of Health will stand on its testimony and is available for questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next up is the Stonewall Caucus of the Democratic Party of Hawaii. On Zoom.
Good afternoon. Oh, sorry, almost good evening. Michael Galoy Jr., Chair of the Stonewall Caucus of the Democratic Party of Hawaii. We thank you for hearing this bill. We stand in strong support. I'm not going to belabor any of the issues that we bring up in our testimony, except we do want to point out that by passage of this bill will not only help the transgender community, but also members from the religious community that may have changed religions and wish to change their names as well. Without this bill, it's almost impossible for somebody to make amendments to their marriage certificate, and we ask that you move this bill forward Mahalo.
Okay, thank you very much. Next up is Hawaii Friends of Civil Rights, Amy Akabayani on Zoom. Not present. Okay, we're going to move on to the next one. Abby Simmons, Individual in Support on Zoom.
Hello, Chair, Vice Chair, and esteemed committee members. My name is Abby Simmons, and I'm testifying today in strong support of HB 485. I know that the primary concern for this committee is not policy, but finance. That being said, I do want to take a moment to highlight the importance of this bill. Marriage certificates are vital for handling many affairs of legal and financial concern, or in some instances, even for international travel and stay, or applying for mortgages and sharing or applying of health insurance benefits. My spouse and I married on May 1st, 2018 here in Hawaii. In 2020, with the loving support of my wife, I began my transition and completing my legal name and gender change in 2021. The process involved updating many records, as you can imagine, like my passport, driver's license, social security record, and so forth. The only government identity record we were not able to update was our marriage certificate. And being able to update a marriage certificate with an individual's legal name and gender is really essential in preventing transgender individuals and families from being outed when presenting the certificate. When a trans person or couple are outed, we risk harassment and discrimination that can manifest in many different ways. Therefore, the appearance of an individual's prior name and gender marker is really an injustice that can be remedied simply and effectively by issuing a corrected marriage certificate listing current legal and name and gender. So in effect, the marriage certificate would simply mirror current legal documentation. For this reason, I would like to ask you all to please support this measure. You will be making a positive impact in the lives of those of us who deal with a great amount of anxiety and fear when it comes to being asked to produce our marriage certificate. Mahalo for hearing my testimony.
Okay, thank you very much. Next up is Sarah Simmons.
Aloha, Chair, Vice Chair, and committee members. Thank you all for the opportunity to provide this testimony today. My name is Sarah Simmons of Moanalua, and I'm before you today in strong support of this bill. I'll be brief, as I also did submit written testimony, but I wanted to speak to you as a resident that will be directly impacted by this bill, along with my wife, who you just met. The need for all vital records documents to be updatable for name and gender changes is vital for the fairness to myself and other couples seeking to have their legal marriage certificates reflect their current legal names and genders. This change should have little to no fiscal impact to the state, and I believe it makes sense for the Department of Health to utilize expanded gender identities and name change processes that are utilized currently by other state offices in Hawaii. I would like to ask you to support this legislation today, and I thank you all for your time and consideration and testimony on this bill. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Is there anyone else wishing to testify on this measure? Seeing none, members, any questions? Seeing none, we'll move on to the next bill, House Bill 872, HD1, relating to Hawaii Health Aging Partners. First up is Executive Office on Aging.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. My name is Carolyn Kadirao, Director of the Executive Office on Aging, and we stand in strong support of HB 872 HD1 related to the Healthy Aging Partnership, as long as it doesn't reduce or replace any priorities within the admin budget. This provides for an appropriation to provide both our Better Choices, Better Health 6-week workshop and also our enhanced fitness classes that are evidence-based exercise program. And Better Choices, Better Health and Enhanced Fitness both have significant impacts on the quality of life and independence while saving on overall healthcare costs. And these two programs have shown that they're effective public health interventions. So we ask that you support this. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much. Next up is ARP Hawaii.
Good afternoon, Chair, members of the committee. I'm Audrey Suga Nakagawa, Advocacy Director for AARP. AARP stands in strong support of this Healthy Aging Partnership Program. This is one of the signature programs for Kapuna. It has demonstrated over the past years from 2003 to be very effective in helping people manage their chronic conditions and minimizing the risk for injuries and hospitalization. During the time of COVID, they pivoted to go into a virtual mode, and since then, now that the COVID restrictions have been easing, people are much more looking forward to having both virtual and in-person sessions again. AARP had conducted a listening session in December in all the islands, and we know that our members who are participants or have been participants of this program are very excited to see this program back into action. So thank you very much for supporting this bill.
Okay, thank you very much. Is there anyone else wishing to testify on this measure? Seeing none, members, any questions? Okay, we're going to move on. House Bill.
Chair, sorry.
Oh, please.
Just a quick question.
Morikawa.
What's the dollar amount in this?
Hi, Representative. I think it's 550,000.
Is that just one year or?
I believe two. I'm sorry, per year, per fiscal year. Yes.
So it doubled from a few years ago.
No, I think a few years ago it was about. I think it was 500,000 a few years back.
Okay.
Yeah, in 2019, I believe.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, sorry. Thank you very much. Any further questions? Okay, moving on. House Bill 278, House Draft 1, relating to health. First up is Executive Office on Learning, on Aging.
Thank you, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. We're providing comments on House Bill 278 HD1 relating to health. This measure is asking for an appropriation, and this is to do an Alzheimer's disease and related dementia public health campaign for Alzheimer's, and it's asking that it provides for working groups. And what we'd like to ask is that EOA's already established work groups through a grant that we have from the CDC. So this would be duplicative of the work that's already being done under our Building Our Largest Dementia Capable Related Dementias grant. So we do acknowledge, though, that the public health awareness campaign is much needed, but not the work groups. So we support this as long as it doesn't reduce or replace any priorities in the admin budget. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Next is Halehau Oli Hawai'i. On Zoom. Not present. Okay, we're going to move on to ARP.
We stand on testimony and support.
Okay, thank you. Alzheimer's Association. Not present. Oh,
He, Ron Shu, who he got pulled away for a meeting. He sends his regrets.
okay. Okay, in support. Is there anyone else wishing to testify on this measure? Okay, seeing none, members, any questions? Oh, please, step forward.
Aloha Kayaka, Chair, Vice Chair, and the FIN Committee, Angela Melody Young testifying on behalf of CARES. According to the CDC, in 2020, as many as 5.8 million Americans were affected by this disease. Although younger people may get this disease, it is not as likely. And most likely the symptoms of the disease will appear after the age of 60. So in an effort to help our kapunas, it is imperative that we support this measure. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, now, members, any questions? Okay, seeing none, we're going to move on to the next measure, House Bill 838 HD1, relating to the long-term care of Executive Office on Aging.
Chair, members of the committee, we stand in support of this measure, and we defer to, we'll stand on our testimony, and we will defer to the UH as far as implementation. Thank you.
Okay, next up is the Attorney General.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the committee. Deputy Attorney General Reese Nakamura, sitting in for Deputy Attorney General Candace Park, who has submitted comments to this committee. The primary comment is that if the committee decides to pass this bill, we recommend an amendment that adds a statement identifying this bill as a law of statewide concern. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I will be available for your questions.
Okay, thank you very much. Next up is the University of Hawaii. Please.
Chair Yamashita and Vice Chair and members of the committee, I'm Denise Conan. I'm the Dean of the College of Social Sciences, and University of Hawaii stands in support of this of this measure, and we agree in the College of Social Sciences to serve in the administrative role that's called for in this bill. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. AARP.
AARP stands in strong support of this measure. Back in 2008, AARP played a key role in establishing the initial Long-Term Care Commission, which resulted in a report in 2012 to the legislature. Over the past 10 years, there's been a lot of changes that have happened in our long-term care system. Definitely some improvement, especially in the expansion of home and community-based services. However, we still haven't really tackled the big issue of long-term care financing, and now it's compounded by the workforce issue. So I think it's good to have this commission reestablished again, to look at all these different trends that are happening, looking at our issues, and also knowing that there's a lot of community partners that are working in different parts of this crisis. And so having this body to put together and collaborating with all these different entities that are really trying to tackle this issue will be a good thing for the state. So we support this measure.
Okay, thank you very much. Is there anyone else wishing to testify on this measure? Okay, seeing none, we're gonna move to questions. No questions. Okay, next up is House Bill 652 HD1 relating to caregivers. Okay, first up is Executive Office on Aging.
Good afternoon again, Chair and Vice Chair and members of the committee. We stand in support of House Bill 652 HD1 related to caregivers. This measure appropriates funding for both state fiscal year 23, 24, 24, and 25 to look at doing a caregiver workforce and development center, and also to expand the state's long-term care and home and community-based caregiver workforce. And what we're proposing is to have an educational center that both caregivers, informal, also those in paraprofessional lines of work can go to get training. We also are looking to develop that informal caregiver and family support for caregivers, and also professional development for management and interviewing and for employers and employees, and also to have an active aging strategy to keep our kapuna and caregivers healthy, and also a public awareness campaign so that when we have these programs that have these training opportunities, people will know where to go to get the training that they need. So we're in support of this measure as long as it doesn't reduce or replace priorities in the admin budget. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. ARP.
So AARP stands in strong support of this measure, and we concur everything that has just been expressed by the Executive Office on Aging. And just to illustrate the problems of the vacancy and the shortage of workers in the healthcare field, the Hawaii Healthcare Association Healthcare Workforce Initiative 2022 reported that there was over 3,870 vacancies across the state in the direct care workers, and mostly these were among the institutions like the hospitals, nursing homes, the home health agencies. What wasn't captured in this report is the vacancies among the home and community-based services. So we're talking about over 1,600 care homes, dozens of adult daycare centers, and private duty home care agencies who are also struggling to find workers. So we definitely would need to have this development centers to really try to attract, retain, and train our workforce for the future. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Is there anyone else wishing to testify on this measure? Please come forward.
Angela Melody Young, testifying on behalf of CARES in strong support. And it is important to support HB 652 so that we can provide resources for the kapunas and for the kapuna caregivers, and so that there can be a development of active aging strategies to keep the kapunas as healthy as possible. Also, we are in support of the services and the nutrition services and preventative health services and elder rights protection and family caregiver support services that could be derivatives of this measure. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Okay, thank you very much. Is there anyone else wishing to testify on this measure? Okay, seeing none, members, any questions? Okay, seeing none, we're going to move on to the next measure, House Bill 1081 HD1, relating to penalties for unlicensed care homes. First up is the Department of Health.
Good afternoon, Chair, and Department staff in strong support of this advocate.
Okay, thank you very much. Is there anyone else wishing to testify on this measure? Seeing none, members, any questions? Seeing none, we're going to move on to the next measure, House Bill 907 HD2, relating to telehealth. First up is the DCCA Insurance Division. Okay, next up is the Attorney General's Office.
Good afternoon, Chair Yamashita and members of the committee. Aaron Lau, Deputy Attorney General Aaron Lau, on behalf of the Department of the Attorney General. We submitted written testimony making a technical recommendation to further clarify that the two-way audio-only communication technology meets the Medicare regulation requirements for reimbursement. Thank you for this opportunity to testify. I'm available if you have any questions.
Okay, thank you very much. State DHS, Meredith Nicole on Zoom.
Hello, Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the committee. Meredith Nichols with the Department of Human Services on behalf of Director Betts. We do stand up for testimony in support of this bill, and we defer to the Department of the Attorney General regarding those proposed amendments just mentioned. Mahalo.
Okay, thank you very much. Hawaii Primary Care Association, Eric Abe.
Hi, Eric Abe for the Hawaii Primary Care Association, testifying in support of this measure with proposed amendments. I'm pleased to report that after 6 weeks of discussions, a compromise has been reached between a hui of more than 10 organizations and HMSA on the issue of reimbursement for mental health services provided through audio-only telehealth. Shortly after opening day, the HPCA was asked to engage HMSA on behalf of the trade associations representing Hawaii psychologists, social workers, and marriage and family therapists, and various nonprofits including AARP, American Cancer Society, the Epilepsy Foundation, the Alzheimer's Association, the Parkinson's Association, and the Hawaii Substance Abuse Coalition. Late last week, a tentative agreement was reached and vetted by the participants who affirmed their support of the proposal. There are three main components to this agreement. First, the hui agrees to an 80% cap on reimbursement for mental health services provided through audio-only telehealth services. This is what HMSA is currently providing without any requirement to do so under state law. HMSA agrees to ease a requirement for private insurers that exists in Medicare, that 6 months prior to an initial audio-only mental health visit or 12 months prior to a subsequent audio-only mental health visit, an in-person visit with the provider must take place. HMSA agrees that a standard audio-visual telehealth visit can be substituted for the in-person visit. Both the hui and HMSA agreed that the bill be repealed on December 31st, 2025, or 1 year after the sunset of the Consolidated Appropriations Act of 2023. There were questions on whether the authority to reimburse audio-only mental health services was made permanent by Medicare. This will be confirmed in January of 2024, at which time the legislature can decide whether the requirement for private insurers should be made permanent and whether the 80% reimbursement cap continues to be warranted. Lastly, I want to thank HMSA and in particular Jennifer Diesman and her staff for working with us on this. It is our hope that this compromise will guarantee that certain essential services will continue to be accessible to rural and vulnerable communities at in a cost-effective manner. And also, I'd like to thank Representatives Poi Poi and Chun as introducers of this measure in helping to facilitate this agreement. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. AARP.
AARP stands in strong support of this measure, and we echo and concur with the amendments that Mr. Abe has just presented to the committee. We are members of this HUI, and of course our interest in this particular bill is the importance of telehealth to our kapuna. We know the value that it brings in having them connected to their healthcare providers, and yet we do know while many seniors are becoming more tech savvy, still many prefer to have audio-only, telephone visitation with their provider. So we like to make sure that this particular modality is included so that they can continue to stay connected with their healthcare providers. So thank you very much for allowing us to support this bill.
Okay, thank you very much. National Association of Social Workers, Hawaii Chapter. Dr. Gardner.
Aloha, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the Finance Committee. My name is Becky Gardner, here on behalf of the National Association of Social Workers, Hawaii Chapter. I'm also here for the Marriage and Family Therapists of Hawaiian Islands and the Hawaii Psychological Association. So I'll just be brief to say that we are a part of this HUI. We are in accord with the compromise language, so we thank this committee for hearing this bill, and we recommend your favorable consideration moving forward. I do want to say, though, we have no objection to technical amendments coming from the executive agencies if that's what's necessary to make the bill work. And finally, I just want to just express on behalf of my clients, they are overwhelmed, overworked, and they could fill their calendars up with 100% reimbursed patients 3-4 times over. But with this compromise, they are putting patients first, and they're agreeing to take a pay cut at 80% for that reason. So I just would like to express my gratitude for their service for our public during a mental health crisis. And we're here for questions. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much. Next up, Aloha Care.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Mike Nguyen with Aloha Care, just standing on our written testimony. We have support with comments.
Okay,
thank you.
Okay, next up is HMSA.
Aloha Chair, Vice Chair Don Karisu, standing in for Jen Diesman on behalf of HMSA. We do stand on our written testimony, providing comments, and as you heard earlier, we did work to propose compromise language, which has been provided to the committee, and we just wanted to say that HMSA has always strongly supported telehealth, and we believe in access to mental health and behavioral health services for our community. So we hope to continue to provide those services and strengthen our community. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, is there anyone else wishing to testify on this measure? Seeing none, members, any questions? Telehealth. Okay, seeing none, we're going to move on to the final bill in our agenda, House Bill 1300, HD1, relating to mental health. First up is Attorney General on Zoom. Oh, sorry. Oh, I always get one more page. See, they leave the blank part on the bottom, so I think,
Almost.
I'm sorry, Attorney General. Okay. Moving on next, Department of Public Safety, Tommy Johnson. Not here. Board of Psychology, DCCA. On Zoom.
Good afternoon, Chair Yamashita and members of the committee. My name is Christopher Fernandez, Executive Officer for the Board of Psychology. I am here on behalf of the board to stand on its testimony offering comments on Part 4 of the bill only. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. DCCA, Rochelle Arakaki.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the committee. My name is Rochelle Araki. I am the Executive Officer for the Mental Health Counselor Licensing Program, Social Worker Licensing Program, and Marriage and Family Therapy Program. The department stands on its written testimony offering comments. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Okay, thank you very much. Next up is Explore Counseling, LLC. On Zoom. Not present. Moving on to the next one, a Family Tree Bono Roots Counseling Center. On Zoom. Not present. Moving on to National Association of Social Workers Hawaii Chapter.
Aloha, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the Finance Committee. Becky Gardner on behalf of the Social Workers, Marriage Family Therapists, and Hawaii Psychological Association. Thank you very much for hearing this bill, and I also want to thank prior committees for putting an appropriation to help administer. This bill will enable so many young professionals, recent grads, but pre-licensed to stay in Hawaii. Otherwise, there is a tremendous brain drain of talent to the mainland where they can get reimbursed for these supervised hours. I do want to say that we had begun discussions with DCCA. Our organizations stand ready to support them in any way if we can provide information, streamline the process, whatever is necessary. So we are here available for questions, except I got to hustle. I got to get my daughter from A+. Okay. So, but thank you very much for...
Are you going to testify for the Psychology Association?
Yeah, for all three. That's in support. Thank you very much.
Thank you. HMSA? Okay, thank you very much. Is there anyone else wishing to testify on this measure? Seeing none, members, any questions? Moving on to the final page.
Excuse me, I was on the list to testify and I didn't have a chance.
Oh, please.
Could I please?
Please proceed.
Yes, thank you. Aloha, my name is Dr. John Souza. I am the president of the Hawaiian Island Association for Marriage and Family Therapy, but I'm also a group private practice owner on the Big Island of Hawaii in Hilo. So I'm testifying as the owner of the private practice. I wanted to offer to you a consideration. I also work with the medical residents at Hilo Medical Center, and oftentimes they will see their patients as they're doing their medical residency. And it occurred to me that they are billing for their services. So imagine you are you're seeking mental health treatment services. And you go to the provider and you say, I'd like services, and they say, well, you have two options. I can either put you on a wait list, and then you can use your insurance, or you can see someone right now, but you have to pay out of pocket. And those are essentially the options that I have to provide the client to come to me, because even with 7 providers, 4 of which are pre-licensed, we are full to the max. We are drowning in people who need services. And so this bill would allow us to provide access and utilization of mental health services to the people that are trying to seek it from us. It was how I was raised as a mental health provider, being able to establish a close relationship with my supervisor who oversaw my work, and I billed for my services through their credential, and that created an incentive for them to really know what I was doing. And it allowed me to see a lot of clients that were in a place that was relevant to me after I became independently licensed. So that way my training that I got pre-independent license was relevant to the work that I would do after my independent license. And I just want to consider that this would benefit not only clients and providers, but our community as a whole, by creating a clear career pathway for young healers who have struggles growing up and perhaps see somebody and have a positive experience, and then say, I want to become a therapist. And this would provide them with a viable career opportunity. That's all. Thank you so much for this opportunity to testify, and I will hang out for questions.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, members, anyone else wishing to testify on this? Okay, questions? Okay, no questions. Okay, we're going to move on to House Bill 1082 HD2 relating to medical cannabis. Okay, DCCA.
You did call us, right? Okay, sorry. Was involved. My name is Iris Ikeda. I'm the Commissioner for the Division of Financial Institutions for the Department of Commerce and Consumer Affairs, and we will defer to the Department of Health on this matter as Chapter 329D is under the purview of the Department's oversight. We are limiting our comments to page 6 relating to the financial data section. So as you're probably aware, state compliant cannabis companies are largely cash and carry operations, which heighten the need for safeguards for state compliant activities and the sales associated for these businesses. So we're raising these concerns because we would like all of these in our banks, which they are not. We have concerns with respect to the tracking of the flow of funds, increases of public safety because of the cash volume, the loss of economic activity, workforce development, and of course, community development opportunities. So to date, just to be clear, there is no banking activities available for our medical cannabis dispensaries in Hawaii. I'll be available for questions.
Okay, thank you very much. Department of Health.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Michelle Nakata, Chief of the Office of Medical Cannabis Control and Regulation, on behalf of the Department of Health Director, Dr. Kenny Fink. We stand on our testimony commenting. I just wanted to highlight two things. The first is the data system that is being, the amendments to the data system that's being proposed in Section 3 will require the department to acquire a new computer software tracking system. The system that we have acquired and has been in place since 2016 when the dispensary system was stood up does not have the capacity to do what is being asked in this measure. And then secondly, we offered amendments to address our concerns related to the fee structure as well as the non-disclosure of the physical location of production centers. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Next up is Cure Oahu. Okay. Is there anyone else wishing to testify on this measure? Seeing none, members, any questions? Seeing none, we'll move to now the final measure on the agenda, House Bill 1217 HD2 relating to medical cannabis. First up is Department of Health, Resource Administration.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, members of the committee, the department stands on this.
Okay, thank you very much. Chair Wailua.
This is definitely the best view I've seen yet in the testimony. So aloha, everybody. Good morning, Vice Chair, Chair. I'm very new at this, so I'll give it my best. I should have raised the font in this. It's getting late. Good morning. I have provided written testimony and would like to add some verbal testimony for insight and clarification. My name is Jason Hanley. I'm the owner of Care Wailua, a 1,000 patient caregiver farm, and a member of the Oahu Farms Cannabis Alliance. Our mission for both farm and the Alliance is to work within the medical program established in 2000 to educate people on the many uses of the cannabis plant and provide a safe place for people to grow and use cannabis. Today we are looking at a bill that would regulate farms to allow only 5 patients per site, allow only dispensaries to sell manufactured products, and allow DOH more authority to conduct inspections of our farms. Why does DOH want to limit 5 cards per site in the medical program? In verbal testimony provided by the DOH, Michelle Nakata, Director of the Cannabis Medical Program and Dispensary Program, specifically stated that in their opinion, there was no limit on how many patients can be on a site was an interim rule until dispensaries were stood up. There is no statutory law written in the dispensary medical system rules that makes any reference to this DOH statement. Why does the DOH now want to control manufactured products such as edibles and only allow dispensaries to sell manufactured products? Many of the card holders make their own, many of the 37,000 medical card holders in Hawaii make their own manufactured products and save themselves thousands of dollars they would spend at a dispensary. Once again, as a Hawaii medical patient, you're allowed to manufacture your own products under the law. It is your medicine. As a patient, your medicine should never be given to a non-medical card holder. We obey these laws and agree with the medical laws we stand by. The DOH is trying to make laws that allow only dispensaries to sell manufactured products, and this is a conflict of interest with the medical patient program and the dispensary program. Both programs should be supported equally and not favored over each other, resulting in the burden of the patient. Also, the Department of Public Safety and DLE Safety provided comments on a 5 card per site. Written in testimony. They believe that HB 1217 addresses gaps in current law that allow for controversial practices. They have not defined controversial practices. We cannot find any data on controversial practices. And what we would like to say is, what is the threat when we are all following the law and the location of our grow site can be easily queried in the DOH database? I would support a statement that medical grows in the eyes of law enforcement are unlawful. We have had helicopters, law enforcement, specifically Department of Safety, NED, come onto our property with helicopters, armed people, unannounced, performing narcotics investigations on a medical site. So there's a lot going on with this. Lastly, why do dispensaries support 5 limit cards per site? The dispensary is a for-profit business, and every dollar they lose to the home cultivation by medical patients is a threat to their business. The dispensary system is not affordable to the medical patient, and more than 60% of patients do not go to dispensaries because of costs. The dispensary system is a ready for recreational market. Almost done. And tourism in the future. Dispensaries cannot stay in business with a medical system that has been around since 2000. As a medical card holder patient, we have signed onto the medical system and given their state our personal information, our acknowledgement that we will use cannabis for medical reasons and that we obey the written law behind the medical system. These laws are simple. We will tag our 10 plants and grow only what we need for personal use. We will be responsible. We need your help, and the current system cannot be run by the DOH. It's very complex and needs a lot of right minds to get it right. The dispensary owners are leading the DOH down the wrong path, and though I don't think it's intentional, the data they're using is incorrect, and there is data out there to make Hawaii the best cannabis program in the world. I do want to correct the Hawaii News Now piece that was done by Richard Huff Tuesday evening. It is not the intent of Karewailua to be involved in the recreational system. Our stance is to build a flourishing medical system where all people in Hawaii can participate responsibly and is affordable to all to participate in the system. Affordable is all the key word to find true social equity among the people of Hawaii. Mahalo. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
If you have any questions, I'm available.
We'll do questions at the end. Thank you. Okay, next up is Cure Oahu. Okay, Akamai Cannabis Consulting on Zoom.
Can you hear me?
Proceed.
Good evening, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee, Dr. Clifton Otto. Thank you for the opportunity to provide comments today. I just wanted to highlight a couple of points. Obviously, this is a very hot topic, and we have a situation that is pitting patients against dispensaries and the Department of Health when this is really supposed to be about taking care of our patients. I believe that it's important that products be properly regulated, but we also need to consider the needs of the patient. And I see some problems with suddenly limiting grow sites to 5 patients and cutting off access for those patients, which the department has already said is a priority for them to maintain. I've put a couple of suggestions for amendments in my testimony, one of which is allowing the Department of Health to revoke growth site authorization independent of registration, and to make these site inspections voluntary so that the Department of Health could do a voluntary inspection without law enforcement, develop a relationship with these growth sites, offer guidance and education. But if they refuse to cooperate and refuse to allow these inspections, then they'd have the authority to revoke the growth site authorization, and patients would still have access because their registration is intact. Just a thought. I'm trying to look for solutions that will protect our patients and maintain access, but also satisfy the Department of Health's needs for regulation of manufactured products. Those are my comments, and I will be available for any questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Next up is Green Wave Consulting on Zoom. Not available. Okay, next is Hawaii Cannabis Hui.
Aloha Chair Yamashita and Vice Chair Kitagawa and committee members. Thank you for hearing testimony today on this crucial bill. My name is Mei Fui Maono Po. I am a resident of Paoa and a family nurse practitioner with only over 23 years of experience in healthcare. I am also a certifying provider and the state director for minorities for medical marijuana, and I sit on the board for Hawaii Cannabis Hui. I'm here today to testify in strong opposition to HB 1217. This bill would limit the number of cards at one site. It's currently unlimited. It would also allow the DOH to do more searches, and I agree with Dr. Clifton Otto that it should remain voluntary with education and the goal to get people in compliance, not criminality. And also all manufactured products not purchased at the dispensary would become illegal. The cannabis industry is the only industry where you can call the police on your competition, and if that doesn't work, you can create legislation that establishes a crime where there currently is not one. When we talk about finance, we can't ignore the financial contribution of Hawaii's collectives to our local economy. They purchase soil, fertilizer, machinery, raw ingredients for edibles and topicals. These small farms have been the backbone of our cannabis community, and they have been providing safe medications for our patients for over 2 decades. At the last hearing, we heard testimony from the Department of Health saying that the collectives only existed until we could get the dispensaries up and running. Now that they are fully operational, the collectives need to be shut down. The DOH also confirmed that there have been no patient complaints about our largest collective here in Oahu. What does shutting down collectives mean? What does that look like, and who will this law affect? From a study done by the Department of Health in 2022, 86% of all patients use both the dispensary and obtain medicine from the community. About 55% use only dispensaries, and according to a 2020 study done by Hawaii Cannabis Industry Association, only 31% of registered patients exclusively go to the dispensaries. So this legislation is going to affect a large amount of our patients. And my question is, if this law is passed, how will the state enforce it? As taxpayers, will we pay for the increased police presence, or are we going to fire up the helicopters and do green harvest again? How much will this cost the state in lost revenue from collectives who are currently supporting the community? And how will the state enforce laws that will affect 75% of us? Sorry. I'm so sorry. This law will create criminals who, up until a couple of years ago, were viewed as community healers, but are now really being accused of black market and being illicit. please consider the ramifications to the thousands of Hawaii cannabis patients who are going to be losing access and who are going to be forced into the dispensary system when they have continuously said no, not only with their money, but just with participation. And please consider voting no on this crucial issue. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, we're moving on to Maddie Meheula.
Aloha Chair Yamashita, Vice Chair Kitagawa, and members of the Committee on Finance. My name is Maddie Meheula, here as an individual to stand on my written testimony in strong opposition to HB 1217 and make additional comments. I believe the passage of this bill would severely limit patient freedom, criminalize legacy caregivers and cooperatives, and aim to primarily benefit the capital interests of our eight state dispensary licensees. Should this bill be passed in its current states, thousands of patients will no longer be able to designate a grow site or a caregiver, given that these sites exist on one property. These patients will be legally coerced, if not forced, to purchase exclusively from dispensary storefronts. Even given the recent amendment for DOH approval regarding exemptions to this 5-card limit, I believe the situation would end up a bureaucratic nightmare for the DOH, patients, and caregivers alike. The DOH also failed to state on what grounds these exemptions would be provided. That being said, I believe the section of this bill limiting 5 qualifying patients to a specific location should be stricken in its entirety. I'd also like to comment on testimony given in the last committee on the intent of the caregiver program. Aloha Green Apothecary Rep Tai Chang stated that it was to provide access to affordable medicine while the dispensary program was being built up. I'd like to make note that the original act signed into law, Act 228 of the year 2000, signed by Ben Cayetano, allowed for medicinal cannabis patients and caregivers with no sunset provision for the caregiver program until dispensaries got involved in 2015. Aloha Green states that they offer medicine for as low as $199, but failed to mention that these sales serve mostly as inventory clearance for older and/or low to medium quality grade product. Specialized strains and medications from these dispensaries can go as high as $500 an ounce of cannabis flower or equivalent measurement. While these sales and deals may mildly assist with patient affordability, they fail to address the wider issue of pricing medication for patients with specific needs. To conclude, I wholly do not believe it should be the responsibility of this legislative body and other government organizations like the Department of Health to recriminalize, re-traumatize certain medicinal patients, legacy caregivers, farms, and cooperatives to foot part of the bill in favor of large financial and capital interests of our state's 8 dispensary licensees. Thank you very much for your time to present my testimony, and I will be here if you have any questions.
Okay, thank you very much. Loretta Black.
Thank you for allowing me to come here today and give you my testimony. You know, when this program started many years ago, I had nowhere to go get medicine. I'm a mother of 4. My daughters were little then, and they're adults now. And I used to have to go down into the hood and get medicine. And I used to have to cover my kids in the back of my car so I could get medicine. If it wasn't for these farms, it wasn't for Kawailua keeping me safe for the past 2016 when we opened, I would still be in the hood trying to get medicine because your dispensary medicine is too expensive for me. And I'm a homemaker. I have children. My children are grade A students, top of the line, all cum laude graduates from Lelehua High School because I've showed them the right way, even as far as medical cannabis goes. I always told my children, when you're of age, you're gonna do it the right way, the way the state said that we have to do it. So I've raised my children. They're all girls, they're all women. They all have problems, female problems. And I take a little bit coconut oil and some buds and rub it on their stomach. That's all I have to do for them. And they're okay. But I have grandchildren now. And if And if these laws get passed and they ask me, what did I do for them? What did you do, Grandma? What did you do, Mom? Because I can't go down to a farm now and they're too expensive. My voice is a strong one in my household. I'm the matriarch in my household. And I have raised amazing children. I've worked with people that have daughters, that have children, that are in the medical cannabis program. The last I checked, when this medical program came into effect, it was a medical program. It wasn't a recreational program. We all needed licenses. We all needed to pay that fee. We all needed to do what we needed to do. But there weren't no dispensaries for us that was open. So we had to find the little farms like Jason that kept us safe, that gave us medicine at a cheap, affordable price. I can't afford the dispensary medicine. I keep saying it time and time again. If they would grow better medicine and make better medicine for us, we would be right with them. I would stand up and I would say, hey, this works. But I oppose this bill. This don't work for me and my Ohana. And I have one daughter, three daughters, in my household now. They're all on their own. But they're all medical cannabis patients of their state, Big Island, Honolulu. And they go to farms. They've tried the system. It don't work. As a co-op, we work together to make the plants and the medicine work. We, as a Ohana, we work side by side. We test our soil. We test everything. We don't let nothing go behind closed doors. We make sure everything is out and open. We've been doing this for a while now. And all of a sudden, these bills are popping up in front of us, trying to shut the public out from getting the affordable medicine. I have to say it again. Without these programs, we'd have more mothers like me in jail. We'd have more their children on the streets trying to go out and get medicine on the street corners. We don't have time for that. I raised my kids the right way, and I will continue to educate who I come into contact with every single day about the medical cannabis program in Hawaii. And I just wanted to come today and I wanted to give you guys what I feel inside, because sometimes systems work and sometimes it don't work. But our system works. It works for me. It works for the 1,000 people that I come into contact every single day with. When we're there, people love us. They trust us, because if they didn't, I'm sure you all would know about it in a different way. But here we are. We're honest. We're trying to tell you guys what we want to be done. But we can't do it all on our own if you guys all opposing us, if you guys are not for us. How can we work together to build a better community for the cannabis community? Because, honey, we're the melting pot of the cannabis community. Hawaii, it was here way before the program started. People was bringing out medals from Hawaii with the best cannabis here. My grandfather, my mother just passed away, and I had to help her with arthritis. It works. Guys just got to give us a chance so we can work together and make it work. But if it's not going to work if everybody's shutting us down every time Jason wants to come to the table and make it work. How can it work for us if you guys are always shutting us out the door? Let us in. That's all we want to do. I want my kids to do it the right way. I want my friends' kids to do it the right way. I want my nieces to do it the right way, my nephews to do it the way. I come from a big family. I'm a Honolulu girl. I born and raised on this island, but I've been all over. I've been to Anchorage, I've been to all the medical programs. Hawaii get the best medical program in the United States of America, and I'm not just saying that. I know I'm gonna be 53. I know I don't look it, but I'm gonna be 53, and I've been at a farm, at a back cannabis farm for a while now, and it seems to work for us. Thank you. My name is Loretta Black for letting me come here and say what I needed to say. Aloha.
Thank you very much. Farron Jones on Zoom. Okay. Daniel Carroll in opposition. Okay. Carl Michael Calvic.
Walden.
Okay, thank you.
Greetings, Chair and Vice Chair and members of this council. My name is Carl Kwalvik, and I have been working 14 years as an IT professional. I've been living in Hawaii since July 2017, taking care of my elderly parents and working in my field of profession. Although my parents do not necessarily approve of cannabis, they allow me to be myself when I'm at home, thankfully. I asked my father yesterday if I could begin growing cannabis in the house, since HB 1217 would effectively remove my ability to continue using Karewailua Farm and other cannabis cooperative farms. My dad said no. My dad doesn't like the idea of me doing that, and I'm going to respect his wishes. But I realized then that the Hawaii Medical Cannabis Program allows people to grow these plants, but nobody necessarily can or knows and will grow these plants. And so after doing the math yesterday, it turns out I use about 72 ounces of cannabis annually. That is me, that is a couple of my friends, but we all have our medical cannabis cards, and it's 100% wonderful to be in the sunshine and not have to hide anything. I find it interesting that businesses such as Karewailua or Aloha Green can submit or support legislation like HB 1217 and attempt to bully their competition out of the market. I would ask this council to consider the possibility that laissez-faire economic theory would provide the Hawaii Cannabis Program with necessary stability. If people are not shopping at a business, there are probably good reasons for it. Maybe the price is too high, maybe the quality's not good, or maybe the staff are just rude. Any business model that does not succeed should be allowed to fail. The lessons learned from failing should be used to build back stronger. In the cannabis market, there are multiple interests: the state interest, the business interest, the farmer's interest, and the patient's interest. HB 1217 only serves the state and the business, and I may be ignorant on that, so I don't mean to point fingers, and I apologize if I come off aggressive. I don't mean that. But clearly the interests of the farms and the patients are not being taken into consideration in this bill. Thank you for your time. Have a great day.
Okay, thank you very much. Next is Jody Kavika Kahiapo. Okay, not here. Is there anyone else wishing to testify? Okay, we'll start in the back. Go ahead.
Oh, yes.
Oh, you're up. Okay, go ahead. We could do you.
Testify. Good evening, Chair, Vice Chair, and committee members. Thank you for your time today and hearing my in opposition to 1217. My name is Alexis Muller. I'm a 329 patient, a cultivator. I work in the Hawaii cannabis industry, and I have a master's in cannabis science and therapeutics from the University of Maryland School of Pharmacy. I was one of the first patients in the state to get my 329 card in early 2000s when a retail system was non-existent. Luckily, I had a good friend who was a caregiver and cultivator. He took me under his wing and taught me how to grow cannabis in live organic soil. I love soil, and you know why I love soil? It contains Mycobacterium vaccae, which has been scientifically proven to increase serotonin in the brain and combat depression and increase cognitive function. Why does this matter? Because long before retail stores existed, there was and still is a very strong collective of people like my mentor who cultivate cannabis, educate patients, and support the medical patients in the state of Hawaii. Cannabis can be expensive and time-consuming to grow. Many patients in Hawaii just don't have the land or space it takes to grow their own cannabis. If it was not for my mentor teaching me how to grow cannabis, I would never have had access to my medicine. His dedication and knowledge that he passed on to his patients and myself has helped hundreds, if not thousands, of patients access medical cannabis. He encouraged us to get our hands dirty while providing a safe space to cultivate. He created a community of like-minded individuals who thrived. I am in no way against retail locations. I support them wholeheartedly, but Hawaii legislation must not pass any laws that take away the patient's ability to cultivate cannabis freely. It has taken decades to establish these collective systems. They were around long before retail establishments. We should not be afraid of the large numbers of patients that collectives support. We should be honoring the fact that the medical system is working. These collectives are just as essential to medical patients as any retail location. The collectives and small legacy cultivators in Hawaii have established a healthy and robust community that fosters patient engagement, whether it be learning cultivation, engaging in cultivation practices, gathering to celebrate their wins and losses, sharing their hard work at the end of a harvest, and supporting each other as medical patients. So I ask you today to please only pass legislation that encourages retail locations, collectives, and small legacy cultivators to continue doing what they are doing by educating, sharing their land with patients, cultivating good, clean cannabis, and supporting the patients of Hawaii that need this medicine. Thank you for your time, and I'm available for any questions.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, we'll take the people in the audience. We'll start from the back.
Hello, Chair, everyone here. My name is Dos Santos Douglas Melendez. I'm representing myself and the other farmers out here. First and foremost, I would just like to say thank you for your time and for hearing me out. I oppose this bill 100%, meaning I'm a veteran. So you're telling me that I only can serve 5 veterans at my house at one time. When I was able to go to all these other countries and do what we need to do as a big team, and we operate as a big team. This is a team. I don't see any dispensary people here. But yet, the state of Hawaii is going to sit here and listen and take note to what they got to say. I would rather listen to the people than dollar signs. I used to, like in my last brief, 26 pills. I'm down to 4. And I'm going to tell you right now, I'm going to keep it short today because my anxiety's flaring up. But please, wholeheartedly, cancel this bill. We need to rewrite it. And I advise you to get with the people that actually know what they're doing, and not the people that are just trying to make money. Because at the end of the day, greed will imprison us all.
Thank you very much. Next up. Wait. Oh. We're working from the back.
I just want to give the disclaimer. I'm incredibly nervous. I'm very vocal in California. I am not as vocal in Hawaii. The reason being, I am a female legacy farmer. I have been growing since 1998. I have 5 acres. I am only here because of the love, the trust, the support, and the example of Care Wailua and Jason and his group. Otherwise, I would not come here. I only have 6 simple sentences, and I hope you'll bear with me. When I graduated medical school, we took a promise, we took an oath, do no harm. If I were to write a prescription to one of my patients, then I knew the medicine was moldy or frozen or microwaved or sprayed, I know I would be doing them harm. That is my only message today, is to please think of the patients, me included. This isn't a dispensary issue. This isn't a farm issue. Us farmers, we will always find a way. The dispensaries will always find a way. At the end of the day, the bottom line is the patients. I do have faith in Hawai'i. I do have faith that we all can hui together for the patients, and all together we can do no harm.
Okay, thank you very much. Is anyone wishing to testify? Okay, you can go first.
Thank you. Aloha Chair Yamashita, Vice Chair Kitagawa, and Chair members. Thank you for the opportunity to testify on House Bill 1217. My name is Abby Amir Dash, and I'm a nurse practitioner. I live in Kaneohe, and I'm actually the owner of Pakaloha Care Clinic. I've been certifying patients for medical cannabis since 2017. I also work outside the cannabis realm, where I see patients in their homes and just as their provider managing their health. So I see a lot of patients in their elements, and I am able to see the whole picture and see their socioeconomic status. I was shocked and disappointed after hearing the outcome from last sessions allowing this bill to pass. It made me question my decision about testifying, as it appears our testimonies seem to be falling on deaf ears. Even though there were a lot of opposing testimonies, this bill still passed. this raised some questions, a lot of questions for me, because I'm an objective person and I try to look at things from both ways. And this seems to be a war between dispensaries losing money and not being able to make the profits that they were thinking they're making. But these collectives offer a service for these patients, not just medicine. But one question I struggled to answer is, how does these collectives continuing to grow affect me as a patient? They don't. I don't see anything negative about collectives existing. The dispensaries can still exist and can still cater to that 31% that they want to cater to. But this bill is written with greed as the motivator, and it limits benefits to the dispensaries that are lobbying hard to pass this bill. Last time we actually heard testimony from the gentleman from Aloha Green boasting about affordable dispensary prices, which proves to be incorrect with a quick internet search. Or the other gentleman from NOAA Botanicals, who blatantly implied that this bill was specifically written to shut down Care Wailua. I was even more disappointed when listening to Michelle from the Department of Health, who stated that this bill should only affect a few patients, 1,000 here and a 50 here and a 50 there. To me, if this bill affects one patient adversely, it shouldn't pass. We are your constituents. Listen to us, what we're trying to tell you. But you're instead listening to one-sided story from HICA, who is basically lobbying for the dispensaries and listening just to the dispensaries. I watched the news interviews about Care Wailua and concerns about abusing the system but not putting a cap on growing, because that's the concern from the Department of Health. But according to the Department of Health, Care Wailua has 1,000 patients, but the interview says he's only growing 1,200 patients. So to me, it seems that he's already self-regulating and only growing what the community needs. And plus, he's being transparent. As he said, he invited a whole bunch of government officials to that farm. So what are we doing wrong? What are we as patients doing wrong? Why are you taking these rights from us? I also wanted to enlighten you about the type of patients that you are taking these rights from by limiting their access to safe medicine. As an NP, like I said, I practice outside the realm, and I'm in patients' homes and I see what they see. The patients who are going to be affected are kapuna, who live on limited income. I have a patient that lives on $975 of income that every time I visit with her, we have to discuss which medication she wants to cut off because she can't afford the cost. And then you want to tell her to go buy hot dispensary medicine that's $200? Doesn't make sense. You know, another population, this patient population is disabled patients who can't afford or don't have the means to go to a dispensary, or even homeless patients that were taken off the street, and homeless patients that were taken off the streets that who had addiction and were brought into a community that helped them be a part of the society again. So it's not, and veterans. I've met so many veterans that it doesn't just, these collectives offer them safe medicine, it actually offers them a place of healing and a place of support. So a vote for this bill will be a vote against all these patients. These collectives, they don't just offer safe and compassionate medicine, they offer a social service and support for our communities, especially communities in need. We're always discussing sustainability, that's another thing. These collectives are great examples for sustainability, don't you think? Plus, this bill truly, does it really serve the interest of patients or corporations? So I ask you again, how does allowing grow collectives to exist affect patients in any adverse way? I ask of each one of you to consider the examples of the patients I gave you when making your decision, and plead with you to vote with your conscience and oppose a bill that limits patients' rights. Rather, let's write a bill that holds patients' rights first and allow dispensaries and other grow collectives to exist and honors our legacy farmers. Thank you for the opportunity, and I'm available to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, Angelique, you can proceed.
Aloha, Akayaka, Chair, Vice Chair, and the FIN Committee. Angela Melody Young, and I'm testifying to provide comments. So I'm going to give a testimony that is the opposite of what we just heard today. So please don't get mad at me because so as someone who is a fierce public safety advocate, I have to stand my ground on this perspective. Yeah, okay. So this measure seeks to amend Chapter 329. So 329 is part of the health statutes. But then this specific chapter about marijuana is managed by the Department of Public Safety. So you can see that there was a link between the abuse of marijuana and public safety concerns. So the Uniform Controlled Substance Act from Chapter 329 of the HRS, it copies the federal DEA's Controlled Substances Schedule 1 drugs classifications. And so there is alignment with the state and the federal government in regards to controlled substances. And the HRS is reflective of the DEA's scheduled drugs. And the scheduled drugs are scheduled from 1, 2, 3, and then 4 and 5. So 1 is being that it has no medical value and it has the highest potential for abuse. And 5 being that it does have medical value and low potential for abuse. So this can be found on the DEA's website. Here, it's the federal website, and you can read. Oh,
I think she should speak to the bill.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh.
Speak to the merits of the bill.
So
and just one more thing, that we don't allow you to show
evidence.
We'll show things in
Okay.
props.
Okay, just a minute. Thank you for your patience. So this bill, right, it amends Chapter 329, which is what the Uniform Controlled Substance Act is about, and it's unrestricting access to marijuana, right? It's unrestricting access to marijuana, and my point is that because the DEA classifies marijuana as a Scheduled 1 drug with high potential of abuse and no medical value, we're providing comments for consideration that we should not loosen the laws and unrestrict access for marijuana. And so when the DEA considers these factors of scheduling, right, and 329 reflects the DEA's Controlled Substances Act, it explains the factors and the parameters to why certain drugs have a high potential of abuse. Although, yes, there are people who medically use marijuana, and there are DEA-approved clinical trials, and they have found value in marijuana, but it is still illegal outside of these parameters. So because marijuana is, if the high tendency for abuse is because of gangs or illegal activity, money laundering, or violence, that's why the drug is scheduled on Schedule 1. And so for these reasons, because our society, and especially in Hawaii, we do have public safety concerns, we are just presenting to you the other side of the perspective. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Okay, thank you very much. Is there anyone else wishing to testify on this measure? Okay, seeing none, members, any questions?
Chair. Is it late? Could I testify?
Yeah, okay. We'll allow you to testify. Please proceed.
I appreciate that very much. You might remember I had brain surgery for a birth defect, and I lost the ability
Excuse
to
me, can
talk.
you just state your name for the record?
My name is Robert Bentz.
Thank you.
And testifying as an individual in opposition, I had to learn how to talk again, so I appreciate being able to talk here. I had to learn how to walk again from a birth defect. And all the doctors I talked to, all the nurses I talked to, said that my 329 cannabis saved my life. And there's been national changes to the scheduling. Biden announced his intent to change the scheduling. There's also been a bill signed on a national level, the Medical Marijuana Research and Cannabinoid Research Expansion Act, which allows farmers to produce cannabis for research purposes. So that's a big opportunity for local farmers to grow federally legal cannabis. And this bill limiting the grow that could potentially make a problem for a federal application that involves patients and a collective and researching the cannabis grown by those patients, because there are numerous studies about the medicinal benefits, like it can reduce the stroke damage if you intake THC within seconds or minutes of the onset of a stroke. So knowing that, when I had a stroke resulting from a birth defect, I was able to consume my medicinal THC. So as soon as the federal program allows for more THC, it could help Hawaii farmers. And right now it helps individual patients because the dispensaries are cost prohibitive and their quality is low, and the police have a lot better drugs just alone to focus on. And I was also really disappointed by the Department of Health, because as the Cambodian cow, where they had a farmer, they gave him a cow, they studied it, and just raising the cow helped him. So raising cannabis plants helps people in many ways, and I really appreciate your consideration of changing this bill. It kind of puts the dispensaries in opposition to all the patients. I really appreciate you again, and mahalo.
Okay, thank you very much. Is anyone else wishing to testify on this measure? Okay, seeing none, members, any questions? Rep. Ward.
Thank you, Chair. Is there anyone here from the dispensaries? I guess that is one hypothesis down. Is the Department of Health still here? Yes. Oh, sorry, right here. It seems as though we have a turf war on our hands. Would you agree to that?
That's what it seems.
It
it's
seems
turned
like it, doesn't
into.
it?
Yes.
Is the statistic correct that 26% of card carriers for medical marijuana do not go or only go to the dispensaries in the black market? Is the other 74%?
The most recent survey that we conducted says 55% of registered patients utilize only the dispensaries, and 86% of patients utilize both dispensaries and other sources.
Why are the dispensaries being so bypassed, if I can use that term? In other words, we created them, this body created them.
Yes.
So they could have a direct line with all the card carriers. But if we look at Colorado or California, I think 80% is going to a black market. So what's going on in Hawaii? Why are they not going to the dispensaries? Given what we've heard today, it's cost, regulations.
There's a variety of reasons. There's cost issues for sure. I would say it's access. Hawaii does not have laws allowing for delivery services, so there's only, I think as of right now we have 21 retail locations, and they're not in all areas, especially on the Big Island. There's a total of 6 retail locations, and Big Island's a big island. You have to drive quite a distance in order to get to one, and so that's the reason why last year there was an expansion to allow more retail locations.
So what would this bill do to the state of the art of the medical marijuana and the customers?
Well, just to clarify, restricting the registration to 5 cards, as of the data that we have currently, there's a total of 88 sites statewide that have 6 or more cards registered to them. And this comprises 6% of all of the patients registered in the state. So it is a very limited number. And that was the reason, but we do understand that there are situations where there might be more than 6 patients registered to a site. I mean, a household, we have multi-generational households here in Hawaii, right? There's a possibility that a household could have more than 5 card holders, right?
So what's the logic of the limit of 5? What's the magic about that?
It's just we are concerned about the large cooperative or the large collective, especially the ones that are selling retail products, selling manufactured products. Our concern really is about patient safety. The products are not regulated. Some of the collectives say that they test their products, they say that they're testers, but there's no proof of that.
Are there evidence that those that are not tested have died, got sick, whatever?
We haven't had any. Actually, we've had probably in the 4 years that I've been with the department with this program, I would say as far as adverse reactions total, we have had not a single one that has been related to either a dispensary product or they've primarily been associated with illicit product.
Okay, last question. If this bill doesn't pass, what will happen that you feel is detrimental?
Our concern is really just we are amenable to bringing the collective sites under regulatory control. We just would like to be able to, because cannabis is still federally illegal, we do still think that there is an obligation to provide some kind of tracking mechanism to ensure that the cannabis is accounted for, that it's not escaping and being used for illicit purposes. And because it's still a medical program, we want to ensure that the products are safe for consumption by patients.
How would you regulate? What, for example, would you do? Or would it be the same ones that we use to regulate the dispensaries?
It doesn't necessarily have to be the same thing. I mean, there are different possible options. One of them does require some form of tracking and tracing of the cultivation results, right, to make sure that the cannabis is accounted for. Another potential limitation is to restrict manufacturing, right, so that we have control over what solvents are being used. Are the solvents being disposed of properly, right? Are they being handled properly? There's control over what types of manufacturing processes are used. Some of the solvents that are used are explosive or they're flammable. And so we just want to make sure that there's safety measures in place, not only for the patients, you know, in the products that come out, but the workers at the site, first responders that might have to come into a site if there's a fire or there's an emergency situation. They need to know about what potential hazards are on the site. But when collectives, especially collectives that are manufacturing products, are doing so completely unregulated without any oversight, we don't have any idea what's going on.
But Madam, if we may project ahead, and I hope it doesn't happen, but it looks like it's on a fast track. If there's recreational marijuana, if you think you have a problem now, what do you think is going to happen in the future with recreational marijuana? If you say these guys are a problem already, what happens when it opens to everybody anytime, anywhere?
Representative Ward, you're going outside the.
That's a little bit of an editorial. Sorry about that.
Thank you.
Any comment on that? That's a question.
Okay, you don't have to answer that. Okay, Representative Poi Poi, followed by Keela.
Thank you. It's for Department of Health as well. We're discussing medical cannabis, so my concern is mostly about patients' access to medication. And then more so for my district, which is very rural, Molokai and Lanai included. So I'm curious, how many dispensaries or retail locations are there on Molokai and Lanai?
I'm sorry, say that again.
How many dispensaries or retail locations on Molokai or Lanai?
There are none.
How many card holders on Molokai and Lanai?
I'm sorry, I don't have that statistic off
Okay.
the top of my head.
Would you say that these patients primarily receive their medicine from caregivers since they have no access to dispensaries?
We don't have any information about the source of.
So if they needed to travel to a different island to get their medicine, is that legal to transport back over waters or in the air?
The department defers to the Department of Transportation.
Okay.
We don't have any jurisdiction over that.
So if there is no access to dispensaries or retail locations, and if their ability to utilize caregivers is impaired, how would you suggest continuing to ensure the provision of the medicine to these patients?
I think that's the reason why the department is amenable to allowing collectives in circumstances where it's obviously necessary.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, thank you very much, Representative Keelam.
So how many medical card holders are in the entire state?
In the entire state? Okay, I do have that. So as of December 29th, 2022, there were a total of 33,287 valid in-state patients.
When folks are getting medical cannabis in these out of the dispensaries, are these folks subject to the same thing of verifying and making sure the transaction is legal?
Yes, and I think that's another concern with patients accessing collectives is the licensed dispensaries have a connection to our patient registry system so that they can verify that the patient's card is valid. The collectives do not have a mechanism for verifying a patient's card is valid. They can possess a card, but we routinely hear of operations that turn up stacks of counterfeit 329 cards.
And is it under your folks' purview to process the cases of fraudulent medical cards?
Well, basically what happens is if a patient's card is not valid, they're not allowed, they can't make any purchases at a dispensary. So it prohibits them from accessing cannabis.
But you're saying there have been sales to folks with cards that are not?
No, the system will not allow the processing of any, so not at the licensed dispensaries.
Not at the dispensaries
Correct.
versus? Okay. Has the Department of Health offered the same database to these collectives? Or
No, because they're not within our regulatory authority.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Thank
You're
you, Chair.
welcome.
Okay, thank you very much. Any further questions? Okay, members, we're going to recess for decision making. Okay, the Committee on Finance will reconvene for decision-making on our third agenda. First up is House Bill 982 HD1, relating for funding for the Department of the Attorney General Tobacco Enforcement Unit. Recommendation is that we move this forward as is. Any discussion? Okay, Vice Chair.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass HB 982 HD1 as is. Chair and Vice Chair vote aye. Representative Ayu.
Aye.
Representative Chun.
Aye.
Representative Cochran.
Aye.
Representative Garrett.
Aye.
Representative Kahaloa.
Aye.
Representative Kila.
Aye.
Representative Kobayashi.
Aye.
Representative Lamosao.
Aye.
Representative Morikawa.
Aye.
Representative Nishimoto. Representative Poi Poi.
Aye.
Representative Takenouchi.
Aye.
Representative Alcos.
Aye.
Representative Ward.
Aye.
Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Thank you very much. We're moving on to House Bill 1255 HD1, relating to special purpose revenue bonds. Recommendation is to pass as is. Discussion. Vice Chair.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass HB 1255 HD1 as is, noting the presence of all members who will be noted present for the rest of this agenda. Are there any reservations? Any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, thank you very much. Voting on House Bill 406 HD2, relating to health, as is. Any discussion? Vice Chair.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass HB 406 HD2 as is. Are there any reservations? Any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, thank you very much. We're moving on to House Bill 948 HD1. We're going to be moving this out as an HD2. The subject matter chair has given us some recommendations, and we're going to insert them into them. It's adding the neighbor island component that was missing in this. Okay, and then we're going to be blanking it out and tech. Any discussion? Okay, HD2.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass HB 948 HD1 with amendments. Are there any reservations? Any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, thank you very much. Voting on House Bill 1263 HD1. We're going to be blanking out the appropriation and tech. Moving on as an HD2. Any discussion? Vice Chair.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass HB 1263 HD1 with amendments. Are there any reservations? Any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Thank you very much. Members, we're voting on House Bill 1296 HD1, relating to early intervention services, as is. Any discussion? Vice Chair.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass HB 1296 HD1 as is. Are there any reservations? Any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Thank you very much. House Bill 1442 HD2. Recommendation is to pass as is. Any discussion? Vice Chair.
Oh, hold on.
Oh.
Are you?
Representative Ayu.
Chair, we're on 1442, right?
1442.
Yeah, I have to be with reservations. I support the funds appropriated here, but I have concerns about some of the safety issues that were raised by the prosecutor's office and the attorney general. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. Appropriations are blank and it's defective, so as is. Any further discussion?
Chair, I echo the same concerns raised, so I'm going to vote WR.
Okay, thank you very much. Any others? Okay, Vice Chair.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass HB 1442 HD2 as is, noting the reservations of Representatives Ayu and Kila. Are there any additional reservations? Representative Lamosao, any additional? Representative Ward, any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, moving on to House Bill 485 HD2, relating to marriage. Members, we're going to move this out as an HD3 upon approval and tech. Any discussion? Vice Chair.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass HB 485 HD2 with amendments. Are there any reservations? Any noes?
I have a reservation.
Oh, reservations by Representative Alcos. Any additional reservations? Representative Ward. Any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, thank you very much. Members, voting on House Bill 872 HD1 as is. Any discussion? Vice Chair.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass HB 872 HD1 as is. Are there any reservations? Any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Thank you very much. Members, voting on House Bill 278 HD1 as is. Any discussion? Vice Chair.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass HB 278 HD1 as is. Are there any reservations? Any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, voting on House Bill 838 HD1. Recommendation is as is. Any discussion? Vice Chair.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass HB 838 HD1 as is. Are there any reservations? Any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Thank you very much. Voting on House Bill 652 HD1. We're going to be moving out as an HD2, blanking out the appropriation and tech. Any discussion? Vice Chair.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass HB 652 HD1 with amendments. Are there any reservations? Any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Thank you very much. House Bill 1081 HD1, moving out as is. Any discussion? Vice Chair.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass HB 1081 HD1 as is. Are there any reservations? Any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Thank you very much. Voting on House Bill 907 HD2 as is. Any discussion? Vice Chair.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass HB 907 HD2 as is. Are there any reservations? Any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, thank you very much, members. We're going to move on House Bill 1300 HD1. We're going to be moving it out as an HD2, blanking out the appropriation and changing the means of financing to the Compliance Resolution Fund and tech. Any discussion? Vice Chair.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass HB 1300 HD1 with amendments. Are there any reservations? Any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, thank you very much, members. We're voting on House Bill 1082 HD2. We're going to move this out as an HD3, blanking out the appropriation and putting an effective date of 6/30/3000. Any discussion? Vice Chair.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass HB 1082 HD2 with amendments. Are there any reservations? Any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, members, we're voting on House Bill 1217 HD2. We're going to be moving this measure forward, members. This is the only vehicle to continue the conversation on this issue. And I think there are many things that we need to consider going forward, so we're going to be moving this forward. It has a defective date, so the bill is defective. It cannot pass like this. So we're moving it as is. Any discussion, Representative Ward?
Sure, comment. This bill clearly is a market intervention. What we have on our hands is a turf war, and we're playing with our fingers on the scale, I believe. So I'm going to vote no. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other?
I vote reservations.
Okay. Representative Alcos, thank you.
Sure.
Representative Kahaloa, followed by Cochran.
Chair, thank you for moving this bill forward, but I do have reservations, and I will vote that way just to make sure there's equitable access for medical cannabis across the state. I think in a rural community, we have to take that into consideration, as well as support for caregivers and how to provide medicine for those, and making sure that those who can't get it for themselves, there's laws that provide safety and regulation, but allow for access for caregivers. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Representative Cochran.
Oh,
me?
Yep.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Yeah, and WR for me also.
Okay, thank you. Representative Poy.
Sharing the same concerns as Representative Kahaloa with reservations.
Thank you very much. Representative Garrett.
And same request for me, thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other discussions? You know, I think all of us from rural areas have those concerns, but we just want to move the discussion forward. Any other? Representative Kobayashi.
I'll vote yes, I agree. It has to move forward. It is a turf war. It's a multi-party turf war, which we started by writing the medical cannabis law. When we did that, we knew that cannabis was illegal on the federal level. We knew that there was medical value in cannabis. So we bypassed or disregarded what the feds were saying, that cannabis is a Schedule I drug. So we need to go and perhaps look at all of the issues and continue the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any further discussion, Representative Kila?
Madam Chair, I'll be voting yes, but I do want to acknowledge the testifiers that came forth and brought forth real issues. And I have to vote only in respect to my community. But I know that this needs to be resolved one way or another. And there will need to be a healthy existence of both. So I just want to respect to the folks that came forward and gave me energy, and to the folks in my community. So thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. Any further discussion? Okay, the bill has a long way to go. Vice Chair for the vote.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass HB 1217 HD2 as is, noting the reservations of Representatives Cochran, Garrett, Kahaloa, Poi Poi, and Alcos. Are there any additional reservations? Okay. Noting the no vote of Representative Ward, are there any additional no votes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Thank you very much, members. We are adjourned.